Chapter 35, Triple Happiness. I've succeeded. I've succeeded. Chu Feng had witnessed a research and development talent develop a miracle drug. If such a drug was promoted, Chu Feng would naturally be able to make a lot of money. At the same time, those patients would also be able to buy the miracle drug at a lower price. It could be considered a happy ending for everyone. 5 minutes later, Lao Qin calmed down. He told some of his assistants about his recent achievements. After explaining everything, Lao Qin immediately went back to work on developing a drug to cure leukemia. Lao Zhou slowly pulled him back. Lao Qin, wait. Lao Zhou, can't you see I'm busy? No matter how busy you are, you must find the time now. Lao Zhou whispered to Lao Qin, reminding him that the big boss was here. Lao Qin was a little impatient. Exactly, it's troublesome, so just give him a minute. Lao Zhou was afraid that Lao Qin would offend Chu Feng, so he hurriedly said again. Lao Qin, if you offend the boss, you won't have such a good laboratory to research and develop drugs in the future. Then give him 3 minutes. After taking the gene optimization liquid and a pill to strengthen the body, Chu Feng's various aspects of the body far surpassed the average person. He basically heard everything the two said. He wasn't unhappy about it. On the contrary, Chu Feng was even more satisfied with Lao Qin, who would make the pill to strengthen the body for him. Lao Zhou dragged Lao Qin, who looked impatient, to Chu Feng. After a brief greeting, Lao Qin said directly that he could not speak. However, he would continue to develop new medicines to prove his worth. After saying this, he was ready to go back and continue developing medicines. Chu Feng stopped him. Lao Zhou, you go out first, I have something to talk to Lao Qin about alone. After Lao Zhou left, Chu Feng said to Lao Qin. Lao Qin, you don't need to worry about the hospital anymore. I've given Zhou full authority over management. You will be in charge of this laboratory and the research and development of drugs. You don't need to be the hospital director anymore. Lao Qin was overjoyed. Boss, this is really great. I can devote myself more to research and development from now on. Okay, I understand now. I'll go back and continue with research and development. As Lao Qin was about to leave again, Chu Feng called out to him again with a smile. Lao Qin, I haven't finished yet. Since you like to develop drugs, then I'll give you an important task. Develop a drug that can constantly strengthen the body. Lao Qin frowned immediately. He told Chu Feng that in the drug research and development area, not only drugs that make people strong and healthy have long been proposed. In fact, people have been constantly developing them for hundreds of years. However, the results have been minimal and progress has been slow. At best, they have still managed to come up with something that has a healthcare effect. At best, it is a health product, not a drug. Lao Qin, if I tell you that I have the finished product and even the prescription, can you make it? Have the finished product? And the prescription? Boss, are you serious? Lao Qin was shocked and surprised. Chu Feng took out a small, exquisite and ancient-looking bottle. He poured out a dark red pill for strengthening the body and health and handed it to Lao Qin. By the way, Chu Feng also talked a little bit about the effects and results after taking it. Such a strong effect? It's just unbelievable. If we can make it, then everyone can be a little Superman in the future. Hearing Lao Qin's suppressed exclamation, Chu Feng said seriously. Lao Qin, you cannot tell a single word about this prescription and medicine to anyone. Otherwise, I will not give you this medicine or the prescription. Moreover, you will offend me and will pay an extremely painful price. Although Chu Feng is very satisfied with this Lao Qin and currently trusts him very much, there are some things that he still needs to say in advance and make an agreement. Chu Feng did not want the pill for strengthening the body to get out. Who knows what kind of trouble it would cause if it got out? Boss, I'm going to the bathroom for a bit, I'm so excited. And it seems like I haven't eaten, drunk water, or gone to the bathroom in a long time. Chu Feng happened to want to go to the bathroom as well, so he followed Lao Qin outside. He took off his isolation suit and let a comfortable stream of water flow. Chu Feng saw a box of tissue paper next to him. Suddenly, he thought of the treasure box of the Emperor of Longevity he had obtained not long ago. I wonder, what's inside my treasure box of the Emperor of Longevity? I wonder, what kind of surprise will it give me? In this private restroom, Chu Feng directly mentally summoned the treasure box of the Emperor of Longevity. Suddenly, a treasure box radiating golden light appeared in front of Chu Feng. At the same time, the system told Chu Feng that this treasure box could not be seen by anyone else except him. This was the first time Chu Feng had obtained this kind of treasure box. And this treasure chest is still called the treasure chest of the emperor. Chu Feng is very curious and looks forward to it. He reaches out and opens the treasure chest. Ding dong. Host, congratulations, you have opened the treasure chest of the emperor. Ding dong. Host, congratulations, you have opened the treasure chest of the emperor. Host, congratulations, you have obtained the imperial seal. Host, congratulations, you have obtained a box of gold and silver jewelry for the exclusive use of the royal family. Host, congratulations, you have obtained the imperial eye technique. Pleasant system prompts sounded one after the other in Chu Feng's mind. Chu Feng opened the treasure box of Follow Me and obtained a total of 3 rewards. 3 rewards is equivalent to 3 times the happiness. Chu Feng checked the first reward, the imperial seal. Imperial seal, referred to as Chuangashi. It was carved from Lantian jade by Li Si, prime minister of the Qin dynasty, by order of the first emperor, and served as proof for all subsequent legitimate emperors. It is 4 inches in diameter, with 5 interlocking dragons on the top, and the words "I have received my mandate from heaven and long live the empire forever" are engraved on the front in Li Si's calligraphy. It was used as a token of the divine right of kingship and legitimacy. After the Qin dynasty, emperors of all dynasties regarded obtaining this seal as a sign, treasuring it as a precious and important national treasure. Obtaining it symbolized that they were ordained by heaven, while losing it indicated that their time had come to an end. Anyone ascending the throne without this seal was mocked as an emperor with no power, lacking in authority and despised by the world. The imperial seal, which was used exclusively by emperors many years ago, is a special seal. Some of the edicts that were issued needed to be stamped with this jade seal. It is said that this imperial jade seal has long disappeared. Chu Feng never imagined that he would actually obtain this thing. He looked up and down, left and right, and took a closer look. He discovered that it was exactly the same as the previous rumors. In the future, if his daughters want to eat walnuts, perhaps the imperial jade seal will be able to come in handy. Chu Feng casually placed the imperial seal on the sink and began to check the second reward. A box of gold and silver jewelry for the exclusive use of the royal family. The box was not large, but it was not light. Moreover, the craftsmanship of the box was very simple and ancient, and one could tell at a glance that it was an invaluable antique. After opening it, Chu Feng saw even more antique gold and silver jewelry. A dragon-shaped ring finger. A phoenix jade hairpin. Natural pearls the size of pigeon eggs. A little larger than a pigeon egg, a nightlight pearl. Chu Feng was dazzled. The system said that this was gold and silver jewelry for the exclusive use of royalty. Each piece of gold and silver jewelry had a mark on it that represented the imperial family. The value of any of these items would make ordinary people gasp. Even Chu Feng, who was worth over 100 billion and was about to reach 200 billion, could not help but marvel. If all of these gold and silver jewelry were sold, Chu Feng didn't know how rich he would be. For the time being, Chu Feng didn't lack money, so naturally he had no intention of selling it. He looked at the box and pondered over these precious jewels. Naturally, he wanted to give them to his own exquisite woman, Lu Ruyan, and to his own obedient and clever daughters. After looking at the second reward, Chu Feng began to check the third reward, the emperor's pupil technique. This reward was very special. It had no physical form. It looked like a fist-sized light cluster. The system told Chu Feng that as long as he touched the small light cluster, he would possess the emperor's pupil technique. An emperor sits on thousands of rivers and mountains. They have many civil and military officials under them, and thousands of troops below them. The reason some famous emperors were able to become emperors of the ages is that, in addition to their own personal abilities and opportunities and luck, knowing how to use people is also very important. As the ancients said, the emperor's family is the most ruthless. Sometimes, the emperor is not really ruthless. He just dares not be affectionate. He is afraid that he will not be able to maintain enough rationality. He cannot tell who is truly loyal to him. If he is not careful, not only will he die, his entire family will follow him to eternal damnation. The emperor's discernment is a very mysterious technique for discerning people and distinguishing between the loyal and the treacherous. Generally, truly successful emperors have their own methods of discerning people. They all have an eye for people that surpasses ordinary people. Chu Feng opened the Longevity Emperor's treasure chest and obtained the Emperor's discernment technique. It is a magical ability that can tell whether someone is loyal to him. No tests, speculations, etc. are needed. Just one glance is enough to tell whether someone is loyal to him. The level of loyalty is displayed. Understanding the function of the Emperor's Eye technique, Xu Feng couldn't help but marvel. This is really something. Just now, Xu Feng was very satisfied with Lao Qin. But he still didn't dare to trust him completely. After all, the pill for strengthening the body is not an ordinary thing. If it accidentally gets out, it will bring about unpredictable changes. It could be extremely troublesome. If only he could tell how loyal Lao Qin was. If his loyalty to him was high enough, then there would be no need to worry about the things that Xu Feng had previously worried about. With this Imperial Eye technique, there would be no need to worry in the future either. His own business would be secretly messed with or even destroyed by people with ulterior motives. Xu Feng smiled and poked his right index finger towards the light mass the size of a fist. Soon, the fingertip touched the light mass. The moment it made contact, it directly sank into Xu Feng's fingertip. Xu Feng could see a ray of golden light. It kept moving rapidly from his fingertip. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at his eyes. Xu Feng felt a slight warmth in his eyes. Xu Feng closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he noticed a quiet change in what he saw. Everything around him seemed to have become clearer. Of course, that wasn't the main thing. The main thing was that he now truly possessed the Emperor's pupil technique. He could directly see a person's loyalty to him. If it wasn't one of his subordinates, then what he would see would be the friendship level. I don't know if it works well or not. Xu Feng couldn't wait to try it. However, Xu Feng looked at the imperial seal on the washstand and a box of gold and silver jewelry reserved for the royal family. Xu Feng was a little unable to laugh or cry. I don't have a separate storage space yet, nor do I have a storage ring or anything. I don't even have a storage ring or anything. I don't know, will there be a god-level option related to storage space next time? Although Xu Feng felt a little bit of trouble right now. It simply didn't faze him. Soon, Xu Feng found a stack of black plastic bags in the cabinet under the sink. These plastic bags were originally used to put garbage in the trash can. Now they are used to hold the imperial seal and the royal jewels. It has inadvertently increased its value. Xu Feng put it in a bag and carried it with him. The black bag made it impossible for outsiders to tell what was inside. Leaving the bathroom, Xu Feng saw Lao Qin, who had just come out of the other bathroom. Xu Feng thought to himself, Imperial Eye technique. Chapter 36, My own woman is truly the best. Suddenly, Xu Feng saw information about Lao Qin. Name, Qin Weiman. Age, 58 years old. Identity, former director of Yangcheng Private Hospital, currently head of the laboratory of the Yangcheng Private Hospital Research and Development Center. Loyalty, 85 points. Full value is 100 points. The information seen with the Emperor's pupil technique was simple and clear. Xu Feng had a sudden thought. Could his own Emperor's pupil technique see his own information? Xu Feng did as he thought, and he looked down directly at himself. Name, Xu Feng. Age, 25 years old. Strength, 43. 10 points for an ordinary person. Speed, 44. 10 points for an ordinary person. Stamina, 45. 10 points for an ordinary person. Spirit, 42. 10 points for an ordinary person. Identity, Chairman of Yida Square Investment Company, major shareholder of Lingyue Group, boss of Yangcheng Private Hospital, owner of Jiujiantang Villa, and owner of Huihuang Building. Ability, Communicate with animals. Ability, Imperial Pupil Technique. Can see the loyalty or friendliness of others towards oneself, as well as some simple information such as names, identities, and ages. The effect of the Imperial Pupil Technique exceeded Xu Feng's expectations. Xu Feng was very satisfied with this ability. At this time, Lao Qin also saw Xu Feng. He walked quickly over and said anxiously, Boss, can you give me the finished product and the prescription? Boss, don't worry, I absolutely will never pass it on. I just want to develop the medicine. If possible, it would be even better if it could help ordinary people. After all, a doctor has a heart for his patients. 85 points of loyalty is already enough to make Xu Feng trust him. Xu Feng directly handed Lao Qin the finished product of a pill for strengthening the body and health. Lao Qin, I trust your character and abilities. I can entrust you with the production of the pill of strength and stamina. This is still the prescription, so you keep it too. Remember, don't let it get out, and don't let anyone else find out. Memorize it yourself and get rid of it. Lao Qin took the finished product and the prescription. After looking at the prescription, Lao Qin's face was full of shock like never before. Is it really possible? My God, this is incredible. It's amazing. Lao Qin was shocked and excited. He was happy as a child. Boss, don't worry. Even if I die, I won't pass on this medicine or the recipe. Lao Qin solemnly promised. Chu Feng, who was standing across from him, noticed that Lao Qin's loyalty to him had suddenly increased by 5 points. It had reached 90 points. In this way, Chu Feng felt even more at ease with Lao Qin. After giving Lao Qin a few instructions, Chu Feng left with the black plastic bag. Not far from the entrance to the RD Center laboratory, Lao Zhou was anxiously waiting. Seeing Chu Feng come out, he hurriedly went up to him. Boss, Lao Qin is such a stubborn old man, he didn't make you angry, did he? No, he's an excellent talent, I'm very satisfied with him. Boss, that's good. Lao Zhou let out a sigh of relief. He told Chu Feng that his family member Lu Chui had already completed a full body examination. All the test results were also out. There were a few minor health problems, but nothing serious. He doesn't look like someone who has had surgery and is in poor health at all. Okay, Joe, I understand. You go back to your work. Chu Feng waved his hand and glanced at the peerless woman Lu Ruyan, who was more than 100 meters away, and his 3 exquisite daughters. The distance was too far, and Chu Feng couldn't read their information clearly. Chu Feng was curious about the peerless woman in his own family. Is she friendly or loyal to him? What specific value will it be? And what about my 3 daughters? Chu Feng walked quickly towards Lu Ruyan and the others. Lu Ruyan and the others had also been paying attention to where Chu Feng was. They also walked towards Chu Feng as soon as they could. The 3 little lowly girls couldn't wait any longer. They started walking directly, trotting towards Chu Feng. As they ran, they shouted, "Daddy! Daddy! I just saw a butterfly. Dad, I saw it too. I also saw a bee." As the saying goes, a day apart is like a year apart. The little girls felt as if they hadn't seen their father for a long time, even though they had only been apart for a short while. They ran as fast as they could towards Chu Feng. As they were walking in the same direction, the little girls soon arrived in front of Chu Feng. The youngest daughter, Chu Nian Nian, who was usually the most active and usually the first to stand up to protect her sisters, parents, and others. She was the fastest and the first to reach Chu Feng. Chu Feng laughed directly and picked up his precious daughter. By the way, he used the ability he had obtained not long ago, the Emperor's Pupil Technique. Chu Feng didn't know until he looked, and he was shocked when he saw. Name, Chu Nian Nian. Age, 4 years old. Identity, a little girl with a delicate appearance. Talent, amazing bone structure, extraordinary talent, martial arts prodigy. Intimacy, 95 points. The full value is 100 points. Chu Feng was surprised to see his daughter's information. Very surprised. Unexpectedly, his daughter has a very high talent in martial arts. Moreover, this talent thing. When I was looking at Qin Weiman before, and when I was checking myself, I didn't see it. In other words, this talent thing should be extremely rare. Even the pharmaceutical research and development expert talent Lao Qin, and the handsome and extraordinary looking me. None of them have any special talents. But his own 4-year-old daughter has it. Gee. She's worthy to be my daughter. She's really outstanding. Chu Feng couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hugged his daughter and spun around in place. The little girl in his arms giggled and giggled. She was obviously happy to have her father's attention and couldn't contain her joy. Daddy! Daddy! I want a hug too. Daddy, I want to be lifted high. I want to spin around too, Daddy. Cici and Chu Chu, who arrived later, also opened their arms wide. They were all looking forward to it, hoping that their father, Chu Feng, would kiss them, hug them, and lift them high. Ha ha ha, no problem. Everyone's wish can come true. Chu Feng had already casually thrown the black plastic bag aside. After hugging his second daughter, Nian Nian, and spinning her a few times, he put her down. Then he picked up his eldest daughter, Cici. Cici's laughter was even more joyous. It was even more beautiful than some pleasant music. while flying high with his daughter in his arms. Chu Feng's imperial pupil's eye technique also saw the information about his eldest daughter. Name, Chu Cece. Age, 4 years old. Status, a little girl with a delicate appearance. Talent, an extraordinary eye for detail, a natural talent, a prodigy in drawing. Intimacy, 95 points. The full score is 100 points. Geez. My eldest daughter actually has talent too? How damn outstanding do I have to be? So that her own daughter can inherit her unscrupulously excellent genes. Chu Feng had just checked the information on his 2 daughters. His second daughter was a martial arts prodigy with amazing bone structure. His eldest daughter was a talented painter with an extraordinary eye. I wonder if his youngest daughter is also exceptionally talented. Daddy, it's my turn. Okay. Chu Feng also couldn't stop laughing. Putting down his eldest daughter Cece, Chu Feng began to hug his youngest daughter Chu Chu again. Holding this little girl was like not feeling any weight at all. Not to mention holding a little girl, even if it was holding 2 beautiful women at the same time, the President Lu Ruyan. Chu Feng was light as a feather, simple and relaxed. Daddy is flying. Daddy is taking us flying. While Chu Feng was flying high and spinning with his daughters in his arms, his eyes naturally saw the delicate little girl Chu Chu. Her information also appeared. Name, Chu Chu. Age, 4 years old. Status, a delicate little girl. Talent, not yet activated. Affinity, 95 points. Maximum is 100 points. This. Chu Feng was momentarily stunned. His youngest daughter, Chu Chu, also had a talent. However, none of their talents had been activated. Chu Feng immediately asked the system. The system told Chu Feng that the talent had not yet been activated, and that it would take some special opportunity to be able to stimulate one's talent. In the future, if they encounter some special circumstances, or if they obtain some god-level choices, the talents that have not yet been activated in their daughters will be able to be activated. As long as they have talent, Chu Feng believes that activation will not be difficult. After all, he has the god-level choice system. A great system will not let you down. Cece, as the eldest daughter, is more stable. Usually, Lu Ruyan would ask her to look after her younger sisters. The younger daughter, Chu Chu, had been in poor health, and usually, it was Cece, the eldest sister, who took care of her. Now, the health of their daughters has improved a lot. However, relatively speaking, the health of the youngest daughter, Chu Chu, is still a little worse than that of the other daughters. The eldest daughter, Cece, is also aware of this. So she always stays close to her youngest daughter, Chu Chu, to protect and care for her. Chu Feng loves all 3 of his daughters. He kisses and hugs them and lifts them high. Chu Feng spends the longest time spinning with Cece and Chu Chu. Chu Feng also saw the information about his 2 daughters. As long as they have talent, he is not worried about activating them at all. His daughters are still young, so they have plenty of time and opportunities. Besides, he has the god-level selection system, so there is no need to worry at all. After looking at all his daughters, Chu Feng's gaze fell on his own top beauty, the CEO Lu Ruyan. With tender eyes and a smile like a blooming flower, Lu Ruyan looked at Chu Feng tenderly from the side. She is the top woman who amazed Chu Feng. And Chu Feng also made this cold and aloof CEO increasingly moved and increasingly admire the ultimate male god. Chu Feng, who wore the title of the Akina Mountain Car God, also saw that Lu Ruyan's feelings for him were getting deeper and deeper. At this time, his imperial pupil technique also saw Lu Ruyan's information. Name, Lu Ruyan. Age, 24 years old. Identity, President of Lu Ruyan Clothing Company. Talent, clothing design, ice-skinned and jade-boned. Intimacy, 95 points. Full value is 100 points. His daughters have inherited his outstanding and unscrupulous genes, and each of them has a talent. This is already a great surprise to Chu Feng. And now, Chu Feng discovered that his ultimate woman, Lu Ruyan, also has a talent. And it's a double talent. TSK. The woman he chose is really the ultimate. Lu Ruyan's 2 talents. Clothing design is quite understandable. Chu Feng had been to Lu Ruyan's company before and had seen the clothes she designed. To be honest, Chu Feng felt that the designs were on par with those of top designers from some of the top luxury brands. Some were even better in Chu Feng's opinion. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Ruyan's clothing design ability was extremely powerful. the clothes she designed would be loved by many. I'm afraid Lu Ruyan wants to start from scratch, create her own clothing brand, and establish her own clothing company. That would be almost impossible to succeed. Now, Chu Feng is certain of his wife's clothing design ability and talent. In Chu Feng's heart, he has already made up his mind. He wants his wife to become a big shot in the clothing industry. Women hold up half the sky. Chu Feng can tell that besides wanting to make money, Lu Ruyan also really likes designing clothes herself. Seeing her work being liked by others, that sense of accomplishment is also an indispensable kind of happiness. As a man, Chu Feng naturally wants to make his woman happier. Chu Feng, I finished the examination, and the doctor said that I'm in good health. Lu Chui, the mother-in-law, stood next to Lu Ruyan. Looking at her son-in-law, Chu Feng, the more she looked, the more she liked and the more satisfied she became. Meanwhile, on the way here, she had already learned some of the previous events from the young nurse. Chu Feng, the big boss of this hospital, quickly solved the problem of the vice president's father and daughter, the parasites, making many people in the hospital happy and feel great. Their attitude towards Lu Chui has also become more respectful and enthusiastic. The son-in-law is young, wealthy, capable, good-looking, and nice to his mother-in-law. Such a perfect son-in-law is really hard to find even with a lantern. Having a son-in-law like Chu Feng is truly a source of comfort for Lu Chui. Just now, she was still reminding her daughter. Her daughter usually doesn't pay any attention to men, acting like an iceberg goddess. Naturally, Lu Chui didn't say anything about this to other men. She just told Lu Chui that she couldn't be so cold to her own man. It goes without saying for the wise, and a drum needs no heavy hammer. Lu Ruyan naturally understands her mother's words. After all, she is now considered an experienced person. Lu Ruyan's pretty face turned red, and she took the initiative to go up and give Chu Feng a hug. However, when she tried to let go, she couldn't. Apparently, her own man didn't feel like that was enough. There was no way, so Lu Ruyan had to. Chapter 37 Outrageous. Skimmed the surface of Chu Feng's handsome face. Knowing that his wife's face was thin-skinned, Chu Feng did not push his luck and gave up, stopping when it was appropriate. Chu Feng had already read his mother-in-law's information, and Lu Chui did not have a talent. Talents are extremely rare. Not everyone has one. Out of a population of 1 million, there may not even be one. Like his 3 daughters, all of whom have talents. This is an incredible miracle. To think that his own perfect woman, Lu Ruyan, is like this, someone who has 2 talents. It is also extremely rare, and an absolute miracle. Lu Ruyan's talent in costume design is easy to understand. Her talent for having beautiful skin is more difficult to understand. The system doesn't explain it either, so Chu Feng has to figure it out for himself. In this regard, Chu Feng has figured something out. Generally speaking, a woman can give birth to triplets at a time. This is almost unimaginable. Even if there is a precedent in the world of giving birth to 15 children at a time. However, none of those children survived. Like Lu Ruyan, who gave birth to 3 little powdered jade maidens. Each little maid is obedient, cute, smart, and talented. This is even more impossible. Not to mention, after giving birth to 3 precious daughters, Lu Ruyan is still graceful and beautiful. Her figure, appearance, and temperament surpass those of celebrities. She is so outstanding and naturally beautiful. Chu Feng guessed that it might have something to do with Lu Ruyan's talent for beautiful skin. Currently, the 4 people closest to him all have outstanding talents. For Chu Feng, this is not twice or 3 times the happiness. This is definitely 4 times the happiness. Just as the happy Chu Feng and Lu Ruyan were enjoying each other's company, the active Zhen Bone, a martial arts prodigy, looked curiously at the black plastic bag that Chu Feng had thrown aside. What is it? Is it rubbish? Dad, what rubbish is this? It's so pretty. Nian Nian said, while taking out the imperial seal. The other little girls also gathered around. They looked at it curiously. Dad, what is it? What a beautiful stone. It's so pretty, it can't be rubbish, right? Lu Chui, who was not far away, saw her daughter and Chu Feng, who were sweethearts. She didn't want to disturb them, and she didn't want her granddaughters to disturb them either. Lu Chui quickly walked over to the little girls and looked closely at the square jade in their hands. She happened to see the 8 seal characters at the bottom, which read Shou Yong Chang, meaning long life and eternal peace. This is the imperial seal of China? My goodness! This can't be real, can it? Lu Chui was shocked beyond words. Read it, be careful, don't drop it. Lu Chui couldn't help but let out a gasp. The little girls looked puzzled. Grandma, what is this? Lu Chui, who was extremely shocked, didn't know what to say for a moment. Chu Feng pinched his fingernails, and the exquisite woman Lu Ruyan's blushing face, and said to the curious little girls indifferently. That is for you to crack walnuts with in the future. Crack walnuts with the imperial seal? Is that even human? Lu Chui, who was usually kind, almost jumped up at this point. Read it, and bring it over so Grandma can take a look? Okay, Grandma. The little girls promised, and handed it over to Lu Chui. When she was young, Lu Chui also worked in a jade shop. Although she was not an expert in appraising, she had more knowledge than the average person. At this time, she looked at the heavy imperial seal of transmission in her hands. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. Back in the old days, the imperial seal represented the emperor's power and the imperial throne. Ordinary people could neither see nor touch such a thing. Its value was absolutely astronomical. Smashing walnuts with the imperial seal? That's really not something a human being would do. Lu Chui wasn't sure if the imperial seal in her hands was the real thing. But even if it isn't, the texture, structure and appearance of this jade seal are not of small value. How could such a precious object be used to crack walnuts? Besides, Lu Chui had a hunch. The jade seal in her hands was the one that had been passed down through the generations. Lu Chui took the jade seal and went to Chu Feng. Chu Feng, this must be worth a lot of money, right? Don't let a child play with something so expensive. Lu Ruyan saw her mother's serious expression and was puzzled. Mom, what is it? Let me see. From her mother Lu Chui, she took the imperial seal. Lu Ruyan's behavior was not much better than Lu Chui's. Is this the imperial seal? Chu Feng, this doesn't look fake. Could it be the real imperial seal? Lu Ruyan was so shocked that she lost her color. She hurriedly looked around, and seeing that there were no other outsiders around, she felt slightly relieved. CC, bring the black plastic bag over to mommy. Lu Ruyan looked at Chu Feng, who winked at her, and felt both angry and amused. Really, I'm dying of anxiety, and you're still laughing? How can you let Nian Nian and Nian Nian play with something so precious? Lu Ruyan and her mother Lu Chui had the same thought. Although they were not sure if what they had in their hands was really the imperial seal. It definitely wasn't ordinary. It was definitely worth a lot, and it was even possible that it was an astronomical price tag that had never been seen before. How could something like this be used to crack walnuts? Lu Ruyan glared at Chu Feng angrily. She was about to say something when she suddenly heard her daughters shouting. Mommy! Mommy! This bag is so heavy. We can't carry it. I can see a pretty little box inside the bag. Daddy, what's inside this little box? The little girls looked at their father, Chu Feng, in amazement. Chu Feng smiled slightly and said, some trinkets. You can use them as toys in the future. Trinkets? Toys? Lu Ruyan widened her beautiful eyes. She was just like her mother Lu Chui. She was now 180% unconvinced. Lu Ruyan guessed that even if it was not as valuable as the imperial seal, it could not be that bad. Definitely, it could not be just trinkets and toys. Lu Ruyan took hold of Chu Feng and walked quickly towards the little girl. Children don't know anything. What if they really break something valuable? What then? Although her husband is really rich, there is no need to be so extravagant and wasteful, is there? Lu Ruyan took Chu Feng by the hand and came to the little girl. She lifted the bag and sure enough, it was heavy. It must weigh about 20 to 30 caddies. What's inside, Chu Feng? Lu Ruyan asked. You'll know if you look for yourself. Lu Ruyan, who had a talent for clothing design, couldn't help but be amazed at the appearance of this box. Such a beautiful and extraordinary little box, just by looking at it, you can tell that it's not simple. The contents. Definitely even more extraordinary. Lu Ruyan was very eager to see what was inside. However, she knew that wealth should not be displayed. It would be better if these valuable things were not seen by others. Lu Ruyan quickly put the imperial seal in her hand into the black plastic bag as well. At the same time, she made a special effort to ensure that no outsider would discover the valuable contents. Chu Feng, have you finished? Yes. Let's go then. Lu Ruyan was anxious to put the black plastic bag in her hand in a safe place. She carried the plastic bag in one hand and held Chu Feng's arm with the other. She didn't know if she was nervous, excited, or shocked. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but tremble slightly. Chu Feng gently pinched the pretty face of this ice-skinned and jade-boned woman. It's just some small things, so don't worry too much. Money is just something outside the body. In Chu Feng's eyes, these priceless imperial jade seals and royal jewels are not as valuable as the talents possessed by his own women and daughters. On the way, some doctors and nurses saw Chu Feng. They greeted him respectfully. Chu Feng is used to such situations and scenes. However, his 3 delicate and pretty daughters really like it. They all feel that their father is really amazing. He has the respect, love, and admiration of so many people. Their father is much better and more amazing than other fathers. He is really, really amazing. Lu Chui, who was walking last, looked at her 3 well-behaved granddaughters. At the same time, she was still in a state of extreme shock. My son-in-law, Chu Feng, what kind of person is he? He is truly outstanding, outstanding, outstanding. I saw some new internet slang before. It describes someone as being outstanding to the extreme. That is outstanding to the point of being heartless. I now finally know what it is like to be outstanding to the point of being heartless. Chapter 38, A Demon Who Spoils His Daughter, a special picture scroll. After a period of time, the group finally returned to Chu Feng's night 15. Chu Feng, the people outside cannot see what is going on in here. Lu Ruyan couldn't wait to ask as soon as she got in. Chu Feng nodded, yes, the glass is made of a special material, so people outside cannot see in. Lu Ruyan let out a deep breath, her mood slightly relaxed. She glanced outside the car and saw that there was no one around, and then she said to Chu Feng again. Chu Feng, can I now take a look at the suitcase in the bag? Of course there is no problem, the things in that bag are all mine. After a pause, Chu Feng said again. What's mine is yours. After all, I myself am also yours. Lu Ruyan gave Chu Feng a disgusted look. Her own mother and daughters are here? Such corny and mushy love words? How can he say such things? And he says it so smoothly? Lu Ruyan glared at Chu Feng in disapproval. But the happy smile that almost overflowed from the corners of her mouth betrayed her true thoughts. Such an outstanding man. Well, my mother was right. I really should be nicer to Chu Feng. How about I give him another present tonight? As she thought this, Lu Ruyan's blushing face was like a flaming cloud. It was extremely beautiful. She carefully took out the exquisite and quaint little box from the black plastic bag. The box was carved with dragons and phoenixes. One could tell at a glance that it was no ordinary object. Lu Ruyan opened it. When she saw the glittering gold and silver jewelry inside, she was even more amazed. Lu Ruyan had studied the stylistic characteristics of ancient and modern China and the West. Although it was basically all about clothing, she had learned a lot. She also knew a bit about some of the ancient royal items. She was certain that all the gold and silver jewelry in the box had been used exclusively by the royal family. Each piece was a priceless cultural relic. She couldn't imagine the total value of such a box. Chu Feng is so rich. He's practically unrivaled. Not only did Lu Ruyan feel this way, but Lu Chui, who was also in the car, felt the same way. As for the little girls, they didn't think about it as much. They looked at the extremely beautiful gold and silver jewelry in the box, which sparkled and glistened, and they marveled. Mom! The beads in here are so pretty. They're still sparkling. I wonder where Dad bought them, they're so beautiful. Dad, can I see that beautiful marble? I really like that marble too. Chu Feng saw that his daughters were very interested in the several nightlights. He immediately bent down, leaned in close to his 2 beautiful daughters, and reached out to take the 2 nightlights out. The nightlight is a rare gemstone, which was called the Suizhu, Xianzhu, Shuai, or Mingyuzhu in ancient times. It is a natural, self-luminous jewel that can be seen clearly by the human eye in the dark. The night pearl, commonly referred to as the phosphorescent stone or luminous stone. It is formed when some luminous substances in the Earth's crust accumulate in the ore over tens of millions of years, from the initial volcanic magma eruption to later geological movements. Stones containing these rare luminous elements, after processing, are what people call night pearls, often with colors such as yellow-green, light blue, orange-red, etc. Of course, natural night pearls are extremely valuable. It is said that in ancient times, one of Empress Dowager Cixi's night pearls was worth 810 million. 10 years ago, a night pearl was discovered that was worth 2.2 billion. The night pearls in the box are each larger than a pigeon's egg. Their color, material, and luster are all top-notch. Chu Feng estimates that the value of any one of them would be several hundred million. The two that were taken out were one bright yellow and one light blue. Chu Feng guessed that the combined value would definitely exceed 1 billion. The little girls took the two night pearls from Chu Feng's hands. Their eyes were bright with admiration. "Dad, this bead is really beautiful. Compared to this, the marbles I used to play with are really ugly." "Marbles? How can marbles compare to night pearls?" Lu Ruyan and Lu Chui couldn't help but laugh and cry. Chu Feng didn't seem to mind. "If you like them, you can use them as marbles in the future." Hearing Chu Feng's words, the little girls were overjoyed. "This is great. Dad is giving us such beautiful beads to use as marbles." Compared to the little girls' joy, Lu Chui and Lu Ruyan were extremely worried. "No, absolutely not. Chu Feng, how can you give these to the children as marbles?" No, this is such a valuable thing, you absolutely cannot let the children play with it. Chu Feng, even if you spoil the children, you cannot spoil them like this. You'll spoil the kids." Lu Ruyan and Lu Chui couldn't help but say this over and over again in their hearts. The well-behaved little girls heard their mother and grandmother say so. They also knew that the beads in their hands were not the marbles they used to play with. Reluctantly, they handed the beads to Chu Feng. "Dad, these beads are too precious, we won't play with them, we'll just look at them." Chu Feng smiled faintly as he looked at his daughter's longing eyes. "This thing is useless to me, you keep it for yourselves to play with." Chu Feng told the little girls that it couldn't be seen during the day. At night, when the lights are off, these beads are even more beautiful. Chu Feng described to his daughters the beautiful sight of the night's pearl of wisdom. The little girl's beautiful eyes became even brighter. Daddy, let's put it away first. Can Mom and Dad enjoy it with us at night?" Chu Feng had originally thought that his daughters would have a new toy at night. Then they would not keep asking to sleep with him. In this way, he and his own superb woman, Lu Ruyan, would be able to peacefully and happily spend their own world of two. But now, the old driver Chu Feng is not worried, because he has experience now anyway. Chu Feng stroked the little head of his youngest daughter, Chu Chu, and laughed. "Daddy will look first and see if there are any more night pearls in the box. There are only 2 of them, and there aren't enough for the 3 of you to play with." Hearing Chu Feng's words, the little girls cheered. Lu Chui and Lu Ruyan almost wanted to cry. There were hundreds of millions of night pearls, and they already had 2. And they still didn't think it was enough? Those ordinary people who worked hard and toiled to provide for their families. For a lifetime, or even lifetimes, they would never be able to see a night pearl for themselves. Even living was not an easy thing. What would they think if they heard it? At this moment, Chu Feng naturally didn't care what others thought. He picked up the small box and just threw it down on the leather chair. All kinds of light dazzled the eyes. The continuous shocks left Lu Chui and Lu Ruyan in a daze. Only the little girl didn't make any exclamations, one after the other. Chu Feng rummaged through the pile of jewelry. Sure enough, he saw 2 more night pearls. No. Not 2. 4. The 4 pearls were different colors and sizes. But each one was absolutely the best night pearl. Their value was not lower than the previous 2 night pearls. There are exactly 6 in total, 2 for each of you. Think of Chu Chu, you can pick your favorite color. Chu Feng was about to hand the 4 new night pearls he had just found to his daughters, and let them choose as if they were picking their favorite candies. But suddenly, Chu Feng found a strange object among the jewels. Damn! Why is there this in here? Chu Feng almost put it away as fast as he could. This thing cannot be seen by the mother-in-law. And it is even more important that the daughters don't see it. However, no matter how fast Chu Feng was, after all, he is not a fairy. Lu Chui, Lu Ruyan, and their daughters noticed what he had just done. Lu Chui felt very strange. The perfect son-in-law, Chu Feng, did not care about the imperial seal or the royal jewels. Why would he care about a scroll of drawings? The beautiful CEO, Lu Ruyan, was also puzzled. However, her daughters and mother were nearby. She did not ask any more questions. She was going to take advantage of the fact that no one was around to ask Chu Feng about his strange actions just now. The daughters didn't think about it so much. The three little pink-faced Lolas spoke directly. Daddy, Daddy. What were you hiding just now? Daddy, what's the good stuff? Can you show it to Chu Chu, Daddy? Daddy, I want to see it too. Without thinking, Chu Feng shook his head directly. No. Absolutely not. Except for Lu Ruyan, you can show it to her when no one is around. Whether it's the mother-in-law or the daughters, you can't show them. The more Chu Feng refused to let them see it, the more the little girls wanted to see it. Dad, just let us take a look. Yes, Dad, just let us take a look. Dad, really? Dad, then tell us, what is it? Chu Feng felt that if things continued like this, it would not do. If the girls' curiosity was not satisfied, they would keep thinking about it. Chu Feng discovered that not only were the girls curious, even Lu Chui and Lu Ruyan are just as curious. They can't wait for Chu Feng to open it up and take a look. It's okay to tell you guys about it, as I've been thinking about it a lot. This is a scroll of paintings, an authentic work by an ancient celebrity. Dad is going to give it to your mom tonight. Because it's a special gift for your mom, I can't open it up now. Otherwise, I won't be able to express the kind of feelings I have for your mom. If you want to see it, just wait until tomorrow and ask your mom. Chu Feng was telling the truth anyway. Moreover, generally speaking, children's curiosity only lasts for a short while. Perhaps by tomorrow, they will have forgotten about the scroll. No matter what. It is definitely not possible to open the scroll for everyone to see now. No way. The obedient little girls, upon hearing that Chu Feng said it was a gift for their mother, did not pursue the matter. Chu Feng handed over the 4 night pearls in his hand in due course. Okay, these are night pearls. You can pick whichever ones you like. For now, I'll leave them to my precious daughters. Chu Feng's next task was to deal with the inquisitive mother-in-law Lu Chui and the ultimate beauty in his family, Lu Ruyan. Mom, Lu Ruyan, here are some jewelry. Take whatever you like. We're all family, so don't be shy. The mother and daughter looked at the 3 little girls intently staring at the night pearls, and then at the many pieces of jewelry on the leather chair. The 2 of them lowered their voices and asked one after the other. Chu Feng, where did you get all this stuff? These can't possibly be all the imperial jewels, can they? My dear son-in-law, I used to work in a jewelry store. These gold and silver jewels are clearly very valuable. There's so much here, how much do you think they're worth? Chu Feng didn't know exactly how much they were worth either. He smiled faintly and said, if you like them, just take them and don't worry about anything else. Chu Feng told the 2 that currently Yida Plaza Investment Company and Yancheng Private Hospital all belonged to him. There were also some other projects, which he would talk about later. As for other things, Chu Feng had not obtained them yet. However, he wanted to give the 2 a heads up first. With a god-level selection system, Chu Feng was confident that it would not be long before he obtained many other good things. Before they knew it, an entire morning had passed. Chu Feng drove everyone away from Yancheng Private Hospital. Mom, Lu Ruyan, where do you want to go for lunch? I've been thinking about you, do you have any particular food you want? Lu Chui and Lu Ruyan both said they didn't mind where they went to eat. Even if they went home and ate now, it would be fine. The beautiful housekeeper at home, Yu Lingyue, has a culinary skill that is absolutely on par with a 5-star hotel chef. After eating twice, both Lu Ruyan and Lu Chui were a bit obsessed. The little girls, each holding a night pearl worth hundreds of millions of dollars, were all very opinionated. Dad, let's go to McDonald's. I want to go to KFC. Can we go for pizza? I think hot pot is fine too. Those are all expensive, I suggest we go to Shaxian Snacks. Except for the youngest daughter, Chu Chu, the other 2 daughters all expressed their own opinions. Chu Feng looked at his youngest daughter, who suddenly looked a little down. He could even see a misty fog rising in his youngest daughter Chu Chu's eyes. What's wrong with Chu Chu? Chapter 39, like smoke, Chu Feng marveled, how could a perfect husband cry? What did he just say? It seems like he didn't say anything. Chu Feng hurriedly stopped for the sake of his family. Then he hugged his youngest daughter, Chu Chu, in his arms. Choo, what's wrong? Why are you crying for no reason? Is something not comfortable? Dad, shall we go to the hospital before to get a checkup? The little girl shook her head in Chu Feng's arms. Dad, I'm fine. I just remembered yesterday. Dad took me to eat all kinds of desserts. Ever since I was little, I've always seen other kids eating them. I've only eaten them once or twice in my whole life. Having said that, the other two little girls also felt the same way. From the moment they were born, their bodies were weaker than other children. There were many foods they couldn't eat. Sweet foods like ice cream, which children love the most, were even more off limits. If they touch it, they will suffer. Second daughter Nian Nian said to Chu Feng, Dad, I want to eat ice cream. Since I took the magic pills you gave us, I feel much better. If we are healthy, can we eat ice cream more often now and in the future? The steady eldest daughter CC also said, Dad, in the past, my sisters would secretly stand in front of the tuck shop. They watched other children eating popsicles and ice cream. But we had pocket money in our hands, and we didn't dare buy any. We were afraid that we would get sick after eating it, and make our mother and grandmother sad. When it came to the past, the little girls nodded. Dad, now that we've eaten the candy beans you gave us, can we eat ice cream as much as we want, just like other kids? After looking at the expectant eyes of the three little girls, Chu Feng nodded. Cici and Shen Shen, your bodies are already no worse than other children's. Previously, Chu Feng had obtained 12 pills for strengthening the body and improving health. The three little girls, their mother Lu Ruyan, and their maternal grandmother Lu Chui. In addition, Chu Feng's parents all took one. Among them, an extra one was given to the youngest daughter, Chu Chu, and her father, Chu Hao. Not long ago, an additional finished product was given to Qin Weiman for research. In other words, 10 pills have been consumed, leaving only 2. These 2 pills are to be kept in reserve for a critical moment. After all, the system's health pills can, in a very short time, significantly improve the user's health. I hope that Qin will soon be able to develop a finished product for me. I'll keep these 2 pills for now. If I get sick or feel unwell in the future, I can take one of these health pills. Having made up his mind, Chu Feng decided to take his daughters out for dessert. Do you know that the desserts there are delicious? Daddy will take you there to eat together. Daddy, the desserts at the place you took us to yesterday were really delicious. Upon hearing that Chu Feng was taking them out for dessert, the younger daughter, Chu Chu, couldn't help but beam with joy. Chu Chu still clearly remembered the delicious feeling of eating the desserts at that time. Okay, let's go now. Chu Feng drove the luxurious and domineering Night 15. After half an hour or so, Chu Feng drove the family to their destination. After parking the car, Chu Feng and his party wandered over to the food street behind Yida Square. His daughters rarely went out. They were very curious about everything around them. They looked around, taking in the sights. And everyone else around them was looking at Chu Feng and his party. The handsome and extraordinary Chu Feng, and the slender and beautiful beauty president Lu Ruyan. The 3 little Lolas, who were almost identical, were all carved like jade. Wherever they went, they were a beautiful sight. The mood of the group was actually very good. However, Chu Feng clearly sensed that the beautiful president beside him was a little nervous. Lu Ruyan tightly held a black plastic bag in her hand. Originally, Chu Feng had planned to just leave it in the car. Lu Ruyan was worried about its safety and wanted to carry it with her. Chu Feng didn't mind, so he carried it with him. His body was far superior to that of an ordinary person in every way. Absolutely no one could snatch something away from him. Chu Feng gently pinched the pretty face of his own peerless woman. Lu Ruyan, don't be nervous. We're out here having fun as a family, so let's have some fun. Anyone who doesn't know you well might think I'm forcing you to do something you don't want to do. Looking at Chu Feng's mischievous smile beside her, Lu Ruyan's pretty face turned red. Even now, she vaguely felt her cheeks tingle. What a scoundrel! Lu Ruyan glared at Chu Feng angrily, and her mood lightened a little. But she still tightly gripped the black plastic bag in her hand. The family had just arrived at Yida Square. Li Chitsai, the property manager of Yida Square, ran up to Chu Feng. Boss, you're here. Chu Feng waved his hand, indicating that Li Chitsai should go wherever it was cool. I'm just taking my family out for dessert today, so go about your own business. If there's nothing else, don't bother me. Okay boss, I'll report back to you about something and then get out of your hair. Li Chizai told Chu Feng that he had already selected 3 well-located stores for Lu Ruyan's beauty fashion company, as Chu Feng had instructed. These stores are being renovated as we speak and will be ready for use soon. Chu Feng suddenly remembered. He is now the largest shareholder of Yida Company. Let all the plazas of Yida Company arrange clothing stores for Lu Ruyan. In this way, will Lu Ruyan's clothing brand not be able to receive great promotion? Chu Feng did as he thought. He directly called his father Chu Hao. Then, in his capacity as the largest shareholder, he directly promoted Li Chizai and made him the general manager of Yida's Yangcheng branch. The first task is to include the Lu Ruyan clothing brand of Lu Ruyan Clothing Company as a deep-level partner. Next, it will be comprehensively promoted in Yida plazas across the country. Upon hearing these words, Lu Ruyan was a little excited. She looked affectionately at the handsome and extraordinary-looking Chu Feng beside her. She thought to herself, Chu Feng has, without me knowing, already arranged everything for me. Thinking about myself, I have really been stupid for these past 5 years. I really shouldn't have. Fortunately, Chu Feng is not angry. Well, in that case, I will do more of the things that Chu Feng likes in the future. Chu Feng did not notice that the beautiful president next to him had a delicate and rosy face, like a cooked shrimp. He was very satisfied with Li Chizai's abilities and his consideration for his boss. Do a good job, and you will be promoted soon. Without paying any more attention to the surprised Li Chizai, Chu Feng led his family through Yida Plaza. Both sides of the street were lined with luxury goods stores. One of them had just expired. The Dior luxury goods store was not small and had an excellent location. The person in charge there ran up to Li Chizai and begged him to continue renting the store to them. Li Chizai did not agree, as he had already made arrangements for the store. The person in charge caught a glimpse of Chu Feng and the others, who had not gone far. She hurriedly chased after them. Boss. I am Zhu, the manager of the Dior store in Yida Plaza. We at Dior would like to continue renting this store, even if the rent goes up a bit. Can we continue renting it? Chu Feng didn't even bother to look at the beautiful woman in professional attire, who was considered a beauty by ordinary people. This store will belong to my woman in the future, so you guys should move out quickly. Then, boss, I'm willing. The professional attired beauty was eager to try. Chu Feng impatiently said, You're willing? How come I'm not willing? Seeing the beautiful professional-looking woman, he wanted to say something more. Chu Feng waved his hand directly, cut the crap. If you say anything else, I'll drive all your other Dior boutiques out of Yida Plaza, even Yida Plaza. He took his own exquisite woman Lu Ruyan's white and slender hand, and together with his daughters, continued walking towards the food court. He didn't care at all about the professional-looking beauty's messy hair in the wind. Lu Ruyan, are you satisfied with this boutique? I told them to move quickly. Your Ruyan clothing brand can move in tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. How could Ruyan not be satisfied? Before Chu Feng appeared, she never dreamed that she could open her own store in Yida Plaza, which is full of luxury brand stores. Ruyan was moved to say, Chu Feng, you are so good to me. You are simply the perfect husband. The heartfelt praise from the beautiful CEO made Chu Feng feel better. It made him feel better than any flattery from anyone else. What made him feel even better was the familiar and pleasant system prompt that sounded in Chu Feng's mind once again. Gee. I wonder if this time it will be something good that I really wanted before, like storage space? Chu Feng was full of anticipation. Chapter 40, Is it possible that I won't go home to sleep tonight? Ding dong. Host, congratulations, Lu Ruyan praises you as the perfect husband, and you have obtained the god-level choice. 1. 100,000 taels of silver. 2. A space ring with 10 cubic spaces, upgradable. Please make a choice, and you will receive the selected reward as soon as possible. The current value of silver is about 200 soft per tael. 100,000 taels of silver is worth about 20 million. For ordinary people, this is a huge sum of money. But for Chu Feng, it is not attractive at all. Chu Feng glanced at it and passed it directly. The second option is the space ring with 10 cubic meters of space, upgradable. This really surprised Chu Feng. Gee, it really is whatever you think, whatever you get. With the space ring, in the future, if you have something, you can just put it in the storage space of the space ring. It's absolutely safe and absolutely convenient. What's more, this space ring can even be upgraded. In the future, it won't just be 10 cubic meters. Maybe it can be upgraded to 100 cubic meters, 1,000 cubic meters. Or even 100,000, a million, or even a billion cubic meters. With the exquisite beauty Lu Ruyan by his side, and the three little lowly girls. Even if it's just a simple, relaxing day, the upgrade selection system will still give him some generous surprise options from time to time. It's just so blissful. Chu Feng, what are you smiling at? Did I say something wrong just now? Lu Ruyan, with a rosy face, asked. Chu Feng shook his head and smiled. You didn't say anything wrong, of course I'm the perfect husband. After a pause, Chu Feng said again. And you are the perfect wife. Husband and wife, we are inseparable. Sincere words of love can move the heart of the perfect beauty Lu Ruyan more than any luxury gift. Lu Ruyan hugged Chu Feng's arm a little tighter. Mom, Dad, what are you talking about? The little girl is curious about everything. The second daughter, Nian Nian, giggled and said. Sisters, you don't know, do you? Mom and Dad are just feeding the dog. Kids these days are so smart. Even at such a young age, they know how to feed the dog. In front of her daughters, Lu Ruyan no longer dared to say anything. Chu Feng also ended the previous sweet topic in time. Walking through the pedestrian street, there were many luxury shops on both sides of the street. Some of the young and beautiful beauty shopping guides knew Chu Feng, the son of the former richest man. They also knew that Chu Feng was now the owner of the entire pedestrian street. Seeing Chu Feng passing by, they all greeted him with a smile. Hello, boss. Boss, there are new limited models in the store, come in and have a look. Boss, these are your daughters? They're really cute and pretty. Children usually can't help but praise. Praised by these beautiful saleswomen, the little girls couldn't be happier. Daddy, that lady is praising us. Yes, she said we're very pretty and cute. The little girls surrounded Chu Feng. As he turned the corner, he arrived at the food street. Chu Feng took his family directly to the dessert shop they had visited the day before. Thinking of you all the time, you can order whatever you want. Okay, Dad. The little girls picked out their favorite desserts. Of course, there were also some other foods in the dessert shop. Lu Chui, the mother-in-law, didn't like desserts, so she chose a stew. Chu Feng and Lu Ruyan accompanied their daughters as they picked out their desserts. An hour later. The food made everyone happy. The family was happy and full of laughter. They left the dessert shop with light steps. Just as they reached the pedestrian street, Lu Ruyan suddenly saw a woman carrying a handbag. She suddenly remembered the black plastic bag she had been holding. Oh no! Chu Feng, I've lost the black plastic bag. Lu Ruyan was anxious and self-blaming, and she was about to rush back to the dessert shop to search for the plastic bag that contained a lot of expensive treasures. Chu Feng pulled her back and laughed. Don't worry, I've put everything away, I haven't lost it. Earlier, while eating dessert, Chu Feng had already claimed a reward, a black ring with a dragon pattern engraved on it. This ring is very distinctive. It can be set up so that only he can see it. Now the ring was on his finger, and Chu Feng could see it clearly, but Lu Ruyan next to him couldn't. Inside the ring, there are 10 cubic storage spaces. With a flick of his mind, Chu Feng can take out the items in the ring. However, there are outsiders around. And there are quite a few cameras here. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Chu Feng didn't take it out. Chu Feng, are you serious? You've kept it all? You scared me just now, I thought I'd lost so many precious things. Lu Ruyan patted her chest and looked scared. Chu Feng's gaze followed the movements of his own peerless woman. He looked at the beautiful CEO's graceful posture and hot body. He had just eaten, and suddenly felt hungry again. He hoped that time would pass quickly and it would be early evening soon. In the evening, I will take the scroll that I specially hid before and show it to Lu Ruyan to admire. The evil smile on Chu Feng's face was seen by the beautiful CEO beside him. She lowered her voice, Chu Feng, what are you up to? I can see you're smiling wickedly, so you must be up to no good. The cold and aloof beauty president, in Chu Feng's presence, was increasingly unable to maintain her aloof appearance. Her delicate and pretty face was as picturesque as the morning clouds on a hill. My own exquisite woman has such a thin skin. Chu Feng whispered in Lu Ruyan's ear. You'll know what bad things I'm thinking about tonight. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Ruyan, whose face had turned even redder, fled to her mother Lu Chui's side. Chu Feng laughed silently. Flee? Where can she flee to? You can flee from the monk, but not from the temple. Is she not going home to sleep tonight? Chapter 41, Overbearing President Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan Clothing Company, President's Secretary Xiaoyu, was so happy at this time that she couldn't stop smiling. Really? 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 Yida Plaza will really give our company 10 stores? And on the pedestrian street full of luxury stores, they will give us the store that originally belonged to Dior? I'm not dreaming, am I? President's Secretary Xiaoyu was so happy that she couldn't help but jump up. What made her want to jump even more was that Li Chizai, the general manager of Yida Plaza, even told her. Yida Plaza Investment Corporation will soon cooperate in depth with Lu Ruyan Clothing Company and become strategic partners. One is a national top 100 company worth hundreds of billions of yuan. The other is a small clothing company that has just started. The gap between the two is simply too huge. Under normal circumstances, this is simply impossible. However, Xiaoyu vaguely heard the wind. The man of her CEO seems to be no ordinary person. I heard that he is the chairman of Yida Plaza Investment Company. Xiaoyu felt that if this was really the case, then President Lu Ruyan would be able to become a wealthy housewife next. As for the company, I'm afraid it is likely to be disbanded. Xiaoyu was the first veteran employee to start a business with Lu Ruyan. She couldn't bear to see the company, which had a bright future, just disappear. She was similar in thought to other employees. After thinking about it, Xiaoyu called Lu Ruyan. Chairman, Yida Plaza has offered us 10 stores, and the pedestrian street is also talking about giving us another store. Not only that, Yida is also considering in-depth cooperation with us and becoming a strategic partner. They want to help us make Lu Ruyan Clothing Company a top domestic and even international clothing brand. Xiaoyu summarized the news she had received and notified Lu Ruyan. Well, I already know. Xiaoyu, is there anything else? President, it's like this. Many of the other employees and I are worried. What is it, Xiaoyu? Just tell me. Chairman, we're worried that you're going to become a rich wife and dissolve the company in the future. Xiaoyu and Lu Ruyan have been in contact for a long time and directly expressed their true thoughts. By the way, she told Lu Ruyan that many people in the company share this concern. She hopes that Lu Ruyan will not dissolve the company. The company has achieved what it has today because she and many other employees have worked hard. Everyone has put in a lot of effort and does not want to see the company dissolved. Xiaoyu, I have no intention of dissolving the company. Tell everyone to gather in the conference room. Lu Ruyan tells Xiaoyu that she is nearby. A full meeting will be held in half an hour. As soon as Xiaoyu hangs up, the door to the CEO's office is slammed open. Where is the CEO? I just closed a big deal and wanted to tell Lu Ruyan in person. Xiaoyu looks up and sees a man rushing in. He is the deputy sales manager of Lu Ruyan's clothing company. If he couldn't recruit a suitable sales manager, he would be promoted to head of the company's sales department. This person had certain abilities and was certainly not lacking in ambition. Xiaoyu didn't have a good impression of this man. The same was true of President Lu Ruyan. Otherwise, he would not have been passed over for promotion and instead, the company would have directly recruited a general manager for the sales department. The chairman will be at the company soon, and the meeting will start in half an hour. Ma Wei, go get ready. After a pause, Xiaoyu added. And in the future, when you enter the president's office, you must knock first. If you have something to report to the president, report it to me first, the president's secretary, and I will report it to the president. Ma Wei, who was in front of him, raised his eyebrows and didn't think so. Does he really think he is the president? How dare a little secretary speak to me like that? Don't forget, the company is where it is today because I, the assistant sales manager who runs sales and negotiates business, am the biggest contributor. And don't you think about it. What if one day I become the general manager? It's not impossible. With my abilities and President Lu Ruyan's love of talent, it's not impossible for the president and I to become a couple. Then you won't be afraid of me firing you? After saying these strange things, Ma Wei strode out of the president's office. Only the president's secretary, Xiaoyu, glared at Ma Wei's back and gnashed her teeth. He really is living in a dream, and doesn't even look in the mirror. You think you've closed a few deals and the whole company has to fawn over you? You think there's a chance with the CEO? How could the CEO possibly fancy someone like you? Xiaoyu felt that Ma Wei was now relying on the fact that he had closed a few deals. He was getting more and more out of line at the company. After thinking about it, she reported what had just happened to Lu Ruyan. Okay, Xiaoyu, I got it. I'm already downstairs at the company. Lu Ruyan put away her phone, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. To be honest, Ma Wei has only been in the company for less than 2 months. He is quite capable. But he has a bad character, arrogant and self-righteous. Next to her, Xu Feng greeted his daughters and entered the elevator. Then he pressed the button for the 9th floor. In the corner of his eye, he saw his own ultimate beauty, Lu Ruyan, frowning slightly. Xu Feng gently embraced her in his arms. Lu Ruyan, what's wrong? Nothing, just a little thing at the company. Either the company closes down, or in the future, you take care of the pretty face, and I'll take care of making money to support the family. Xu Feng, Lu Ruyan, you don't need to say anything, I know. Don't worry, I'll help you make your Lu Ruyan clothing brand into a top international brand. After all, life is about being happy. As for someone who makes their perfect woman unhappy, then they'll know what a painful price to pay. Ding, the 9th floor has arrived. Upon hearing the elevator voice prompt, Xu Feng, Lu Ruyan, and Lu Chui, each holding the hands of 2 little lowly girls, stepped out of the elevator. The group had just arrived at the door of the Lu Ruyan clothing company. A scruffy man rushed out of the clothing company. President Lu Ruyan, I was just looking for you. I have good news to tell you. Didn't I go to the demon capital a few days ago? I was in the Magic City, and I've already closed a big deal. My President Lu Ruyan, how are you going to reward me? Ma Wei's words were not finished. He saw a Shu soul, which kept enlarging in his pupils. Boom! The arrogant and self-righteous Ma Wei fell backwards. The next moment, another Shu soul was stamped hard on his face. Who are you? Why are you hitting me? Stop it! Ma Wei screamed. His teeth had been stepped on and he was losing his breath. Xu Feng sneered. If his daughters weren't around, he wouldn't want them to see the bloody scene. He was afraid that Ma Wei would suffer even more. This blind fool actually wanted to hit the woman of his dreams in front of him. He was just asking for death. Lu Ruyan, you go in first, I'll have a chat with this fool. The idiot Ma Wei, looking at the goddess in his heart, obediently listened to Chu Feng's words. He couldn't help but be shocked. He finally learned about Chu Feng's identity. You're the CEO's boyfriend? Let me tell you, I'm the head of the most important sales department in the company. Dare you hit me? Do you know that if I just quit, Lu Ruyan Clothing Company will have no business at all? It will soon go out of business directly. Xu Feng felt that continuing to be here and listening to Ma Wei's words. It's simply lowering your IQ and polluting your ears. Xu Feng made a phone call and asked Zhou Saida to come over and get rid of the idiot Ma Wei. Before long, Zhou Saida appeared in front of Xu Feng. He ordered someone to take away the idiot Ma Wei, and Zhou Saida was very good at handling things. However, he did not leave right away. Instead, he came to Xu Feng. Boss, I have already done everything you asked me to do. Xu Feng waved his hand to indicate that he knew and told Zhou Saida to continue with his work. He himself walked into Lu Ruyan's clothing company. Not long after, he saw his 3 exquisite daughters. He also saw the meeting room not far away. His own ultimate beauty, Lu Ruyan, was sitting in the president's seat, describing the company's development prospects to the rest of the company. His own ultimate woman is gentle and lovely in front of him. But in front of the rest of the company, she is completely aloof and absolutely domineering. If this were a night of just the 2 of them, she would also give him a domineering president style. It should be quite interesting, right? Xu Feng rubbed his chin, looking forward to the night. At this time. Chapter 42, The Best is Too Much. At this time, the 3 little Lolas who were staying by Lu Chui's side saw Xu Feng. They all ran to Xu Feng's front. Dad. Second sister said she wants to ask you for something. Yes, Dad, Nian just accidentally told the truth. Listening to the pleasant voices of his daughters, Xu Feng looked at his second daughter, Nian, who was hesitating to say something but was afraid to say it. Second daughter Nian, amazing martial arts prodigy. What does she want? Encouraged by Xu Feng, his second daughter, Nian, took the initiative to tell him her request. Dad, I see that you move with great swiftness and efficiency. Do you know Kung Fu? Can you call me Dad? Xu Feng was taken aback. He had expected his daughter to ask for something else. She wanted to learn Kung Fu. At that moment, the system's pleasant prompt sounded in Xu Feng's head. Host, congratulations, your daughter has made a request of you, and you have obtained a god-level choice. 1. 100 Martial Arts Secrets. 2. The title of National Martial Arts Master. Please make your choice, and you will receive the reward after the choice is made. 100 Martial Arts Secrets. You can find as many of these as you want in bookstores or online stores. The title of National Martial Arts Master. Wearing this title immediately makes you a National Martial Arts Master. In this way, Xu Feng made a wise choice. System, I choose the second one. The next moment, Xu Feng's hand was holding an additional title that only he could see. He was able to wear it. Xu Feng wore it directly. The next moment, various national martial arts moves, techniques, and so on. At this time, Xu Feng had become a true national martial arts master. Xu Feng looked at his daughter Nian Nian in front of him, who was full of anticipation. He pondered if his daughter had just asked to learn things like playing the piano and singing. Would the god-level choice he had obtained be something related to that? He wasn't sure. Dad, can you teach me Kung Fu? Second daughter Nian Nian asked again. If Nian Nian wanted to learn painting now, then Xu Feng really wouldn't know how to teach her. At most, he would have to pay a lot of money to hire a top painting master to teach her. But his second daughter wanted to learn Kung Fu. Xu Feng, who had just worn the title of Kung Fu Master, really was the most suitable person to teach his daughter. Seeing her second daughter Nian Nian's expectant face, Xu Feng readily agreed. Yay! Daddy said yes. Nian Nian was so excited that she jumped up and down. Her two ponytails, which Lu Ruyan had combed in the morning, bounced about, looking so cute. The little girl's head rubbed against Xu Feng's chest. She looked like a happy kitten. Daddy, can you call me now? Xu Feng stroked his daughter's little head and laughed. Nian Nian, wanting to learn Kung Fu is no easy task. You need to put in a lot of effort and sweat, as well as a long period of perseverance. Dad, I'm willing. Nian Nian has been firm in her beliefs since a long time ago. As the second eldest sister, her physique is relatively speaking the best of the three sisters. She vows to shoulder the responsibility of protecting her older sister, younger sister, mom and dad. No matter how much hardship and tiredness there is. She is willing to do it. Looking at her daughter's determined eyes, Xu Feng nodded. Her daughter, Nian Nian, is gifted with an amazing bone structure and is a martial arts prodigy. Plus, she herself is willing to endure hardship. Xu Feng believes that when she grows up, she may even be more qualified to be a martial arts master than he is, who wears the title of martial arts master. She may even surpass him. It is very likely that she will excel him. Although Xu Feng wants to prepare a wealthy life for his daughter has her own dreams. Xu Feng naturally would not break her daughter's dream. Kung Fu is the crystallization of our national wisdom, the embodiment of traditional culture, and a martial art that is unique in the world. It emphasizes both strength and flexibility, and cultivates both the inside and outside. It has a strong and handsome appearance, as well as an elegant and profound inner meaning. It contains the understanding of life and the universe by the sages, and is a precious cultural heritage accumulated over a long period of time by our working people. Xu Feng and her daughters talked about the origin and basic knowledge of Kung Fu. At the same time, he told them that they could learn Kung Fu in every move and every breath. Something that is too troublesome is not good to teach at Lu Ruyan's clothing company. Xu Feng taught the simplest breathing method. Breathing in and out is said in many novels to be the method of cultivating immortals. In fact, this is the Taoist method of cultivating the body and mind to strengthen the body and mind. As a master of Chinese martial arts, Xu Feng, through the knowledge, abilities and skills attached to the title of master of Chinese martial arts he wears. After combining them, he summed up a breathing method suitable for his daughters to learn now. If you persevere for a long time, it can have the effect of strengthening the body and prolonging life. Of course, this effect is gradual. It is naturally not as good as taking a pill that directly strengthens the body and prolongs life. But over time, it is still of great benefit to the body. It is a very simple breathing method that Xu Feng has just taught. Second daughter Nian Nian immediately said, Dad, I've learned it. That fast? Xu Feng thought that it would take at least 10 days or half a month. This is still Xu Feng, who feels that his precious daughter has her own excellent genes. If it were any other ordinary person, Xu Feng would estimate that it would take at least a month before they could really learn it. Your daughter is just too outstanding. Nian Nian, show me. Xu Feng looked at his daughter, ready to verify if she had really learned it. It's Dad. A prodigy with amazing talent in bone structure, a martial arts genius, Xu Nian Nian, immediately repeated the knowledge that Xu Feng had just taught her. Breathing method. This method not only cultivates qi, but also nourishes the mind. It cultivates both the body and the mind, nourishes the inside and the outside. It unblocks the flow of qi and blood, eliminates all diseases, and over time naturally calms the mind. Once the mind is calm, it can balance yin and yang, which in turn harmonizes the six pulses, coordinates the internal organs, unblocks the meridians, and activates the qi. Through breathing exercises, the body's qi and blood can be harmonized and made to flow smoothly, expelling evil and supporting the positive, cultivating positive energy, nourishing the primordial spirit, dispelling disease and prolonging life, treating illness and strengthening the body when there is no illness. The key to breathing exercises is to go with the natural flow. There are 4 steps in total: inhale, hold your breath, nurture your breath, and exhale. If Xu Feng had taught something else, then Nian Nian might not have been able to remember it. But what Xu Feng taught was something related to Kung Fu, and Nian Nian seemed to have unlocked a special ability. She was able to remember everything Xu Feng had just taught her. She learned it straight away. Watching her younger sister Nian Nian, it was as if she had perfectly replicated the breathing method she had just taught. Xu Feng could only marvel, again and again. She was so impressed that she was about to shout 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6. Nian Nian, teach me, I haven't learned it yet. I haven't learned it either, it feels a bit difficult. I reckon it'll take me 2 or 3 days to learn it. Lu Chui, who was standing next to Xu Feng, was also following along while he was teaching. She thought that breathing was such a simple thing, and as an adult, she was sure she could learn it before the children. But after trying to learn it herself, she realized that it was really too difficult. Not to mention learning it straight away like Nian Nian did in one go. Even if it takes 2 or 3 days, as the other little girls said, Lu Chui feels that she simply cannot do it. I'm getting old, and even a 4-year-old girl is far better than me. I'm really useless. But I have an excellent daughter. Well, I also have an excellent and unscrupulous son-in-law who is perfect. In addition, I also have 3 equally excellent granddaughters. Lu Chui, who found that she could not learn it, simply gave up. After taking a look at Xu Feng and the little girls, Lu Chui was contented and happy. At this time, Nian Nian, who had directly learned the breathing method, volunteered to teach her younger sisters. The clear and pleasant little girl's voice followed. Sisters, listen to me and watch me do it. The first step is to inhale. Take a breath to the lower dantian. You can inhale shallowly or deeply. The second step is to hold your breath. Xu Feng smiled as he watched his second daughter and taught the other little Lolitas how to practice breathing. His daughters were exceptionally talented. What kind of experience is it to have daughters who are monsters? Xu Feng now had a lot to say about it. He was amazed, and then amazed again, and continued to be amazed, continuously amazed, one after the other. They are worthy of my excellent genes, and they are indeed just like me. All of them are so outstandingly evil. Xu Feng looked at his second daughter, Nian Nian, and then at his third daughter. They both have their own talents. The talent of her second daughter, Nian Nian, is in martial arts. She is a martial arts prodigy with amazing bone structure. As for her eldest daughter, her talent is in painting. She has an eye for the future and is a painting prodigy. At this moment, Xu Feng thought, since her second daughter, Nian Nian, can learn martial arts as soon as she starts. Chapter 43, My Own Ultimate Woman Turned Out to Be. If I find a good teacher for Cece, I'll know if that's the case after a little guidance. Xu Feng couldn't help but think of someone. That was Yu Lingyue, the beautiful housekeeper and personal secretary at his villa. Yu Lingyue's figure, appearance, and temperament were all top-notch, almost on par with his own ultimate beauty, Lu Ruyan. Moreover, Yu Lingyue could make tea, and could almost be called a tea master. She also had excellent cooking skills, comparable to a chef at a 5-star hotel. Of course, her business acumen is also extremely outstanding. I wonder if Yu Lingyue can paint. If she can, there is no need to find another teacher for Nian Nian. Right, when I go back, I can use the Emperor's pupil technique to take a look at Yu Lingyue. I always feel that Yu Lingyue has some kind of secret. For someone so outstanding, It seems a bit of a waste to have her work as my housekeeper. Anyway, when I go back, I will see you Lingyue. At that time, with my emperor's pupil technique, I will be able to see you Lingyue's information. Xu Feng is in no hurry now. In the conference room not far away, Lu Ruyan, the cold and domineering CEO, is holding a meeting that is coming to an end. Okay, I've already talked about the company's next direction of development. Soon, our company will enter a period of rapid development. Do you have any questions? A man in a suit stood up. President, I just got back from a business trip. As far as I know, our company's development has reached a bottleneck. There has been no progress in the cooperation with Yida Plaza. Was the president just trying to paint a beautiful and unrealistic picture of the future? The man was one of stupid Ma Wei's subordinates. The two of them used to play games all the time, both outside and at the company. Before Ma Wei came out, in front of Xu Feng, he greeted Lu Ruyan as if they were old friends. He had already discussed this with his subordinate. He would raise all kinds of doubts, and then stupid Ma Wei would stand up and do his best to defend President Lu Ruyan. In this way, he gains favor in Lu Ruyan's eyes. He doesn't know that Ma Wei has been dealt a severe blow by Xu Feng. As a small company, Lu Ruyan has always encouraged employees to ask questions and even challenge. However, he has already said so much. If he were to explain further, it would take at least half an hour. His mother, his husband, and his 3 precious daughters are still waiting outside. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ruyan was about to explain as briefly as possible. Just then, a handsome and extraordinary man walked in. Lu Ruyan, let me host the next meeting. Xu Feng walked straight up to Lu Ruyan's back and affectionately patted the shoulders of his own perfect woman with both hands. He looked down condescendingly at the people in the meeting room. The man who had just asked a question was already used to being set up with Ma Wei the idiot. At this time, subconsciously, he asked the question again, preparing to create conditions for Ma Wei to gain a good impression. After all, he was under Ma Wei's command, and he was desperate to get better promotion. Who are you? Why are you allowed to enter our company's meeting room, and why are you allowed to chair the meeting? What kind of person is Xu Feng that he could possibly answer such a retarded question? He felt that the whole person's brain was not working well. It was comparable to the idiot Ma Wei just now. He thought he could rely on some tricks to close a few deals, but he had no idea who he was. In the corner of his eye, Xu Feng saw Li Qitai come back. He simply waved his hand and let Zhou Saida come in. Boss, we just learned from Ma Wei that he often plays tricks with Zhou Qi and damages the interests of Lu Ruyan's clothing company. He signs contracts with others and then takes kickbacks. Xu Feng looked at the name tag of the well-dressed man who had just asked a question and discovered that his name was exactly Zhou Qi. That person, you take care of it yourself. Yes, boss. That's right, Lu Ruyan has a lot of feelings for Lu Ruyan Clothing Company, so just put on a little expression and tell these people about my identity and the company's next arrangements. Don't worry, boss, I will definitely complete the task. Having subordinates is such a benefit. Just hand things over to your subordinates and you can be a hands-off boss. Pulled by Xu Feng, she was just now in front of the employees with a high-handed and domineering president style, and now she was almost like a little bird in the arms of Lu Ruyan. Ignoring the stunned company, he walked away. After leaving the meeting room, Lu Ruyan soon saw 3 of her precious daughters who were concentrating on studying something. She asked Xu Feng in surprise, Xu Feng, what are the daughters doing? Xu Feng smiled and was preparing to let Lu Ruyan discover something interesting on her own. Sure enough, after approaching, Lu Ruyan also felt that her daughters were having a lot of fun learning this breathing method. In particular, she heard her second daughter say that after practicing the breathing method for a while, she felt particularly comfortable, particularly energetic, and particularly happy. Xu Feng, is this breathing method you taught really that useful? Of course. How dare you doubt your husband? I'll punish you when I get home, believe it or not. Xu Feng whispered directly into Lu Ruyan's ear. The thin-skinned beauty president was so embarrassed. Mommy, the breathing method that Dad taught us is really very useful. Practice with us, Mommy. Mommy, practice with us. Encouraged by her daughter's pleas and Xu Feng's encouraging gaze, Lu Ruyan also nodded with a smile. Just think of it as playing a game with her daughters. Lu Ruyan thought to herself. Her second daughter, Nian, was like a little coach. Once again, she began to teach. Lu Ruyan also studied seriously. But the next moment, Xu Feng, who had been watching Lu Ruyan, was suddenly shocked. His Emperor's pupil technique had seen the innate talent of his peerless woman's ice skin and jade body, and it had actually changed. Chapter 44, God-level ability, the most beautiful scenery. Name, Lu Ruyan. Age, 24 years old. Identity, President of Lu Ruyan Clothing Company. Talent, clothing design, ice skin and jade bone. Breathing method can enhance the talent of ice skin and jade bone. Intimacy, 95 points. Full value is 100 points. Lu Ruyan learned the breathing method for just a moment, and her information changed. Unexpectedly, the simple and practical breathing method was able to enhance the talent of ice skin and jade bone. Chu Feng vaguely had a hunch. If this continues, his own perfect woman, Lu Ruyan, will continue to enhance her talent of ice skin and jade bone. She will continue to become more aloof, more beautiful, and more amazing. Her appearance, temperament, figure, and skin will continue to get better and better. Gee. This is just the breathing method I randomly compiled based on my national martial arts abilities. And already has such a significant effect. If in the future, I can obtain a god-level choice and choose some kind of awesome breathing method or other good stuff, then won't my own superb woman, Lu Ruyan, have even better and greater changes? Chu Feng feels that he has really found a treasure. The 3 powder embossed little Lolas are little treasures. The beautiful and aloof CEO Lu Ruyan is the big treasure. At this time, the little treasures, except for the second daughter, Nian Nian, can learn it after just one lesson. The other 2 little treasures are still trying hard to learn. After the second daughter, Nian Nian, taught Lu Ruyan once, she immediately saw the light. Wow, mommy is so smart. After just one lesson, mommy has almost learned it. Big sister, little sister, you have to work hard. Mommy, watch, I'll teach you again. After Nian Nian taught for the second time, Lu Ruyan had only a little problem that she hadn't mastered. There were no problems left. The third time, she did not let her second daughter teach her. Lu Ruyan practiced a little by herself. Finally, she had completely mastered it too. Mom is so great, Mom is amazing. Nian Nian is young, and the words she uses to praise people are the same ones over and over again. But her words are full of sincerity. Chu Feng stroked his second daughter's little head and laughed. Nian Nian, does this mean that you are saying that Mom is great and amazing, and Dad is not great and amazing? No, no, no. Nian Nian shook her head quickly. Daddy is the best, and the most awesome. Lu Ruyan gave Chu Feng a good-looking glare. How can he tease even his own precious daughter like that? Lu Ruyan was angry, but she was increasingly impressed with her man, Chu Feng. He casually came up with a breathing method. She studied it a little and felt that it really had an effect. Although the effect is slight. If you don't pay close attention, you may not even notice it. But this breathing method is there every second of every day. In other words, it produces results every second of every day. If it continues to accumulate, I can't imagine the result. Lu Ruyan knew that Chu Feng had handed over the research and development of the body strengthening pill to a private hospital in Yangchang. If you use the breathing method together with the body strengthening pill, then after a period of time, we'll all be able to become little supermen. Lu Ruyan's gaze towards Chu Feng couldn't help but brighten a little. And she couldn't help but follow her daughter's lead in praise together. Daddy is the best, Daddy is the most awesome. Lu Ruyan gave Chu Feng a thumbs up. The daughters followed suit and gave Chu Feng a thumbs up one after the other. At the same time, they all shouted in unison. Daddy is the best. Daddy is the greatest. To be praised is a pleasant thing. To be praised by his own demon daughters and the ultimate woman made Chu Feng's mood even more jubilant. Moreover, the simple and crude brutal and direct god-level selection system with a familiar and pleasant voice sounded in Chu Feng's mind. The feeling of being carefree was even more enjoyable. Ding dong! Host, congratulations, Lu Ruyan and her 3 daughters have given you a thumbs up, and you have obtained the god-level choice. 1. You will randomly obtain a god-level ability. 2. A profitable supermarket chain. Please make a choice, and you will receive the reward as soon as possible. Every god-level choice gives extremely generous rewards. This time is no exception. The first choice is to randomly obtain a new god-level ability. If you can obtain a god-level ability, that would naturally be a great pleasure. The second choice was a profitable supermarket chain. The value of this was naturally not small. Chu Feng estimated that it would cost at least tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. With a bit of luck, he might even get an international supermarket chain directly. Something like Carrefour or Walmart. The value of that would be not billions or even hundreds of billions. Chu Feng, who already had a net worth of nearly 200 billion, passed on the second choice directly. He prefers the reward of the first option. System, I choose the first one. Host, congratulations, you are expected to receive it in 6 hours. 6 hours later, that is, around 8 p.m. It's still early. Chu Feng is ready to take Lu Ruyan and the little girls to have fun. After all, he has missed 4 or 5 years of companionship. Chu Feng has the time and ability, and naturally is willing to spend more time with his big and little treasures. He took his family and left the company by elevator. Thinking about Chu, where do you want to go next? Mommy and Daddy will take you out and have some fun today. As the saying goes, you should raise your son poor and your daughter rich. Chu Feng didn't know how other people raised their daughters. Anyway, he planned to let his daughter eat the best, drink the best, wear the best, play the best, live the best, and use the best. Receive the best education, enjoy the best life, and savor the best times. Chu Feng not only planned to do this, he was also prepared to do it. He had the capital and ability to do so. After Chu Feng finished speaking, his own superb woman, Lu Ruyan, also followed suit. Thinking about Chu, your father is right. Where do you want to go and play today, and your parents will accompany you? Second daughter Nian's face was full of a confident smile. The learning breathing method she just learned made her realize that she was better than her sister, younger sister, and mother and grandmother. This has boosted her confidence. At the same time, it has also increased her sense of responsibility to protect her sister, brother, parents, and grandmother. At this moment, the first thing she thinks about is not where to go for fun. Instead, she is thinking about buying the equipment she needs. She wants to become more powerful as soon as possible, so that she can protect her family. Unlike in the past, when she was confronted with a chubby kid slander and shoving, she will be able to do something about it. She tugged at Chu Feng's hem, tilted her tiny, flawless face upwards, and said to him, Dad, I want to go buy some equipment for practicing kung fu. I told you last night, and you promised me. Chu Feng slapped his forehead. He remembered that he had indeed promised his precious daughter Nian at the time. He almost broke his promise. Okay, I'll go buy Nian what she needs next. Thank you, Daddy, long live Daddy. Chu Feng smiled and stroked the little head of his precious daughter, Nian. Then he asked the other 2 little girls in front of him. Cici and Nian, what do you want to buy? We need to buy things today, so we won't go play for now. I'll take you to the places you want to go to play some other time. Today we'll do some serious shopping and buy whatever you want. The little girls were overjoyed and hooray for Daddy! Hooray for Daddy! The girls' cheers attracted the attention of those around them. Chu Feng and his party definitely attracted a lot of attention. The men were handsome and extraordinary, and the women were aloof, noble, and beautiful. The little girls almost all looked exactly the same. Each one was delicately carved, as if carved from white jade. Wherever they went, they were the most beautiful sight. Next. Chapter 45, The Bossy Father, Special Circumstances. In addition to Nian, the rest of the children have also asked for things they want. Eldest sister Nian wants to buy a few fragrant sandalwood ornaments. Her room is like an ancient palace. It is her favorite style. However, she is still a 4-year-old after all. She feels that the room is a bit dull. She wants to add some decorations that can blend in with the style of the room, while also making the room less dull, serious, and old-fashioned. Her eldest daughter, Cici, wants to buy some painting supplies. She was inspired by the famous paintings on the wall last night. She wants to pick up a pencil and paper and draw something herself. She also can't take her eyes off the Steinway piano in the room. Her youngest daughter, Chu, wants to buy a fish tank and keep some little fish in her room. The family will look around and see what they like before making a decision. There are many art shops that sell decorative items. Chu Feng first took his daughters to several art shops in Yida Square. The proprietress of the art shop, as soon as she saw the 3 little pink-faced Lolas, immediately brightened up and greeted them with a smile. These days, children's money and women's money are the easiest to make. Chu Feng's party consisted of 2 women and 3 children. This was a big customer. The proprietress recommended some artworks that ordinary people would prefer. Lu Ruyan and Lu Chui had seen the royal jewels in Chu Feng's hands. Naturally, they had seen quite a lot of these so-called works of art. The same was true of the three little pink-faced, jade-like Lolas. They didn't look good. They felt too fake. It looked like they were of very low quality. The Lola's comments left the shopkeeper speechless. After thinking about it, the shopkeeper took out the crystal ball that had just arrived. This crystal ball had been selling very well recently. Several batches had been delivered before, and they had all been sold out. They sell quite a lot every day and are very popular with children and girls. The boss lady confidently took out the crystal balls. She was sure that she would be able to sell at least 3 at once. However, when she took the crystal balls out to show the little girls, they shook their heads. They didn't like them. They were too childish. They didn't have class. They weren't as good as the marbles our fathers gave us. The little girl's words made the boss lady doubt her life. What marbles can be better than my crystal balls? The proprietress was a little skeptical. Marbles are something that most people have played with. This is not even remotely beautiful. Seeing that the proprietress didn't believe it, the little girls said one after the other. My mom and dad said it's a night pearl. It's big and beautiful anyway. My dad said it's even more beautiful at night. Night pearl? Marbles? The proprietress was even more flustered. After Chu Feng left with his daughters, the proprietress still didn't believe it. However, when her cousin, the manager of the Dior boutique that Chu Feng had driven away on the pedestrian street, entered the store and asked her about Chu Feng's daughter's preferences, preparing to find a way to please them, the shop owner finally learned Chu Feng's identity. Oh my god, it turns out to be the big boss. No wonder her women and daughters have such high standards. Someone as rich as him definitely wouldn't look at ordinary handicrafts like me. No. The shop owner suddenly remembered something. Those little girls said that the marbles their father gave them to play with were actually nightlights. So is that true? My goodness. The rich really are so generous. Chu Feng took his daughters shopping in various stores. He didn't know how many envious glances he had attracted. The eldest daughter, Cici, hadn't found the ornament she wanted yet. Then she had a brainstorm and asked Chu Feng, "Dad, can I put the marble you gave us, the night pearl, on the table in my room as a decoration?" "Of course you can. Not only can it be used as a decoration, it can also be used as a light that doesn't use electricity." "That's great, I'll put the night pearl in my room when I go back." Eldest daughter Cici made a decision. The other daughters also said that they would do the same. For the entire afternoon, Chu Feng took his mother-in-law Lu Chui, his own perfect woman Lu Ruyan, and his 3 little lowly daughters. They pretty much shopped all over Yida Plaza. The daughters didn't really like many of the items. Chu Feng bought all the clothes and shoes at luxury stores. Some household items were also basically available in the #1 villa of Jiujiantang. Chu Feng mainly bought some clothes and skirts for his mother-in-law Lu Chui and his own ultimate woman Lu Ruyan. 6 p.m. The lights are just beginning to be turned on. Chu Feng is already driving the night 15, taking his family, and returning to Jiujiantang. He had already called Yu Lingyue, the beautiful housekeeper, in advance. He asked her to prepare a sumptuous dinner. At around 7 o'clock, Chu Feng's top luxury car had returned to the entrance of Villa 1 at Jiujian Hall. Through the voice control system of the gate, Chu Feng drove the car directly in. "I've missed you all. You must be hungry, right? Go wash your hands and then go to the dining room. Your sister Lingyue has already prepared your favorite meals." Chu Feng took his daughters and went to wash their hands together. In the midst of laughter and joy, they arrived at the dining room together. They saw Yu Lingyue, the beautiful housekeeper and personal secretary, dressed in an ink-colored cheongsam, serving dishes. Chu Feng thought to himself, "Imperial eye technique. Since today, I have obtained the treasure box of the emperor. After opening it, I obtained the Imperial eye technique." He has used the Imperial eye technique many times today. Every time he uses it, he can directly see the target's information. Name, age, identity, friendship, loyalty, or intimacy. It can be said that this ability has always been invincible. It is very simple and convenient to use. This time, Chu Feng used the Emperor's pupil technique on Yu Lingyue, the beautiful housekeeper at home. But a different situation occurred. P.S. Kneeling to beg for free gifts and 5-star reviews, the author June thanks you. Chapter 46, An Interesting Beautiful Housekeeper. Name, Yu Lingyue. Age, 23 years old. Identity, personal secretary, beautiful housekeeper, other identities unknown. Talent, super learning, super strong learning ability. Loyalty, 80. Full value of 100 points. Chu Feng had long felt that Yu Lingyue was very outstanding. Now it seems that she is really a bit too outstanding. She also has a talent. This makes Chu Feng marvel. But it's not that surprising. What's even more surprising to Chu Feng is that, apart from her identity as Yu Lingyue's personal secretary and beautiful housekeeper, she also has this other identity. Moreover, her other identities. I can't even see her imperial pupil power for the time being. Interesting, really interesting. This beautiful housekeeper really is making me more and more curious. Seeing as your loyalty has reached 80 points, which is quite loyal to me, I won't ask too many questions for now. Everyone has their own secrets. And Chu Feng possesses the greatest secret in the world. Boss, you said the braised pork balls were delicious last time. I made them again tonight, so sit down and try them. The beautiful housekeeper greeted Chu Feng and the little girls, and prepared the meal. Yesterday there were only 12 dishes. Today, however, there are a total of 18 dishes. Each dish is delicious and beautiful. It makes people's mouths water. Deep sea yellow croaker. The best caviar. Foie gras, truffles, matsutake mushrooms, yellow croaker, lobsters, and even hairy crabs. These ingredients are not something that an ordinary chef would have access to. Ordinary people have never seen or eaten them. Yu Lingyue has managed to procure them all, and has cooked each dish to perfection. This butler of ours is truly extraordinary. Lu Ruyan and Lu Chui couldn't help but keep looking at each other. They were both very puzzled. These ingredients look extremely expensive, so how did Yu Lingyue manage to get so many of them? And they were all cooked to perfection. Lu Ruyan and Lu Chui really wanted to ask. However, given that Chu Feng had already given them enough shocks today, they guessed that Chu Feng must have purchased these things. When they thought about it like that, there didn't seem to be anything left to ask. The little Lolas didn't want to think about it so much. They don't eat much at a time. Besides, they walked a lot in the afternoon and expended a lot of energy. They are hungrier than usual. At this time, they are all sitting in their seats. At Chu Feng's command, they start eating at the same time. Oh, it's delicious. It's really delicious. Mom, Dad, Grandma, you guys eat it. It's really delicious. Foie gras, truffles, matsutake mushrooms, yellow croaker, jade lobsters, and this hairy crabs. And the deep sea yellow croaker, the supreme caviar. As the son of the former richest man, Chu Feng had eaten a lot of it 5 years ago. But then, he hadn't eaten much of it. Now he tasted it. He couldn't stop. It was delicious. Really delicious. Boss, the perfect match for foie gras is Alsace late harvest Pinot Gris. Sauternes' noble rot sweet white, Alsace late harvest Gewürztraminer, and Tokaji with a sweetness of 5 are also good matches. The beautiful housekeeper walked slowly, smiling. She was holding 3 bottles of imported top-level red wine in her hands. Chu Feng had drunk a lot of top-level red wine before. But what brand of red wine goes with what? Chu Feng was not sure. At this time, watching Yu Lingyue's graceful movements, making red wine foie gras on the spot, Chu Feng and Lu Ruyan and the others were truly impressed. Please wait a moment, boss. After the red wine foie gras is made, it needs to be left to stand for 3 minutes before it can be enjoyed. That's when it tastes the most mellow and delicious. Chu Feng watched Yu Lingyue's performance quietly. Her graceful figure, outlined by the ink-colored cheongsam, was even more beautiful and multifaceted. He was increasingly curious about this beautiful butler who was a little too outstanding. What exactly is Yu Lingyue doing here as a housekeeper? Judging by her loyalty, she is unlikely to do any harm to me or my family. So what could her purpose be? 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Enjoy, boss. Although Chu Feng has been the son of the richest man for some time, he still finds cutlery like knives and forks less convenient than chopsticks. Chu Feng used the sandalwood chopsticks to pick up a piece of foie gras and taste it. It's true. It's much better than the red wine foie gras I've had before. Lu Ruyan, you should try some too. After the beautiful CEO had tried it, she was also full of praise. Dad, there's red wine in the red wine foie gras, we can't try it, right? Chu Chu, the youngest daughter, asked hopefully. The other little Lolas also cast curious and expectant glances. It's fine if you eat a little less. Chu Feng had been paying attention to the physical condition of his daughters when he was at the dessert shop this afternoon. He noticed that his daughters had not felt the slightest discomfort after eating the dessert. Even Chu Chu, the youngest daughter, who was in the worst condition, was fine. She had eaten dessert twice yesterday and today, and she was fine both times. It was obvious. Since they had taken the health-enhancing pills, their physical fitness had improved greatly. It was very different from before. They would never catch a cold or fall ill so easily again. A plate of red wine foie gras, sold in a 5-star hotel for 9,600 soft dollars. Chu Feng had eaten it before and remembered the price. However, the taste was not as good as the one made by Yu Lingyue. Not long after, the family finished sharing the red wine foie gras. Everyone was full of praise. Even Lu Chui, who did not plan to eat these, which were considered strange dishes by many people, finally tasted a little at Chu Chu's persuasion. She also praised it. The red wine foie gras was delicious, as were the other dishes. The meal lasted an hour. They had eaten and drunk their fill. The little girls once again clung to Chu Feng. "Daddy, Daddy. I'm full. Take us for a walk in the garden?" "Yes, Daddy, let's go for a walk together. We can also go and see the little fish in the stream." Chu Feng glanced at the peerless woman not far away, his eyes tender. It was still early, and there was no rush for the two of them to be alone together for now. Chu Feng simply agreed to his daughter's request. The family strolled over to the outdoor garden. In the dining room, the beautiful housekeeper Yu Lingyue was tidying the table. With the corner of her eye, she kept watching Chu Feng's back. She was slightly bowed, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Chu Feng brought his daughters and just arrived at the garden. The family strolled around the garden for a while. Third daughter Nian Nian, looking at the imported solar street lamps in the garden, suddenly thought of something. "Dad, it's nighttime. Can we see the night pearl now?" "You said, Dad, that the night pearl is most beautiful at night, when there's no light around." The little girls echoed each other when they mentioned the night pearl. "Dad, we want to see the night pearl." "Dad, there are street lamps here, isn't it unsuitable?" "Dad, where did you put the night pearl?" Chu Feng looked at the excited little ones and laughed. "You want to see the night pearl, right? Okay, let's go back to the villa room. Turn off the lights and we can watch it to our heart's content." Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, his youngest daughter, Chu Chu, jumped for joy. "That's great. We can go see the night pearl. Dad, let's go to your room together." "Yes, Dad, your room is the biggest, and we can watch it together as a family." The daughters spoke one after the other. They were so happy they could hardly contain themselves. Everyone returned to the villa together. By this time, Yu Lingyue, the beautiful housekeeper, had already tidied up the dining room and kitchen. "Boss, Lu Ruyan, you're back. Cici and Chu Chu, why are you so happy? If there's anything good, tell Lingyue too." Yu Lingyue could speak, and with her cooking skills, she had long won the love of the little girls. She casually asked, and the little girls blurted it out. "Sister Lingyue, Dad is taking us to the room to see the night pearls." "Sister Lingyue, you should come with us too. Dad gave us 6 night pearls, all of them are very, very beautiful." "Night pearls? 6 night pearls?" Yu Lingyue was shocked for a moment, then looked at Chu Feng. "Boss, can I come and have a look too?" Yu Lingyue's loyalty score reached 80 points, which was considered very loyal. With such a loyalty score, she would never do anything that would harm Chu Feng or his family. There's no big deal about showing her the night pearl. Chu Feng also wanted to take the opportunity to see how this relatively mysterious beautiful housekeeper would react when she saw the night pearl. "No problem, Lingyue, you come with us." Chu Feng led everyone directly to his luxurious room of more than 100 square meters. As soon as he entered the room, Chu Feng heard the system's pleasant prompt. It turned out that the random god-level ability obtained during the day could now be directly extracted. Chapter 47, It really is too good-looking, my daughter's request. Ding dong. Host, congratulations, your random god-level ability can now be extracted. Would you like to extract it now? Extract it. Host, congratulations, the random upgraded ability you extracted is the god-level piano ability. It's this ability? The piano is a keyboard instrument in Western classical music and is known as the king of instruments. It consists of 88 keys, 52 white, 36 black, and a metal string soundboard. The Italian Bartolomeo Cristofori (1655–1731) invented the piano in 1709. The piano's range spans from A227.5 Hz to C541.86 Hz, encompassing almost all the notes in the musical scale. It is the musical instrument with the widest range, except for the pipe organ. The moment Chu Feng received this award, he had a vast amount of piano playing skills and abilities in his mind. At the same time, he also became, directly, the person with the strongest piano abilities in the world. There is no one else. Even the world-renowned international piano masters are no match for him. In front of Chu Feng, they are just little brothers. Chu Feng's fingers, body, and even cells seem to have been playing the piano for millions of years. His wealth of experience and superb skills are unmatched by anyone else. Cici seems to be very interested in the piano. But I remember that her talent is painting. Chu Feng once again looked at his precious daughter, Cici. Imperial Pupil's Eye Technique. Name, Chu Cici. Age, 4 years old. Status, a little girl with a delicate appearance. Talent, painting, piano, not activated. Affinity, 96 points. Full value is 100 points. G. Before, she only had one talent, but now she has two. She is worthy of having such excellent genes. Since my daughter has a talent for the piano, I can't let her talent go to waste. It's just not activated yet. I must find a way to help her activate it. Chu Feng nodded to himself. Now, I don't need outsiders to teach her. I am the person with the strongest piano ability in the world, and no one is more suitable than me to teach my own little treasure. Chu Feng gave a slight smile, and his entire aura seemed to have been sublimated. Originally, Chu Feng wore the title of National Martial Arts Master. He already had the masterly demeanor of a national martial arts master. Now, Chu Feng's aura had also added the nobility and elegance of a divine pianist. Yu Lingyue, the beautiful housekeeper walking behind Chu Feng, noticed the change in him. She couldn't help but widen her eyes, shocked. Did I just have a momentary vision? Why do I feel that Chu Feng seems to have become even more handsome? This noble and elegant temperament is something that those aristocratic gentlemen don't have. Yu Lingyue rubbed her eyes and looked at Chu Feng again. The noble and elegant temperament of Chu Feng seemed to be innate. Yu Lingyue was a little dazed. Maybe I ignored it before? Such temperament requires sufficient background and accumulation to form. It is absolutely impossible to suddenly have it. Yu Lingyue shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. Along with the little Lolas, he entered Chu Feng's room together. The room was really big. A single room was larger than most people's house. The luxury of the room would absolutely astound ordinary people. Yu Lingyue saw Chu Feng and, from nowhere, took out a black plastic bag. Yu Lingyue, as the current personal butler, sees these kinds of plastic bags every day. This is the bag used to place on top of the trash can to store trash. The boss wouldn't be using a trash bag to store the night pearl, would he? Someone who owns a whole villa like the Nine Halls Villa, which is worth over 10 billion, can own a night pearl. Yu Lingyue wasn't surprised by this. What surprised her was that he used a garbage bag to hold the night pearl. It really is true that the rich can always do whatever they want in their own unique way. At this moment, Chu Feng took out a black bag from the storage space of the dragon-shaped ring on his finger. The night pearl, the imperial jewelry box, and the imperial jade seal were all in the bag. The imperial jade seal was naturally fine for cracking walnuts for his precious daughter. But it was best not to let Yu Lingyue see it. After all, this thing is unique, quite special. Even Yu Lingyue's loyalty is not low, but it is still necessary to avoid some unnecessary trouble. As for the royal jewels and the night pearl, that doesn't matter much. Real rich people, owning these things, is not surprising at all. Chu Feng took out the treasure chest, and the three little Lolas all gathered around. Daddy! Daddy! Open the chest quickly. I want to see the night pearl. I want to see it too, Daddy. Cici, the eldest daughter, was the most composed. She reminded him. Daddy, do we need to turn off the lights? After her reminder, the other little girls all said. Daddy, let's turn off the lights first. The night pearl is even more beautiful after the lights are turned off. Yes, Daddy, turn off the lights first. Looking at his excited daughters, Chu Feng laughed. Okay, turn off the lights first, and then we'll see the night pearl. The beautiful woman Lu Ruyan looked at her daughters fondly and laughed along. Don't worry, I'll turn off the lights. However, the beautiful housekeeper Yu Lingyue had already quickly walked over to the switch. I'll turn off the lights. With a pop, the imported crystal lamp in the luxurious room, worth over $1 million, went dark. I've been thinking about you, Chu Chu, so don't blink. Let me show you how beautiful the night pearls are at night. Chu Feng smiled and opened the royal jewelry box directly. The 3 night pearls on the top looked different in the night. But at this moment, they were competing for beauty and were absolutely beautiful. Wow, wow, wow. So beautiful. Really, so beautiful. Dad, these are the most beautiful marbles that Chu Chu has ever seen. Chu Chu, this is not called a marble. Mom said it's called a night pearl. I don't care, as long as Dad said it's for me to play with, then it's a marble. The little girls were full of admiration and excitement. They gathered around Chu Feng and couldn't take their eyes off the night pearls. Lu Chui and Lu Ruyan next to them also couldn't take their eyes off the game. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. A treasure like this, the average person may not be able to see it once in a lifetime. Even Yu Lingyue, who had expected it, could not help but be shocked at this moment. There are so many gold and silver jewels. And these gold and silver jewels don't look like ordinary things. It seems that they are royal items that are worth a fortune. And these 3 night pearls are really beautiful. Yu Lingyue liked these good things at first glance. She quickly shook her head, just admiring them, and had no intention of taking them for herself. Yu Lingyue's gaze once again fell on Chu Feng, next to the treasure chest. She saw the 6 kinds of light from the night pearl shining on the handsome and extraordinary face of Chu Feng. From where Yu Lingyue was standing, she happened to see the handsome profile of Chu Feng. In a daze, she became a little intoxicated. Her eyes involuntarily brightened a little again. She muttered a few words softly, but she didn't know what she was saying. Although the crystal lamp in the room was turned off, the room was still bright. Moreover, it is still a kind of rainbow-like light that shines in all directions. Dad, the night pearl is really beautiful at night. Yes, it's so beautiful. It's like a rainbow. The little girls are still praising it. Suddenly, the eldest daughter, Cici, made a strange request to Chu Feng. P.S. Kneeling to beg for free gifts and 5-star reviews, the author thanks you. Chapter 48, Shocked. Shocked. My daughter's talented. Dad, can I play with the nightlights like I play the piano? My daughter's request is a bit strange. The nightlights are just pretty, but they're not musical instruments. No matter how you play them, they won't make a pleasant sound. Facing his daughter's request, of course Chu Feng said yes. Cici, you play with it. But be careful, don't break your sister's nightlights. After all, Dad has already given each of you a night pearl. If you do the math carefully, the night pearls now belong to the 3 of you, not Dad. The other little girls also said that they didn't mind Cici playing with it. Chu Feng was also happy to see his daughters being harmonious and happy. He saw that his daughter was only 4 years old now, and she was a bit too young to reach the treasure chest and the night pearl in it. Chu Feng simply picked Cici up, so that she could play with the night pearl as if she were playing the piano. There were 6 colors in total: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. If they could find a purple one in the future, then the rainbow would really be complete. Cici's fair hands really did seem to be playing the piano. No sound was made, and Cici's movements were very gentle. She just had a brainstorm and thought it was fun and interesting. Lu Chui and Lu Ruyan, who were standing nearby, were both smiling as they watched Chu Feng dote on his daughters. One was secretly admiring Chu Feng and thinking that he was the perfect son-in-law. The other was secretly praising Chu Feng and thinking that he was the perfect husband. At the same time, they also had a new label for Chu Feng, perfect father. At this time, in the room, only the beautiful housekeeper Yu Lingyue did not smile. She was a little further away from Chu Feng and the others. After all, their statuses were different. She was just a housekeeper, a secretary, and an underling, not a member of Chu Feng's family. After the crystal lamp was turned off, she stood a little further away, watching the Chu Feng family happily and joyfully together. She felt a little sentimental for some reason. She really wanted to blend in and laugh along with them. Yu Lingyue just watched as Chu Feng doted on the little girl Cici. She watched as Cici's little hands played lightly on the night pearl. As she watched, Yu Lingyue had a strange feeling. There was clearly no sound, but due to Chu Chu's movements, the light changed. Yu Lingyue felt as if he heard a certain wonderful rhythm. However, as soon as this rhythm appeared, it quietly disappeared, elusive. This was still because Yu Lingyue had also studied the piano for a period of time. It was because of his extremely high level of piano attainment that he was able to notice it. The average person should not be able to tell. Lu Chui, Lu Ruyan, and the other two little Lolas did not notice it. Even Cece herself didn't notice it. However, Chu Feng, who had recently acquired god-level piano skills, keenly noticed it. Music is a form of art and cultural activity, the medium of which is sound organized in time. The general definition of music includes common elements such as pitch, which governs melody and harmony, rhythm and its associated concepts of meter, beat, and joint, dynamics, loudness and softness, and the sonic qualities of harmonics, overtones and texture, which is sometimes called the color of music sound. Different styles or types of music may emphasize, de-emphasize, or ignore some of these elements. Music is performed using a wide variety of instrumental and vocal techniques. There exist solely instrumental works, solely vocal works such as songs without instrumental accompaniment, and works that combine singing and instruments. Chu Feng, who has god-level piano skills, not only has absolute skills and experience and ability in playing the piano. The associated aspects of music are also of a very high level of attainment. After all, one path leads to 100. But Chu Feng never imagined that. His daughter Cece had just given the impression of music based on the changing colors. She is truly a little demon baby with some kind of talent. She is constantly giving Chu Feng all kinds of surprises. Chu Feng closed his eyes slightly, deduced and explored. With her god-level piano skills, she has already played it countless times in her mind. 1 minute later, Chu Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Cece, watch, I'll show you once. After saying this, Chu Feng hugged Cece with one hand. With the other hand, he played on the 6 nightlights of different colors. The 6 kinds of radiance kept changing. At first, Cece and the other little girls couldn't tell what it was. They just felt that what their father played was beautiful. Lu Ruyan and Lu Chui felt the same way. Yu Lingyue, who was a little further away, could tell a little, but she wasn't sure. 1 minute later, it was getting better. There was clearly no sound in the room. But Yu Lingyue felt like she heard a pleasant piano tune. Chu Feng's hands were changing their movements, causing the colors to change. It was like pressing the piano keys, but also like plucking the heartstrings. All the sounds did not come from the ears. Instead, they flowed directly to the heart. That kind of music that made the soul soar, Yu Lingyue had never seen or heard before. She was stunned, dumbfounded. Shocked, shaken, beyond words. In Chu Feng's arms, Cece followed Yu Lingyue and felt that magical music. Although, she felt it later than Yu Lingyue. But she was more intoxicated by it than Yu Lingyue, one step ahead. Her heartstrings were plucked along with the plucking of her father Chu Feng's fingers. The whole person was even more intoxicated. Time seemed to have passed in an instant, or perhaps it had passed for a very long time. An invisible light flashed across Chu Chu. Chu Feng, who had been paying attention to his precious daughter Chu Chu from beginning to end, noticed it immediately. Using his Emperor's Eye technique, he checked Chu Chu's information once again. Chu Feng was pleasantly surprised to discover that his daughter's talent. Chapter 49, Daddy is Awesome. Chu Feng was pleasantly surprised to discover that his daughter's talent had been activated. Before, during the day, Chu Feng had used the Emperor's Pupil technique to take a look. But his daughter's information showed that her talent had not yet been activated. Now, Chu Feng used the Emperor's Pupil technique to take another look. He discovered that his daughter's information had changed. Name, Chu Cece. Age, 4 years old. Status, a cute little girl. Talents, painting, music. Affinity, 96 points. The full value is 100 points. Gee. Has my daughter's talent just been upgraded? At first I thought it was the piano. Now I realize that the piano is just one of her talents. Chu Feng is unmatched in the piano. But when it comes to the violin, organ, guitar, guzheng, and so on, Chu Feng can be said to be proficient in all of them. But in non-piano fields, there must be someone who surpasses Chu Feng. Of course, there can't be many people who can surpass Chu Feng. Now, looking at her daughter Chu Chu's talent, Chu Feng couldn't help but be surprised again. The scope of music is much, much greater than just the piano. She has an amazing sense of music and is a musical prodigy. With this kind of talent, if she wants to, she can reach unimaginable heights in any field related to music. She can become a pianist, a violinist, a performer, a music conductor, a guzheng master, a master of any instrument. And as long as she is not tone deaf, with a little training, she can become a singer with an amazing sense of music. It can be said that Chu Chu has the talent of an amazing musical prodigy. In the future, she can become an all-around musician and become a god-like presence in any field of music. Gee. By then, my precious daughter will be even more awesome than I am. I have to cultivate her well. Xu Feng's earlier feelings were expressed spontaneously. It was almost a musical performance that stirred the heart. This requires opportunity. Without a special opportunity, it is simply difficult to do. Xu Feng was surprised to see his daughter's talent activated. The movement in his hands naturally paused. That kind of mysterious and wonderful performance will never return. Unless there is a suitable opportunity next time, there will be a chance to reproduce it. The kind of soundless music that just now was beyond words, it could be called soul music. The person who felt it most deeply was Chu Chu in Xu Feng's arms, who used it to directly activate her own talent. The person who felt it second most deeply was Yu Lingyue, who was the farthest away. However, she did not have any musical talent. Otherwise, she would have been able to directly ascend to a higher realm of music with the help of Chu Feng's earlier stirring of her heart, touching her soul. Of course, the feeling she just had was also of great help to her. Previously, Yu Lingyue's piano was a professional 8th level. Piano examinations are divided into amateur and professional levels. There are a total of 10 levels. Professional level 8 is already a very high standard. And now, Yu Lingyue felt that she could now directly take the professional level 9 exam. And Yu Lingyue also felt that her chances of successfully advancing were extremely high. If you want to improve at the piano or in other aspects of music, in addition to your own skills and experience, there are also extremely high requirements for your understanding of music, the rendering of emotions, the mobilization of atmosphere, the control of musicality, and so on. Improving these aspects can also help improve professional ability. Such a simple and easy improvement made Yu Lingyue grateful to Chu Feng. Chu Feng was now fully focused on his precious daughter, Chu Chu. He had not noticed Yu Lingyue's current change in mood at all. Chu Chu, how do you feel? Dad, I feel like I'm a little different, but I can't really say where exactly. Chu Feng smiled. His daughter had just activated her talent, and it should take a little time for her to get used to it. He stroked Chu Chu's little head and said again, I miss you both. Chu Chu, you take your own night pearl. You can go back to your room now, or you can come with your father. I'm going to go to Cece's room now and teach her to play the piano. The 3 little girls, each one as delicate as a blown bubble, picked up their own night pearls. They haven't had their father around for a long time. Now that they have Chu Feng with them, they are happy every day. They are all very attached to Chu Feng and don't want to be separated from him. At this time, they all said at the same time that they wanted to go to Cece's room with him. Cece's room is also equally luxurious. And she likes several rooms. However, the most distinctive feature of the room chosen today is a Steinway piano. The piano's original price tag was over 18 million years ago. Its actual value is far higher than that. Chu Feng sat in a liftable chair in front of the Steinway piano, holding Chu Chu in his arms. Cece, why don't you play the piano again? Okay, Dad. Cece agreed, and her 2 little hands started playing. She was only 4 years old and hadn't studied for long. She wasn't even proficient in basic fingering. Sometimes, she felt like she didn't know where to put her hands. But Cece, who had an amazing talent for music and was a musical prodigy, used poor fingering techniques to produce beautiful sounds. Cece had just started learning, and she didn't know much about many things. However, with her amazing sense of music, she could make the sounds she produced by pressing the keys at random sound very nice. This really required talent. People without talent would produce noise. People with talent would produce music. Chu Feng admires his daughter Cece, her talent is really too strong. The more you know about music, the deeper the feeling. Yu Lingyue, who followed the crowd and also came to Cece's room, was amazed. He even directly praised her, saying, Cece, you're amazing. I'm not amazing, it's Dad who is amazing. The young girl's innocent voice was full of admiration for her father, Chu Feng. Cece, it's getting late. Take an early bath and go to bed today. Starting tomorrow, Dad will teach you the piano. If you like, we can also try the rest of the instruments, or singing. Dad can teach you the basics and some experience and skills. Although Cece didn't want to part with her father, Shufeng, she obediently nodded her head in agreement. After all, she is the most delicate and caring little girl. Dad, let's pinky swear that you will teach Cece tomorrow. Cece wants to become as awesome as you. Shufeng reached out and pinky swore very formally with his precious daughter. At the same time, he laughed and said, Cece is already very awesome now, and she will be even more awesome in the future. After once again giving Cece a few words of advice, Shufeng led the group out of Cece's room. As soon as they stepped out the door. Chapter 50, You're an old married couple, why are you still so shy? Second daughter Nian Nian also imitated what Cece had just done. Dad, I want a pinky swear with you too. I also want a dad. Starting tomorrow, teach me Kung Fu. Shufeng readily agreed, no problem. To raise his daughters and provide for them well was something Shufeng was going to do anyway. He would do so even without Nian Nian's reminder. Currently, Shufeng has 3 pretty and well-behaved daughters. 2 of them have already activated their talents. They are his second daughter, Nian Nian, and his eldest daughter, Cece. The youngest daughter is Chu Chu. Her talent has not yet been activated, and she needs a specific opportunity. Or, a divine choice. Daddy! Can I sleep with you tonight? Chu Chu is the first daughter to meet her father, Shufeng. She is also the daughter who has spent the most time with her father, Shufeng, than any other little girl. At the same time, she is also the little one with the weakest constitution and the one who is most attached to her father. She tilted her little head, her eyes full of expectation. Shufeng pinched Chu Chu's delicate little face gently and laughed. Chu Chu, do you remember what you said last night? Last night, what we said was that if you slept with your father last night, you will sleep by yourself tonight. Little Chu Chu was a little reluctant to part with her father Shufeng, but in the end she said firmly. Dad, Chu Chu keeps her word. Shufeng immediately praised, Chu Chu is really good. Next to them, the second daughter, Nian Nian, rolled her eyes. Suddenly, she giggled and said. Dad, what we said last night was that we slept with you last night and we'll sleep by ourselves tonight. But Dad, we didn't say that we'll sleep by ourselves tomorrow night. So, we can sleep with you again tomorrow. This clever, sly little brat. She really doesn't want her parents to have a good time together. Thinking about a world of two, Shufeng couldn't help but think about the gift Lu Ruyan gave him last night. I wonder if there's a gift tonight. Yes, the imperial jewelry box I got from the treasure box of the Emperor of Longevity today. Inside, there are scrolls that the mother-in-law and 3 daughters-in-law are not allowed to see. Only the family's most beautiful woman, Ruyu Ruyan, can watch it with me. I'll let Ruyu Ruyan enjoy that scroll for a while. Ruyu Ruyan has a thin skin, I wonder what an interesting scene it will be when she sees that scroll. Shufeng, Ruyu Ruyan, and mother-in-law Lu Chui are urging the little girls to take a bath and go to bed. At this time, the smiling but sinister second daughter, Nian Nian, said again. Dad, we said we'd sleep by ourselves tonight. But we didn't say whether we're going to take a bath tonight. Dad, we've been playing all day. Can we? Nian Nian didn't say the rest of her sentence. But her meaning was clear. That was to seize every opportunity to stick with her father, Shufeng. Before Shufeng could say anything, the beautiful CEO by his side, Lu Ruyan, already nodded with a smile. If she said yes, that meant yes. Shufeng beckoned the 3 little girls, who were as delicate as carved jade, to go to the bathroom together. The bathroom was equally luxurious and very large. Shufeng, Lu Ruyan, and their 3 precious daughters all looked very spacious inside. The bathtub inside was almost equivalent to a swimming pool. Mom and Dad, why don't you take a bath with us? Lu Ruyan had a thin face. And Shufeng did not agree to the daughter's request. The 2 bathed the 3 little Lolas who looked almost exactly the same. After the bath, it was already half an hour later. Thinking about Chu Chu, it's okay, now you go to bed by yourselves. Mom and Dad also have to go back to their own rooms to take a bath and go to bed. Good night, see you tomorrow. The well-behaved little girls waved their hands. Good night, Dad, good night, Mom. Shufeng and Lu Ruyan glanced at each other. Finally, they've finished with the little ones. The next time, it'll be a world of 2 for the 2 of them. Lu Ruyan, let's go back to the room. Shufeng, you have a wicked smile on your face. Are you up to no good again? Honest to God. Chu Feng raised one hand, as if swearing, Chu Feng, am up to no good. Chu Feng's seriousness confused Lu Ruyan for a moment. After quickly recovering, she burst out laughing, almost unable to stop. You are a bad person. Lu Ruyan muttered, then took the initiative to hug Chu Feng's arm and walked towards the couple's bedroom. Around the corner, Yu Lingyue, the beautiful housekeeper dressed in an ink-colored cheongsam, looked at the backs of Chu Feng and Lu Ruyan as they left, her eyes full of envy. Chu Feng, who quickly returned to the room, shut the door and locked it the first time. My daughters are very obedient. They said they would sleep by themselves tonight, and they will. They won't come back to bother us. The rest of the time will belong to the two of us, Lu Ruyan and I. Chu Feng winked at Lu Ruyan and laughed. Mom, shall we take a bath together? No. Our children are already 4 years old, we're old married couples, why are you still so shy? None of your business. Lu Ruyan blushed, looking very proud and cute. At that moment, Chu Feng took out the scroll that he had previously taken away from the Night 15 car, specifically to prevent his daughter and mother-in-law from seeing it. Lu Ruyan, do you still remember the scroll in the royal jewelry box? At that time, you and the children all wanted to see it, but I refused. Because this is something that only the two of us can see, not the children. Now let's come and admire it together. This is the authentic work of the Jiangnan's #1 genius, Tang Bohu. Lu Ruyan's curiosity was piqued by Chu Feng's words. She poked her head to take a look. It was better that she didn't. After looking at it, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but give Chu Feng a little punch in the chest. Chu Feng, you really are a bad person. How could you show me this? Chu Feng laughed heartily, this is the authentic work of Tang Bohu, genuine art. He was telling the truth. This is the picture of unparalleled eroticism, which can be described as a picture of lovemaking. Ruyan, shall we learn from it? No. I know you women like to say the opposite, ha ha ha. Can I escape? You can escape, but you can't escape. Chapter 51, The Little Girl is Adorable. It's a new day, and the sun is shining brightly. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. Chu Feng hears a knock on the door. So early? Who is it? Chu Feng has already rested, so it doesn't matter. But the beautiful woman next to him, Lu Ruyan, was a little tired last night and is still asleep. Chu Feng doesn't want his beautiful woman to be woken up. Dad! Dad! Are you up yet? The bedroom door had excellent sound insulation, which meant that Chu Feng could hear his daughter's voice because he had taken the pill for physical fitness and the gene optimization liquid, which had enhanced his physical abilities beyond the norm. That was why he could hear her voice faintly. The beautiful CEO next to him could not hear a thing. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's eyebrows, which were as beautiful as a painting, were lightly furrowed. However, her delicate and pretty face was unconsciously beaming with a smile like a blooming flower. It seemed that she was having a beautiful dream, so much so that she could smile in her sleep. Chu Feng leaned over and lightly touched Lu Ruyan's smooth forehead. Then he left quietly. I'm still too strong. Chu Feng muttered, quickly getting dressed. He carried his shoes without putting them on, just so as not to make a sound and wake up his sleeping beauty. He opened the door quietly. Nian Nian, why are you up so early? Usually at this time, we'd already be up. When she saw her father, Chu Feng, Nian Nian subconsciously giggled. Chu Feng closed the door and put on his shoes. At the same time, he asked. Nian Nian, are your eldest sister and youngest sister up yet? The little girl shook her head. Dad, I think my sister and younger sister were too tired from playing all day yesterday and are still sleeping. Then weren't you tired yesterday? Why didn't you sleep a little longer? Dad, I want to practice Kung Fu, I want to protect my sister and younger sister, and I want to protect Mom and Dad. The little girl clenched her fists, her young voice full of determination. Chu Feng, a Kung Fu master whose physical abilities far exceeded those of ordinary people, could clearly feel it. She had completely mastered the breathing method he had taught her the previous day. She didn't even need to think about it, every movement, every breath, had become instinctive. Chu Feng sighed in admiration. My little Nian Nian, you are truly an amazing martial arts prodigy with an extraordinary bone structure. I really can't wait to see how amazing you'll be when you grow up. Chu Feng took his daughter's hand in his large hand and walked towards the gym together. Chu Feng had not been able to buy some of the things that Nian Nian needed at Yida Plaza. After all, his daughter was only 4 years old and was still too young. Some of the equipment was simply not suitable for Nian Nian. Chu Feng was trying to find a solution to this problem. Before long, Chu Feng and Nian Nian arrived at the gym. To Chu Feng's surprise, there were people in the gym. Lingyue? Chu Feng never expected that Lingyue, the beautiful housekeeper, would be working out so early in the morning. Dressed in black workout clothes, Lingyue's figure was graceful, not inferior to her own peerless beauty Lu Ruyan. Her long hair was tied back. The clean and refreshing ponytail kept bouncing with Lingyue's movements. It was like a galloping pony. "Good morning, Lingyue." Little Lori Nian Nian was very polite. Lingyue, who was standing on the treadmill and walking briskly, glanced back and smiled. "Boss, good morning, Nian Nian." In fact, the clothes on the little girl are all different. Otherwise, it would be difficult for outsiders to tell who is who. But even so, Lingyue was able to recognize at a glance that the little girl next to Chu Feng was Nian Nian. This shows that the beautiful housekeeper has very good eyesight. Chu Feng smiled faintly and said hello, "Good morning, Lingyue." Lingyue glanced at her watch. "Wow, it's past 7? Lu Ruyan sent me a message last night, telling me not to cook breakfast too early this morning, so I came over to exercise a bit." Lingyue said this while slowing down and getting off the expensive imported treadmill. Her delicate and pretty face was red, her heart was pounding, and she was sweating, making her beautiful and moving. The little girl next to Chu Feng couldn't help but praise, saying, "Sister Lingyue is really pretty." Lingyue smiled sweetly and said, "Nian Nian, you and your mother are both prettier than I am." The little girl tilted her head and said seriously, "Everyone is pretty." Both Chu Feng and Lingyue were amused by the little girl. At this time, Lingyue had already come to Chu Feng's side. "Boss, Lu Ruyan told me last night that since you guys played all day yesterday, the kids probably slept in a bit, so I'll cook breakfast a little later this morning. It should be about time now." "Boss, what would you like for breakfast this morning?" "I'll get it ready right away." Chu Feng told Lingyue to take care of it himself. Anyway, whether it's breakfast or dinner, it's all very hearty and delicious. Without mentioning any requests, Lingyue can take care of everything. In the gym, there is a complete range of exercise equipment. It's no less than a fitness club. And it's much more upscale than an average fitness club. All the fitness equipment here is from top international brands. Quality, service, absolutely top-notch. Chu Feng taught her daughter Nian Nian that practicing kung fu is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall back. You need to progress step by step and persevere over the long term to see good results. "Dad, don't worry, Nian Nian definitely won't let you down." The little girl's serious expression was adorable. At first, Chu Feng didn't teach his daughter any moves. He only taught her the most basic and fundamental things. Nian Nian has already completely mastered the simple and effective breathing technique. Chu Feng then taught his daughter physical exercises, starting with the 3 basic skills of horse stance, running, and jumping. Without the matching physical strength, any martial arts technique is nothing more than fancy footwork, and will be ineffective against an enemy. Chu Feng could explain the essentials of the basic skills, and Nian Nian could remember them. Chu Feng could demonstrate the basic movements, and his little girl could learn them. Chu Feng's teaching is really effortless. Having such an outstanding daughter is extremely gratifying for Chu Feng. "Dad, I can practice on my own now. Go check on Cici. Last night, you promised Cici. You will teach Cici piano today as well." As the second eldest sister, Nian Nian has not forgotten her responsibility as an elder sister. She reminded Chu Feng, her father, that he needed to start teaching his younger sister to play the piano. Chu Feng promised and soon arrived at Cici's store. Yesterday, the girls had played all day and were indeed a bit tired. Their doors were closed. It looked like they were still sleeping. In that case, let them sleep a little longer. Chu Feng turned around and was about to go back to his room to see if the sleeping beauties in his room had woken up. Vaguely, Chu Feng heard the sound of the piano. "Huh, Cici is up too?" Chapter 52 Big Baby, See How I Punish You. Since his daughter was up and already practicing the piano, Chu Feng, who was standing in the doorway, naturally did not leave. He knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, the door opened. The obedient and sweet little cotton-padded jacket, Cici, looked at Chu Feng with a smile and giggled. "Good morning, Daddy." "Good morning, my little treasure." Chu Feng picked up his daughter Cici and twirled her around twice. Chu Chu immediately giggled even more happily. Listening to his daughter's laughter, Shufeng couldn't help but smile as well. A smile makes you look 10 years younger. Shufeng felt that when he spent time with his daughters, even if he didn't take the pills to strengthen his body and prolong his life, he would still feel younger and younger. His daughters were really cute and adorable. Shufeng hugged his daughter, Chu Chu, and entered her room. The room was luxurious and extremely unique. The most attractive thing was the Steinway piano in the room. The night pearl Shufeng gave Chu Chu was placed on top of the piano by her. It made the whole piano seem to be radiating light. It was worthy of being a reward from the treasure box of the long-live emperor that was awarded by the system. The night pearl was extremely precious. One night passed. It was still so bright, still continuously emitting a soft glow. Shufeng, holding his daughter, went directly to the front of the piano. Chu Chu, Daddy is going to teach you to play the piano, okay? Yes, Daddy. Like Nian Nian, let's start with the basics. Shufeng told his daughter Cici that if she wanted to become an outstanding pianist or musician, the first step was to first understand what a piano was and what music was. The piano is a keyboard instrument in Western classical music and is known as the king of instruments. It consists of 88 keys, 52 white keys, 36 black keys, and a metal string soundboard. The piano's range extends from A227.5 Hz to C541.86 Hz, encompassing almost all the notes in the musical scale, and it has the widest range of any instrument except the pipe organ. The piano is commonly used in solo, ensemble, and accompaniment performances. Music is a form of art and a cultural activity whose medium is sound organized in time. Common definitions of music include the common elements such as pitch, which governs melody and harmony, rhythm and its associated concepts of meter, beat, and articulation, dynamics, loudness and softness, and the harmonic quality, timbre and texture, which is sometimes called the color of a musical sound. Different styles or genres of music may emphasize, de-emphasize, or ignore some of these elements. Music is performed using a wide variety of instrumental and vocal techniques. There are only instrumental works, only vocal works such as songs without instrumental accompaniment, and works that combine singing and instruments. Last night, Shufeng's kind of inspired music that touched the heart without sound. It has already surpassed people's perception. It can be encountered but not sought after, and it is difficult to reproduce. Some profound things that Shufeng didn't say. It's all about the simplest and most basic things that Scallion starts teaching. Shufeng told Cici that music is an art form that uses sound as a means of expression, and the shaping of imagery is done with organized sound as the material. Therefore, just as literature is the art of language, music is the art of sound. This is one of the basic characteristics of the art of music. The sound, as a means of expression in the art of music, has some characteristics that are different from other sounds in nature. After a period of time, Shufeng had already taught the basic knowledge once. Chu Chu, just remember everything Daddy just said. It's all basic and simple, but it will be helpful in the future. Daddy, I remember everything you just said. So quickly? Shufeng knew that his daughter was exceptionally talented and outstanding, comparable to a demon. But he was still shocked by his daughter's confident words. You have to know the basics of the piano and music. Are much more than the basic knowledge about martial arts that he taught his second daughter to recite before. It can even be said that it has increased many times over. Even Shufeng, who is far above average in every way, does not dare to say that he can completely remember just by listening once. Chu Chu, did you really remember everything? Dad, Cici really remembered everything. If you don't believe me, Dad can test me. Thoughtful little Cici said with full confidence. Okay, then I'll test you. Shufeng smiled and began to ask questions. What are the different types of music? Cici thought for a moment and said, Dad, the different types of music are vocal and instrumental music. After answering, Chu Chu continued. Vocal music can be divided into different genres such as songs, rap music, and opera according to its form and style. Instrumental works can be divided into solo, ensemble, and orchestral music. Cici answered these questions, but that wasn't all. She also listed the different genres of songs, rap music, and opera. She also perfectly repeated the basic knowledge related to solo, ensemble, and orchestral music. Shufeng was stunned to hear her daughter repeat word for word the knowledge she had taught her not long ago. Her daughter is truly amazing. Cici, who possesses a musical genius, is just as talented in martial arts as her younger sister Nian Nian. As long as it is knowledge about music, she can remember it after just one listen. As long as it is a musical technique, she can learn it after just one try. Xu Feng teaches her eldest daughter Cici just as easily as her second daughter Nian Nian. Next, Xu Feng asked a few more questions. For example, according to the style of the melody, what are the different types of music? And according to the basic elements, what are the different types of music? Each time, Xu Feng just asked the question. The next moment, without thinking, Cici would give a direct answer. And each time, the answer was correct. Xu Feng, who was full of admiration, finally told himself, "My genes are really so excellent and powerful. The daughter I gave birth to is simply amazing." Next, Xu Feng taught some basic fingering techniques. Seeing that his daughter had picked it up in no time, Xu Feng was a little shocked by his own demon daughter. "Cici, practice by yourself for now, I'm going to go to my room and wash up. Breakfast will be ready soon." After leaving his daughter's room, Xu Feng went straight back to his luxurious, over 100 square meter room. "I wonder if my sleeping beauty has woken up yet." Xu Feng entered the room quietly, even carrying his shoes in his hands. He did not want to wake up the sleeping beauty, Lu Ruyan, who was smiling in her sleep. However, when Xu Feng got close to the expensive and luxurious bed, he noticed that the long, narrow eyelashes of the beautiful CEO Lu Ruyan were slightly trembling. Did she wake up? Ha, she pretended to be asleep even after waking up? Big baby, let's see how I'll punish you. Chapter 53. What a bad guy. My precious daughters are really good at thinking. Unconsciously, it was already past 8 o'clock. Yesterday or in the past, Lu Ruyan and her precious daughters would have already had breakfast. Facing Xu Feng's punishment, Lu Ruyan was both afraid and in love. Xu Feng, stop it. Our daughters are waiting for us to have breakfast. If we don't go, they'll get anxious. Xu Feng also didn't forget what time it was. A little punishment for his family's big treasure. Xu Feng then took the beautiful CEO Lu Ruyan and started washing up together. Sure enough, when the two arrived in the dining room, the crowd, who were about to start eating, were preparing to call out to Xu Feng and Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan gave Xu Feng a glare of anger. Luckily, she came in time, otherwise it would have been embarrassing. Time was a bit tight, and Lu Ruyan didn't have time to properly comb her long shawl hair. It was casually scattered behind her back, without the domineering CEO style of the company. It was more feminine. Xu Feng looked at Lu Ruyan, who looked good no matter what, and blinked. The evil smile on his face made Lu Ruyan feel that her family's change of men was a reminder that the punishment was not over. What a scoundrel! With a slight smile, Lu Ruyan was enchanting. Even Yu Lingyue, the beautiful housekeeper who had just come from the kitchen with breakfast, was amazed. Bright eyes and white teeth, a national beauty. She really is so beautiful. Yu Lingyue had already changed into a cheongsam with a cherry blossom pattern. This slender and beautiful housekeeper seems to really love cheongsams, which are extremely difficult to wear and show off one's figure. Luckily, she has a good figure and can perfectly wear this type of clothing that is very picky about the figure. Boss, Lu Ruyan, you guys sit down. I was just about to ask CC to miss them and go see you. Yu Lingyue looked on, envious of the pretty Lu Ruyan's rosy cheeks and beaming smile. Lu Ruyan is about the same age as me, but she really is so happy. She shook her head slightly, not daring to think too much about certain things. Today's breakfast includes millet porridge, pure milk, xiaolong bao, hargao, and crab yellow buns. I got up early this morning to exercise, which delayed me a bit, so my breakfast was relatively simple. Lu Chui looked at the table and saw 8 types of breakfast. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart, is this considered simple? What do ordinary people call breakfast? Thinking about her past, she often cooked some congee and had some salty radishes with it, and that was already pretty good. If you add a steamed bun or a vegetable bun, it's even more of a treat. People are always comparing themselves to others. I can't think about it anymore. While eating his breakfast, Xu Feng chatted with his perfect wife, Lu Ruyan, and their 3 little girls. As they were talking, Nian Nian suddenly said, "Dad, we didn't get the wooden stake I wanted at Yida Square yesterday. Can we get some wood and make it ourselves?" Make it ourselves? That's a great idea. Xu Feng looked at his daughter Nian Nian with adoration and immediately said that it was no problem. At this time, the beautiful housekeeper Yu Lingyue suddenly said, "Boss, Nian Nian, if you make it yourself, it will be time-consuming and laborious, and after all, it is not made by a professional, so the effect may not be good. I do know someone who will customize these things. And it's not far away, so after we finish eating, we can go take a look." Nian Nian, you can also, at that time, propose the appearance you want and have someone make it for you on the spot. Chu Feng is not afraid of the time, effort, and money involved. As a doting daughter, she doesn't care at all. But there is one thing that Chu Feng cares about, and that is that she is not a professional after all. It's like someone who can make 9-turn pork intestines may not know how to slaughter a pig. Each has their own area of expertise. It's better to leave the professional things to the professionals. Nian Nian, your sister Ling Yue's suggestion is not bad. Let's go and have a look after breakfast. Okay, Dad, thank you, Ling Yue. From Ling Yue's description, the person she knows should be a craftsman. The things made by craftsmen can fit very well because they are specially customized. It's like a custom-made suit. The most expensive suits in the world are not those from world-class international brands. They are tailor-made and handmade by those designers. If that person's craftsmanship is really good, then the rosewood ornaments that eldest daughter CC wants can also be directly let that person custom-made. Anyway, as long as money can solve the problem, it is not a problem. After the meal, Chu Feng took everyone and got into his Mercedes-Benz. There was an additional beautiful housekeeper in the car, and it still had room to spare and did not seem crowded. Luxurious, fierce, domineering, and absolutely large space. Comfort, off the charts. Ling Yue, where is the person you were talking about? You show the way, we'll go there now. Okay boss, exit the Jiu Jintang community and go right. He is in a forest, surrounded by mountains and water, in a very nice environment. Chu Feng's second daughter, Nian Nian, is a martial arts prodigy with amazing talent. She had heard her mother, Lu Ruyan, and her grandmother, Lu Chui, tell some martial arts stories before. At this moment, her eyes lit up and she said excitedly, Sister Ling Yue, an old man, living alone in the mountains, do you think he might be a martial arts master? A martial arts master? This precious daughter of mine really does think about things. Chu Feng almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. These days, martial arts masters only appear in novels or some martial arts TV dramas and movies. In reality, at best, they are just like that. A master who has learned the 5 consecutive whips can defeat all opponents in the world. But these masters are all directly KO'd in 3 seconds when they get into the ring. After all, her daughter is still young, only 4 years old. Having her own beautiful dreams, Chu Feng did not try to discourage her. He just smiled and told his little treasure. Nian Nian, I don't know if other people are martial arts masters, but I know that if you practice hard, you will be one in the future. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Nian Nian immediately beamed. Dad, I will definitely practice hard. Giggle, in the future I will be a martial arts master who can climb walls. Chapter 54, Can My Dad Not Be Outstanding? The beautiful housekeeper suddenly thought about Chu Chu, and at this time, she envied Nian Nian. The little Lolas all looked almost exactly the same. They usually got along well and cared for each other. However, they were all very outstanding little Lolas. Seeing one of them receive praise from Chu Feng's dad, they secretly cheered themselves on, hoping to also receive Chu Feng's dad's special attention. Dad, I'm going to practice hard too. And me too, Dad. I want to become a martial arts master too. The daughters are very opinionated. They get along well, but also compete with each other. Although Chu Feng knows that his 3 daughters all have their own talents and are all geniuses. However, each person's talent is different. The second daughter, Nian Nian, who has a talent for painting, if she were to learn music and the piano, then her progress would be very slow and her talent would be wasted. However, Nian Nian's kung fu is different. Anyone can practice. Even if they can't achieve great results like Nian Nian, they can still improve their health and live longer. Practice kung fu while taking health supplements. A 2-pronged approach. Chu Feng wants to take his family and turn them all into healthy and happy little superheroes. To keep his daughters from getting bored in the car, Chu Feng asked Nian Nian to continue teaching the other 2 little girls the breathing method they didn't learn yesterday. Inhale, hold your breath, nurture your energy, exhale. The little teacher taught very seriously. Except that there was one more student. The beautiful housekeeper Lu Ruyan also followed suit and started learning. Once she started, she couldn't stop. Little Lori Nian Nian, yesterday, when Chu Feng taught her, she learned it right away. The cold and aloof President Lu Ruyan completely learned it in 3 tries. At this time, Ling Yue, who was also learning along, also learned it in 3 tries. Dad, I've learned it. Cici, the eldest daughter, who had been working hard in secret, is usually very steady, but at this moment, she also laughed out loud out of joy. Dad, I've learned it too. Hee hee, Dad, I've learned it too. As if they had made a pact, the two little girls all learned the breathing method at about the same time. You guys are amazing. Yu Lingyue praised. The two little girls shook their heads at the same time. We're not amazing. They told Yu Lingyue that they could learn it after just one reading. Nian Nian is much more capable than they are. And their mother, who learned it in 3 tries, is also very capable. However, the 3 little girls looked at each other and said in unison, Actually, our father is the most capable. Shu Feng laughed and said in agreement. Of course, who do you think their father is? If their daughters are so outstanding, how can their father not be outstanding? Everyone in the car laughed at his words. In the corner of his eye, Shu Feng saw Yu Lingyue in the passenger seat, her figure accentuated by the seatbelt and her cheongsam. He had just witnessed the whole scene of Yu Lingyue learning the breathing method. He noticed that Yu Lingyue had also learned the breathing method in 3 attempts. Shu Feng couldn't help but take a second look at Yu Lingyue. She was truly blessed with a superior learning talent. Without a special talent, one's learning ability really cannot compare. Shu Feng did not know much about his own beautiful housekeeper, Yu Lingyue. He was also too lazy to ask more, and even if he did, she might not tell the truth. It was more fun to discover things for yourself. As long as Yu Lingyue was loyal enough, Shu Feng did not need to worry about anything. Shu Feng was driving a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and the further he drove away from the city, the more remote the roads became. In other words, Shu Feng's car was a top-of-the-line off-road vehicle. If he had switched to a sports car or sedan, he would not be able to drive on the roads ahead. Yu Lingyue actually knew someone from Shenzhou, so when they arrived, they could ask an old man for some information. Maybe they could find out something. An hour had passed since they left the villa without realizing it. The little Lolas, who were usually very patient, were about to lose their patience. Sister Lingyue, how much further is it? This road is bumpy, I'm almost asleep. Yes, I feel like I'm sleeping in a cradle. A top-notch luxury car is a top-notch luxury car. The road outside is terrible, really bad. But the car's shock absorption is excellent. It doesn't make people feel uncomfortable, it just makes them feel like they're sleeping in a cradle. Shu Feng's driving ability is pretty good. Driving a car is safe and fast. No matter how bad the road is, it won't be a problem for Shu Feng. We're almost there, almost there. The car can be parked at the foot of the mountain in front. We'll climb over this mountain and then we'll be in the valley. There are high mountains and valleys. As Shaoluoli recited, she felt more and more that it was similar to the plots of martial arts stories she had heard. Sister Lingyue, so this mountain has cliffs and caves? Shaoluoli, you don't want the martial arts secret manuals in the caves, do you? Shu Feng's words made the people in the car laugh again. Shu Feng drove very fast, and it wasn't long before they finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. However, at the foot of the mountain, there were already 2 off-road vehicles parked. Yu Lingyue also felt strange when she saw the 2 cars. It was almost time to arrive at their destination, so she didn't think much about it. When the car came to a stop, Yu Lingyue, Shu Feng, and Lu Ruyan were the first to get out. Then they picked up the little girls one by one. Today we'll just consider this an outing. Think of Chu Chu, be careful of the rocks and insects in the grass. Shu Feng gave them a few instructions, and we followed a small path up the hill. It was the first time the little Lolas had climbed, and they didn't find it tiring at all, but were instead overjoyed. They felt new and strange to all the flowers and trees. The group walked up the mountain for about 100 meters, and the beautiful housekeeper suddenly stopped. Chapter 55, My little treasures are the most important. Shu Feng, who was walking behind Yu Lingyue, happened to turn around and speak to his daughter Nian Nian. He did not expect at all that the beautiful housekeeper leading the way in front of him would stop. Although, Shu Feng wore the title of National Martial Arts Master. And in every way, Shu Feng's body far surpassed that of an ordinary person. But after all, he was not a Superman. As a result, Shu Feng directly bumped into Yu Lingyue. In front of his own peerless beauty, Lu Ruyan, he bumped into his own beautiful housekeeper. Shu Feng was a little embarrassed for a moment. However, Shu Feng soon sensed that something was wrong. Danger! Although Shu Feng did not have any special talents, he had taken the body strengthening pill and the genetic optimization liquid. Moreover, he was wearing the title of National Martial Arts Master, and was definitely a National Martial Arts Master. He soon sensed the breath of danger. At this time, Yu Lingyue, who had been bumped by Chu Feng a moment ago, blushed and whispered, "Boss, there is a snake in front of us." Yu Lingyue did not dare to speak loudly for fear of provoking the cobra not far in front. In this remote and deep mountain, if bitten by a poisonous snake, it is very dangerous. At this time, Chu Feng also saw clearly the appearance of the cobra. He found that this was not an ordinary cobra. This is clearly a king cobra. If bitten, the fatality rate is extremely high. As a woman, even an extremely outstanding woman, facing a highly venomous king cobra, it is impossible not to be afraid. Moreover, Yu Lingyue is still standing in the front. She is only 3 meters away from the poisonous snake. It would be difficult for her to escape from the snake's strike. Behind Chu Feng and Yu Lingyue are 3 little girls, Cici, Nian Nian, and Chu Chu, who are thinking of Chu Feng. Next is the beautiful CEO Lu Ruyan. Behind Lu Ruyan are Cici, Nian Nian, and Chu Chu. Lu Chui, Chu Feng's mother-in-law, was walking at the back. Yu Lingyue stopped abruptly in front of her, and the people behind her all had a knock-on effect. They almost all bumped into each other and fell over. "Dad! What's wrong? Sister Lingyue, why aren't you moving?" "Mom, I'm a little thirsty." As an adult, Lu Ruyan didn't know if it was the effect of her talent of having ice skin and jade bones. She also seemed to sense the danger. She quickly urged everyone to retreat. Soon, everyone knew about the poisonous snake in front of them. "Chu Feng, be careful." Lu Ruyan was worried. She and Chu Feng had just started their happy life together. She never imagined that they would encounter such a situation. Just as Lu Ruyan was about to go forward and face it together with Chu Feng, Yu Lingyue, who was at the front, suddenly screamed. The king cobra in front of them shot up and launched a fatal strike at Yu Lingyue in front of them. Quick, accurate, ruthless. However, the poisonous snake was fast. Chu Feng was not slow either. In the nick of time, Chu Feng accurately seized the poisonous snake 7 inches. This ugly thing almost scared my family. Chu Feng exerted a little strength, directly pinched the poisonous snake to death, and then casually threw it away. From the time Yu Lingyue stopped walking until Chu Feng pinched the poisonous snake to death and threw it away, it took less than 10 seconds. Okay, I've taken care of it. But there are still other dangers on this mountain. Chu Feng turned back and asked his little treasures. "I've been thinking about you, are you afraid? Why don't you go back to the car first, I'll be back soon." The little girls were all naturally talented. Perhaps they knew that their father, Chu Feng, was very capable. They weren't even afraid. They all said that they wanted to continue the outing. Lu Ruyan and Lu Chui were a little worried about the safety of their daughters. However, seeing the little girls' high spirits, it means to let Chu Feng decide. The perfect husband, the perfect son-in-law, and the perfect father. Chu Feng, who has these labels, carefully asked Yu Lingyue about it. The remaining distance, and the possible dangers. The distance is not far, and Yu Lingyue has been here twice, and it is very safe. "Dad, you see, Sister Lingyue has said that the distance is not far and it is very safe. Let's just keep walking forward. We have never been on an outing before." "Yes, Dad, take us with you." "Dad, if possible, I would also like to customize some small ornaments." "Dad, I want to see if there are any fish in the stream." The demonically excellent daughters looked at Chu Feng expectantly. Just then, the system's pleasant prompt also sounded in Chu Feng's mind. "Ding dong. Host, congratulations, your daughters all want to continue forward. You have brought your daughters to the valley and obtained a god-level choice. 1. The title of Field Survival Expert. 2. Randomly obtain a new god-level ability. Please make a choice, and you will receive the chosen reward as soon as possible. There are new god-level options, which is considered an unexpected surprise after today's temporary decision." Chu Feng carefully looked at the 2 options. The first option is a new title. The title of Field Survival Expert. After wearing it, you will be able to become a field survival expert. Chu Feng estimated that if he chose this and received the reward, then he might become an even more awesome person than the survival experts such as Master Bei. The second option was to randomly obtain a new god-level ability. Chu Feng had obtained one of these rewards just yesterday. The last one he obtained was the god-level piano ability. And by chance, he helped his eldest daughter Cici activate her talent. Since then, his eldest daughter Cece has had an amazing sense of music and is a musical prodigy. These two god-level options were both very good. However, Shufeng is not interested in surpassing Master Bei and becoming an expert in wilderness survival. He came here today on a whim. Besides, he has the title of martial arts master. He can solve most problems. After making a choice, he will receive a reward. Shufeng estimated that he had already returned to Villa Number 1 in Jiujiantang with his family. The second choice is different. You will randomly obtain a new god-level ability. Each god-level ability is extraordinary. And with a bit of luck, it can even help your daughters activate their untapped talents. Your little darlings are the most important thing in the world. Chapter 56, Choice, the boss is really amazing. System, I choose the second one. Host, congratulations, you will receive a random god-level ability, which can be extracted in 1 hour. 1 hour? Not bad. I had to wait for 3 hours for yesterday's god-level ability. This time it's a lot faster. In the time that followed, Shufeng led the way. As a master of martial arts, when he got serious, his perception of danger became extremely strong. Behind Shufeng was the beautiful housekeeper Yu Lingyue, who had been saved by Shufeng once. Looking at Shufeng's tall back, her beautiful eyes sparkled. The little girl's interest remained high. Especially when they saw Shufeng conjure the best mineral water out of thin air. They cheered even more. They felt that their father was a great magician. Shufeng, who had the storage ring, made a guest appearance as a magician. That was much better than an ordinary magician. No one could find his loopholes, and no one could decipher his tricks. Yu Lingyue took a sip of mineral water and looked at Shufeng with an increasingly bright gaze. The boss is really amazing. I don't know what there is that he can't do. Maybe he can. It's not the right time yet, but we can talk about it later. In Yu Lingyue's heart, a decision had been made. There were many flowers and trees on the mountain. These flowers and trees were naturally not as precious as those in Shufeng's garden. However, for the little Lolas, they were still very novel. From time to time, they asked some interesting questions. Just chatting and laughing, time passed quickly. Going up the mountain and going down the mountain. In the blink of an eye, more than half an hour had passed. At this time, the destination Yu Lingyue had mentioned was already very close. Shufeng, who was superior in every way, could already hear the sound of the stream. Shufeng told the people behind him the good news. The little girls cheered again. Great, we can go to the stream to find little fish to play with. I want to go and see if there are any caves. Look, there's a thatched hut over there. The little girls each had their own goals or found something that interested them. Lu Ruyan and Lu Chui were behind them, softly urging them. Be careful, don't fall. Mom, Grandma, we know. Nian Nian, the one with the best physical fitness, is charging ahead. The path here may have been repaired by someone, and it is not difficult to walk. Moreover, the view is open, and Shufeng does not restrict his little treasure. A simple reminder is enough. The steady eldest sister, Cici, is still by the side of her younger sister, Chu Chu, who has the worst physical fitness. The rest of the little girls all surround Shufeng and quickly walk down the mountain with him. Daddy, Daddy, come quickly. There are really fish in this stream. And there are people in that thatched cottage over there. The little girls' excited shouts had not finished. In the thatched cottage by the stream, a middle-aged man with a big fat head and big ears roared. Where did you come from, wild child? Get lost. The loud roar suddenly startled Nian Nian. Shufeng frowned slightly. The little treasures are all the flesh and blood of his heart. Now, this fat, middle-aged man. How dare he yell at his own precious daughter? Shufeng laughed angrily. Where did this fat pig come from, and how did it escape from the pigsty? Shufeng took his daughters and came to the side of Nian Nian, who looked a little aggrieved. Who are you? The fat, middle-aged man said coldly. How dare you speak to me like that? Shufeng raised an eyebrow. In front of his daughters, he tried his best to maintain the image of a good father. Otherwise, he would have rushed up and given the fat pig a good beating. As the son of the richest man in Yangcheng, Shufeng basically knew most, if not all, of the wealthy people in Yangcheng. To be honest, he had no recollection of the man in front of him. Looking at the gold necklace the size of his thumb around his neck, he looked like a nouveau riche. Either he was a demolition family who had recently become rich overnight, or a local tyrant from elsewhere. no matter what he was. He just yelled at his precious daughter. Then, he will have to pay an unaffordable price for his actions. Dad! The little girl next to him muttered, tugging on Xu Feng's hem. She was gifted with amazing talent and bone structure, a martial arts prodigy. But in the end, she was still a 4-year-old girl, being yelled at by a middle-aged man. Her beautiful black and white eyes were suddenly covered in a layer of mist. Seeing her daughter's aggrieved appearance, Xu Feng tenderly stroked her little head. You, come over here and apologize to our boss's daughter. Yu Lingyue, who had arrived behind Xu Feng, said angrily. Cici Chuchu also said, yes, read us an apology. The middle-aged man with a fat head and big ears, who looked like a nouveau riche, shook the big gold chain around his neck and looked disapproving. Let me apologize to a little brat? Are you kidding me? You came here making a racket. If you delay my good deed, Humph, I'll find someone to deal with you. Xu Feng had thought he would not be too violent to save face for his daughters. But some people just invite death. They forcefully put their face under their own feet. In that case, let's grant his wish. Xu Feng dodged and came to the middle-aged man with the fat head and big ears. A high kick directly. Xu Feng didn't bother to hit his face. He just let the man's face wipe the mud off his shoes. Boom! The man fell face first to the ground. Immediately afterwards, he let out a miserable scream like a pig being slaughtered. How dare you hit me? You just wait. Brother Housey! Brother Housey! The man shouted, and from a thatched cottage not far away, the head of a young man poked out. Seeing the situation here, he immediately ran over. Seeing this, the man was weak in appearance but fierce in spirit. How dare you hit me? Let me tell you, this is my territory, Haozi Gu. I can call 100 or so people in a minute, and they will fucking kill you. Before the man could finish his sentence, he was dumbfounded. He was shocked to discover that Haozi Gu, who he thought had come to help him, had respectfully come to the opposite man's side. Chapter 57, as the saying goes, you have to get rid of the root. Hello, boss. Are you here to ask Master Lu to help with the engraving too? Master Lu is a famous master in the engraving industry. But I didn't know you were coming, otherwise I would have given you priority. Hao Zi was full of smiles and was very polite to Xu Feng. He didn't even look at the middle-aged man with the big ears and big gold chain on the ground. As early as 5 years ago, as the owner of the Glorious Forge shop, he had been trying hard to befriend Xu Feng. Later, Xu Feng's family's capital chain broke, and he was no longer as rich. He was still very polite to Xu Feng. Because before, Xu Feng had casually helped him, and he knew how to be grateful. Moreover, he firmly believed that Xu Feng would definitely rise again and create new glory. And yesterday, through some of his connections, he even learned that Xu Feng was actually the chairman of the Yida Plaza Investment Company. Hao Zi felt even more that he had been very wise. Today, he encountered Xu Feng here. Naturally, he subconsciously came over and greeted him respectfully. Xu Feng glanced at Hao Zi and heard what Hao Zi said. It seemed that in addition to money, there were additional conditions for finding the master sculptor. But this matter could be put aside for now. Xu Feng kicked the fat, bloated man, but it didn't satisfy him. With a thought, he used his imperial pupil technique. The man's information immediately appeared in Xu Feng's eyes. Name, Niu Shangtian. Age, 38 years old. Identity, coal boss of the privately mined coal mine in Youjia village, Xishan. Friendliness, 28. The full value is 100 points, 50 points is an ordinary person, and 30 points is considered an enemy. Niu Shangtian, this name is indeed a bit arrogant. The identity is similar to what Xu Feng guessed, a nouveau riche, coal boss. And he is also the coal boss of a privately mined coal mine. As for the friendship level, this is the lowest friendship level that Xu Feng has seen. It is less than 30 points. It seems that he is extremely resentful in his heart. How dare a coal boss who mines coal privately offend him? He really doesn't know how to die. Hao Zi saw Xu Feng's gaze fall on the fat and portly man. He quickly said, Boss, I don't know him well either. He is a coal boss from the Xishan area. He made some money recently and came to Yangqing to do some business. He heard about Master Lu's craftsmanship by accident, so he wanted me to bring him here to carve an object. Upon hearing Hao Zi's words, Niu Shangtian became a little anxious. Hao Zi, what the hell do you mean? I gave you face and let you bring me here. Don't think that I can only rely on you in Yangcheng. My second uncle knows a lot of people in Yangcheng. Believe it or not, my uncle can make a phone call and make you all unable to stay in Yangcheng. Niu Shangtian, who had been kicked by Chu Feng, fell to the ground by the stream and couldn't get up for a while. With Chu Feng's current strength, it was very easy to kill someone with one kick. Of course, in front of his daughters, he naturally wouldn't do that. But it wasn't difficult to make a man suffer from an irreparable internal injury. As the saying goes, you have to eliminate the root of the problem. Since Niu Shangtian said he had a powerful second uncle, that's even better. In order to avoid having to deal with the younger ones later, and the older ones coming, I'll simply have Niu Shangtian contact his second uncle. Now I can solve this problem once and for all. Niu Shangtian struggled to sit up. Fine, I'll call now. Don't cry later if you have the guts. Niu Shangtian took out his phone and started calling his second uncle. Second uncle, someone hit me. I gave your name and he still hit me. He also said you are nothing. 3 minutes ago. Wu Shaoxian stood in front of the French windows, looking at the bustling traffic below. He had finally been discharged from the hospital. He also learned that his uncle, Chu Konghai, had died. What's more, he knew that Chu Konghai and Chu Feng had met that day. He died as soon as they met, so it must not have been an accident. Wu Shaoxian was shocked and scared, and hated Chu Feng to death. He was no longer the manager of Yida Plaza, and Chu Feng had beaten him up badly. Now that Chu Konghai was gone, no one paid any attention to him. In particular, he vaguely knew that he had offended someone powerful. For Wu Shaoxian, those smart bosses avoided him like the plague. Basically, he could no longer get by. That Chu Feng, no matter what, had to get rid of him. Wu Shaoxian suddenly remembered something. His uncle had given him a phone number. Suddenly, he broke into a smile. You see, these days, if you don't have your life, no amount of money can save you. Wu Shaoxian used Chu Konghai's phone to make a call he would never make lightly. Twice in a row, the phone went unanswered. It wasn't until the third time that the phone was answered. Who? The voice on the other end of the line was cold. It's me, Wu Shaoxian, Chu Konghai's nephew. You promised my uncle before that you would help him kill someone. I remember. Go ahead, who do you want killed? Chu Feng, chairman of Yida Plaza Investment Company. This kind of big boss with status is. After the job is done, I'll give you an extra 5 million. Deal. After hanging up the phone, Wu Shaoxian sneered. Chu Feng, you're dead. At that moment, the phone belonging to Chu Konghai rang. After looking at it, he found it was a relative from his hometown. Uncle, someone hit me. I gave your name, and he still hit me. He also said you're nothing. Chu Konghai is a powerful figure in Yangcheng. That's why Wu Shaoxian and Niu Tiancheng and the others have the arrogance to back it up. At this moment, hearing Niu Tiancheng say this, Wu Shaoxian's just calmed down mood instantly ignited like an explosive barrel. Very good, very good. No one has dared to speak of my uncle for a long time. Niu, you give the phone to the other person, I want to hear if he dares to be so arrogant to me. Chapter 58 Wu Shaoxian kneels. Wu Shaoxian originally planned to seek refuge with Niu Shangtian. This was a good opportunity to help out and improve relations. After all, in Yangcheng, he considered himself to be doing well. As long as he didn't count the situation after meeting Chu Feng. For the time being, he had not yet told Niu Shangtian that Chu Konghai had died. By the stream, Niu Shangtian, who was in a miserable state. He waved the cell phone in his hand at Chu Feng with a smug look on his face. The expression on his face caused the wound to twitch. Suddenly, blood poured from the wound, and he let out a cry of pain. My second uncle's nephew, let you answer the phone. If you're capable, you answer it. After you answer the phone, don't you dare kneel down. Chu Feng sneered, and told Niu Shangtian to turn on the speakerphone. Niu Shangtian held the phone up to Wu Shaoxian on the other end of the line and said, Shaoqian, that bastard said that you and your uncle are no big deal, and that if you hear his name you have to kneel down. Usually, whenever there is something going on, Niu Tiancheng just brings up his uncle's name. It has always worked very well. This time, he thought it would be the same. After stirring the pot, Niu Tiancheng turned on the loudspeaker. Wu Shaoxian's roar came through the microphone. That bastard, looking for death? If you have the guts, then give me your name. I, Wu Shaoxian, know some big shots in every city. And my uncle is a well-known big shot in Yangcheng. I'd like to know which big shot you are. Let's see if you know any of the big shots I know. Wu Xiaoxian? Chu Feng felt a sense of familiarity when he heard this name. Are you Wu Xiaoxian? Your uncle is Chu Konghai? Niu Tianchang immediately bragged, now that you know who my uncle is, why don't you kneel down and apologize to me? How dare you hit me? Kneel down and apologize to me, and then let me beat you up. One beating is not enough, I want to beat you up 10 times. Niu Shangtian, the nouveau riche coal baron with a simple mind and strong limbs, screamed and bragged at the same time. Wu Xiaoxian on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment. He was not his stupid nephew Niu Shangtian, and at this moment, he felt vaguely that something was wrong. He asked in a low voice, do you know me? Who are you? Chu Feng gave a wink to the Hao Zi in front of him. Hao Zi understood and immediately said loudly. Boss is Chu Feng, the chairman of Yida Square Investment Company. For a moment, Wu Xiaoxian almost dropped the phone in his hands. He was shocked, dumbfounded, and couldn't believe it. Wu Xiaoxian was just about to find someone to vent his anger on. But he discovered that the other person was his own frightened Chu Feng. This feeling is just too sour and refreshing. Wu Xiaoxian naturally harbored a deep hatred for Chu Feng. However, he dared only to secretly engage in some things. If they were face to face, Wu Xiaoxian would not dare to do so even if he had 10 guts. The shocked and dumbfounded Wu Xiaoxian wished he could disappear right now. Perhaps Chu Feng has forgotten about me. After all, I am just a nobody. Now I have killed myself, and Chu Feng will remember me. Wu Xiaoxian's thoughts turned quickly, and he immediately said with a smile. Brother Chu Feng, I'm sorry, it was a misunderstanding. Niu Shangtian, you little brat. Quickly. Kneel down. Apologize to Brother Chu Feng. If Brother Chu Feng doesn't forgive you, don't get up today. Hearing Wu Xiaoxian's voice on the phone, Niu Shangtian was even more shocked and even more confused. He heard Wu Xiaoxian's roar and urging on the phone, and whispered to him that his uncle Chu Konghai had died in front of Chu Feng. Niu Shangtian immediately gritted his teeth. With a thud, he knelt on the ground. Brother Chu Feng, I'm sorry. Just now, I was blind and looked down on people. Please, you are a generous person, don't hold it against me. Just now, Niu Shangtian was still smug, preparing to let Chu Feng kneel down and apologize. But now, he has directly knelt in front of Chu Feng, apologizing while slapping himself in the face. Behind Chu Feng, Lu Chui, Lu Ruyan, and the 3 little Lolas are all together. They saw this scene. The little Lolas, for their own fathers, are even more adoring. They feel that their fathers are very, very awesome. Those rude and unreasonable bad guys will be taught a lesson by their own fathers. Even Lu Chui and Lu Ruyan can't help but marvel in their hearts. They thought they already knew that Chu Feng was very powerful. But now they discovered that Chu Feng was always more powerful than they had imagined. At this moment, the one with the brightest eyes was the beautiful housekeeper Yu Lingyue. Boss is so handsome and awesome. I can't help it. Should I take the time to confess to the boss? Or is it a bit too hasty? In 2 more days, find a suitable opportunity. The beautiful housekeeper's thoughts, of course, Chu Feng did not know. At this time, he did not even bother to look at Niu Shangtian, who was kneeling in front of him apologizing. Chu Feng took out his mobile phone and made a call as well. In front of Niu Shangtian, he let Wu Xiaoxian hear it with her own ears as well. He directly reported in real name Niu Shangtian's private mining of coal. Wu Xiaoxian, Hao Zi, Yu Lingyue and others, as well as Niu Shangtian himself, now all know. Niu Shangtian is definitely finished next. What they didn't know was that Chu Feng's kick had also left a hidden injury on Niu Shangtian. His life was doomed to be miserable. Chu Feng, big brother, Chu Feng, big brother, please forgive me. Wu Xiaoxian, please save me. On the other end of the phone, Wu Xiaoxian's brows were furrowed. Chu Feng, big brother. Wu Xiaoxian's words were cut short by Chu Feng's voice. Wu Xiaoxian, you don't need to say anything else. Chu Feng gave Yu Lingyue a wink. Naturally, this capable subordinate arranged for Wu Xiaoxian to be taken care of. Wu Xiaoxian there let out a sudden gasp. He wanted to hear more. He couldn't hear the door being kicked open roughly violently. With a thud, Wu Xiaoxian knelt on the ground. He knew that Niu Shangtian was finished, and so was he. Wu Xiaoxian's mood of waiting for Niu Shangtian and the others could be described as hitting rock bottom. However, Chu Feng's mood at this time was very good. The guy who had yelled at his own daughter had already paid the price that he, Wu Shaoxian, had to bear. In addition, the divine level ability chosen at random from the divine level options obtained when going up the mountain. The system's pleasant prompt also sounded in Chu Feng's mind at this time. Ding dong. Host, congratulations, the random god level ability you obtained can now be extracted. May I ask if you would like to extract it now? I wonder what kind of god level ability it will be. Will it be able to help his daughters activate their talents? Chu Feng immediately chose to extract it directly. Chapter 59 Boss, what kind of immortal is he? Ding dong. Host, congratulations, your random god level ability is ready to be extracted. Extract it. Host, congratulations, the random god level ability you have extracted is god level carving ability. Carving refers to cutting or carving wood, stone or other materials into a desired shape. Tools used for this purpose include knives, chisels, gouges, cones, hatchets and hammers. In the most common method of carving, a chisel is held in one hand and a mallet in the other, which is used to drive the chisel into the wood or stone. Although some metalworking techniques such as welding and assembly have gradually become more important over the past century, carving and molding are still the two main sculpting techniques. A finished carving can be called a carving, but the word sculpture is usually used to refer to works with serious artistic or aesthetic significance. Chu Feng was surprised that he had randomly obtained such a god-level ability. Many carving techniques suddenly appeared in his mind. It was as if he had instantly had the experience of thousands of years. His carving ability directly reached a peerless level. After all, it was not the first time he had obtained a god-level ability, so Chu Feng was relatively indifferent. Currently, there is still the youngest baby, who has not activated her talent. Chu Feng pondered, wondering if his god-level ability could help his youngest daughter, Chu, activate her talent. Until her talent is activated, Chu Feng has no idea what her talent actually is. Compared to the indifferent Chu Feng, the beautiful housekeeper Yulingwei, who was standing behind him, suddenly whitened her eyes. The boss's aura has changed again? This is unbelievable. Calm, simple, refined, and blending in with nature. Oh my god. What kind of immortal is the boss? Yulingwei felt that she could not help but be charmed. It was so outstanding, so amazing, and so mesmerizing. Each of these god-level abilities has given Chu Feng the relevant outstanding temperament. This outstanding temperament is what makes people think that he has become more handsome and more attractive. Yulingwei is different, she has a hidden talent. This talent can hide her own self. Before, on the road, she relied on this talent. That's why when she was very close to the king cobra, she discovered it, but was unable to arouse its ferocity. If it had been someone else, I'm afraid that when they were further away, the king cobra would have already launched a deadly attack on her. At that time, if Yulingwei had been alone, she would most likely have relied on her hidden talent to escape unscathed. However, Chu Feng did not have any hidden talents. Moreover, the voices of the little Lolas behind her and Yulingwei Lu Chui all had an impact on King Cobra. That's why he launched his attack. Yulingwei's hidden talent not only allowed her to hide herself better, but also allowed her to discover the differences in other people better. Chu Feng was considered to be the most outstanding, most incredible person she had ever met, someone she couldn't help but want to get close to. At the same time, she also felt more and more deeply that Chu Feng was her hope. It could be a coincidence. But twice? Or multiple times? The boss is really a bit perverted, and he's too good. Maybe my secret is nothing to the boss. I really want to confess everything to the boss right now. Yulingwei gently bit her lower lip, but she resisted the urge to reveal everything right now. She decided to wait a little longer. After all, we've only known each other for 3 days. It's still a bit early to say something. Yulingwei's cute little face changed color. Lu Ruyan, who was not far away, asked worriedly. Lingwei, what's wrong? You don't look well. Are you feeling unwell? Could it be that the poisonous snake earlier hurt you? Lu Ruyan's voice made everyone look towards Yulingwei. This made Yulingwei, who had other thoughts about Chu Feng, suddenly blush. I'm fine, I'm probably just a little hot and a little thirsty. The little Lolas were all very kind, saying one after the other. Sister Lingwei, if you don't feel well, you can tell Dad first. Dad is awesome. Dad will definitely be able to help you. Yes, Sister Lingwei, Dad can do anything. In the hearts of the little Lolas, Chu Feng had almost become a god. Hearing his daughter's praise, Chu Feng smiled dumbly. His heart stirred, and he directly took out a bottle of mineral water from his storage ring. Lingyue, drink some water. Thank you, boss. Lingyue sipped the water, and with the corner of her eye she surveyed the handsome and extraordinary Chu Feng, looking a little dazed. The little girls, on the other hand, cheered as they saw Chu Feng produce a bottle of water out of thin air. Wow! Daddy's doing magic again. Daddy's amazing. Daddy's amazing. Do another trick, Daddy. Chu Feng took out a box of mineral water directly from his storage ring. Evian mineral water, 1,800 yuan a bottle. A box has 12 bottles, so just one is worth more than 20,000 yuan. The water that the rich drink is all different. Previously, Lu Chui had looked it up online. A small bottle of mineral water sells for almost 2,000 yuan. This is a luxury product. Ordinary people don't buy it, and even if they want to buy it, they may not be able to get it. Chu Feng handed them out, one bottle per person, which was refreshing and sweet. A large box of mineral water just appeared. The little girls were even more amazed and cheered. They took the Evian mineral water one after the other, their black and white eyes looking at their father, Chu Feng, with great admiration. Chu Feng conjured up such a large box of mineral water out of thin air, and the little girls just thought it was magic, which was fun to watch and interesting. Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes twinkled. Her own handsome man was always so outstanding and amazing. There were so many incredible things about Chu Feng anyway, and she didn't seem to think anything of it. Lu Chui was still shocked, but she was also shocked. The more shocked she was, the less she seemed to have any extraneous thoughts. Only Hao Zi and Lingyue, shocked as they were, did not dare to think too much. The boss is really something. Chu Feng did this for his own considerations. The more abilities and good things he gets, the more there will be. There is no point in hiding them. Moreover, everyone around him is family, with only Hao Zi and Lingyue being outsiders. Hao Zi's friendliness has reached 82 points. Lingyue's loyalty has reached 80 points. No. At this moment, Chu Feng saw that Lingyue's loyalty had quietly. Chapter 60, an even more unbelievable scene appeared. Lingyue's loyalty had quietly reached 85 points. With such a high loyalty and friendliness, Chu Feng did not need to worry at all. Solving a minor problem and gaining new abilities. Chu Feng also had not forgotten the purpose of this trip. Lingyue had told him before that Lingyue had been here twice before. He had accidentally learned that there was a master here who would customize things. She was not sure of the details. Hao Zi seemed to be familiar with the place. Chu Feng greeted everyone and walked towards the thatched cottage. At the same time, he asked Hao Zi about related matters. Boss, Master Lu is a very famous master in the world of sculpture. The value of the objects he carves will double. It will even increase many times over. That's why he is favored by many collectors or enthusiasts. Hao Zi also told Chu Feng that there are many people who ask Master Lu to carve, and it is often necessary to wait in a long queue. Master Lu only works once a month. He only carves one object at a time. This makes the objects he carves and their value even more sought after. In addition, Master Lu has 3 carving rules. 3 carvings are, respectively, only carve objects with a connection, only carve valuable objects, and only carve objects of interest. What kind of object has a connection is up to Master Lu to decide. As for valuable objects, that's easy. The more precious and rare something is, the more valuable it naturally is. As for being interested, it mainly depends on the mood of Master Lu. As for the 3 no carvings, they are, respectively, no carving of things with no connection, no carving of things with no value, and no carving of things that are not of interest. When Chu Feng heard Hao Zi say the 3 carvings, he still felt that this Master Lu had character and was quite pretentious. But when he heard the 3 no carvings, he couldn't help but laugh. Don't these 3 carvings and 3 no carvings refer to the same thing? It feels like a young person who doesn't know the taste of worry, forcing words to express worry. The pressure level immediately dropped a lot. As soon as he saw Chu Feng's expression, Hao Zi hurriedly said, "Boss, you mustn't laugh. Otherwise, if Master Lu gets angry, then you've come for nothing today." By the time Hao Zi said this, Chu Feng was already laughing out loud. Not just Chu Feng. Behind Chu Feng, Lu Ruyan smiled sweetly, Lingyue gave a faint smile, and Lu Chui gave a faint smile. The 3 little Lolas were even more excited and happy because their father, Chu Feng, had brought them here on an outing, and they were all giggling at the moment. Hao Zi was immediately dumbfounded, thinking to himself, I'm in trouble. Master Lu is not someone who can be moved by money. This is going to be trouble. Don't let Master Lu hear it. Hao Zi didn't want anything to happen, but just the opposite happened. He could already see a small, thin old man standing with his arms crossed by the thatched hut. Unhappiness was already written all over his face. Is this funny? If you think this is funny, then you are not welcome here. Go back to wherever you came from. At this point, a man and a woman in their 20s also arrived at Master Lu's side. The woman said, Don't bother the master, just leave. Do you know that just now the master was carving, but you interrupted for no reason, destroying the master's work? The man shook his head, No, you can't just leave. You ruined the master's work, you have to pay compensation. Hao Zi is sociable and diplomatic. What just happened can be described as a misunderstanding. It can be made into nothing or blown out of proportion. The man and woman just now each had their own point of view. And Master Lu stood there arrogantly, tilting his head slightly, as if he didn't care to say more. Master, it was a misunderstanding. You see. Carving is not a simple matter, and it has a direct relationship with one's state of mind. Once the mood is ruined, I'm afraid the next carving will need to be put aside. Master Lu shook his head without haste. The young man behind him, however, was impatient. Hao Zi, you heard it too. Your friend has ruined the master's object and caused the next carving I will be doing to be put aside. Will you compensate for these losses? The young man sneered and took out two small objects. One was the wooden carving that Master Lu had just failed to carve, and the other was a jade pendant in a light green color. He gestured for Hao Zi to take the two objects and hold them up obediently. The woman next to the man shook her head, but the man ignored her and went ahead with his plan. Hao Zi pointed at the wooden carving and said, Master, I'll take responsibility for your loss. But as for your jade pendant, if I remember correctly, it will have to be after mine. The man gritted his teeth and his face turned gloomy. He simply threw the wooden carving at Hao Zi. What an interesting wooden carving. Cici, the eldest daughter who was always calm, suddenly spoke. Her eyes never left the wooden carving in Hao Zi's hands. Hao Zi, who had been thinking about befriending Chu Feng, immediately offered the wooden carving to Cici. To be honest, Chu Feng had always been paying attention to his eldest daughter. Especially after gaining the ability to upgrade his carving skills. Chu Feng's daughter, Chu Chu, who had not yet activated her talent. Based on the hobbies of the little ones, the person who is most likely to have a related talent is the eldest daughter who likes elegant styles and likes decorations. And when he came to the thatched cottage, Chu Feng noticed even more. His eldest daughter, Cici, had a pair of bright and beautiful eyes, and had been observing some of the carvings in the thatched cottage. There were wood carvings, root carvings, ivory carvings, and jade carvings. Chu Feng could see that the eldest daughter liked it more and more the more she looked at it, and the more she looked at it, the more she became absorbed. Chu Feng nodded to himself. Originally, he had wanted to help his younger daughter, Chu Chu, activate her talent. Now he discovered that the eldest daughter, Cici, was the one interested in carving. However, the eldest daughter, Cici, already had two talents. It seemed to be the will of heaven. Chu Feng pondered that he had to think of a way to see if he could help his eldest daughter, Cici, activate her talent for carving. He patted his eldest daughter Cici's little head and laughed. Cici, do you like this wood carving? His eldest daughter nodded. Dad, this wood carving is very interesting, except that there was a problem at the end. The dragon's glasses on the wood carving were not done well, otherwise it would have been even more interesting. Master Lu, who was standing by the thatched hut with his arms crossed, was surprised for a moment. For ordinary people, that wood carving was actually considered a successful carving. Only an expert, and one with some ability, would be able to notice that the eyes of the carved flying dragon had been a little mishandled. How could a little girl who looked to be only 4 or 5 years old have noticed this? It was incredible. Then, something even more incredible happened to Master Lu. Chapter 61 Cici is awesome, the outing continues. Dad, I feel like I've become a little different. With her talent activated, Cici's life has become even more brilliant. It's even more miraculous than in some martial arts novels, where the protagonist opens up the two main energy channels. The previous second daughter, Nian Nian, is a good example. Right, I haven't looked closely at my daughter's talent yet. What exactly is it? Chu Feng looked at his precious eldest daughter, Cici. Imperial Pupil's Eye Technique. Name, Chu Cici. Age, 4 years old. Status, a little girl with a delicate appearance. Talent, painting. Music. Handicrafts. Intimacy, 95 points. Maximum is 100 points. G. The newly emerged talent is indeed related to sculpture in some way. Handicrafts, like music, cover many aspects. There are 70 types of handicrafts, including woodblock New Year pictures, soot paintings, paper horses, inside paintings, clay sculptures, dough figurines, sugar figurines, brick carvings, porcelain carvings, miniature sculptures, puppets, shadow puppets, batik, embroidery, brocade, paper cutting, kites, facial makeup, masks, etc. CC now has 3 talents. But she is equivalent to one person, with hundreds of talents. Among them are 70 types of handicrafts. As long as CC wants to learn it, then she is the best in the industry. Can she surpass Chu Feng? It's hard to say in terms of sculpture. In terms of other crafts, she can definitely surpass him easily. If talent is considered double the joy, 70 talents is 70 times the joy. Chu Feng looked at his daughter's talents and couldn't help but exclaim, "Awesome! I can have such a talented daughter, it seems that I am also very talented." Chu Feng smiled and patted his daughter's little head. He looked at his daughter and knew that his daughter, Cici, had her own feelings, but she couldn't put them into words. So right now, Cici looked both happy and a little confused. Chu Feng then spoke directly. "Cici, congratulations! Dad just discovered that you have a talent in the area of manual arts that is beyond the reach of ordinary people." Manual arts? What is Dad's manual arts? Is it carving? Chu Feng laughed heartily and picked up his daughter in his arms. "Cici, handicraft is not about carving, but carving is a type of handicraft." Chu Feng told Cici that there were 70 types of handicraft. He told his eldest daughter that if she wanted to learn any of these 70 types, she could become a master in that field at the very least. And she could become a master in a short period of time. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Cici tilted her head and beamed. Master Lu and Xiaoya, who were kneeling on the ground, could hardly help but jump up and shout at this point. This is not just amazing, it's the pinnacle of amazing. The two of them are considered somewhat talented when it comes to carving. Xiaoya started learning at a young age and is still considered a very good beginner. Master Lu, on the other hand, has been studying for his whole life and still holds the title of master. But in reality, he is not truly a master yet. He is still lacking a little bit of the right touch. In his lifetime, if Chu Feng does not help him a little, it is still unknown whether he can become a true master. The two envied Cici's talent beyond words. Even amateurs like Lu Ruyan and Lu Tsuao's son were amazed when they heard Chu Feng's words. The little girls were also looking at the eldest sister in Chu Feng's arms. 2 of the 3 little girls had activated their talents. Only the youngest daughter, Chu Chu, had not yet activated her talent. "Big sister, you're amazing." "Yes, big sister, if you want, you can be 70 masters by yourself." "Yes, big sister, you'll definitely be as awesome as Dad in the future." After praising her sister, Chu Chu secretly cheered herself on. "I have to become even more awesome in the future." The timid and crybaby Chu Chu quietly shed tears after praising her sister. "It seems that my sisters are all so amazing. I'm the only one who's so ordinary." Chu Chu lowered her head slightly so that no one could see the mist in her eyes. She thought no one could see it, but Chu Feng, who had several god-level abilities, sensed it. Chu Feng reached out and picked up Chu Chu as well. One little girl in each hand. "Chu Chu, don't worry. You are just as good as your sisters. It's just that you need some opportunities. You will become very powerful. Chu Chu, don't worry, Dad will help you." The little girl nodded, her eyes still filled with tears, but her face, which was as delicate as a blown bubble, was smiling like a flower. She snuck up on Chu Feng and pecked him on the cheek. Chu Chu believed her father and would not lie to her. Since Dad said she was extremely powerful, then she must be right. Chu Feng and his precious daughter interacted affectionately. As for the two in front of him, Master Lu and Xiaoya, he had no intention of paying any attention to them. The little girls had kind hearts. Seeing the two kneeling in front of him, especially one of them, who was an old man, they felt sorry for them. Cici, the eldest sister, had just activated her talent. She could understand Master Lu and Xiaoya's desire to learn. If you truly like doing something, you will be willing to devote your whole life to it. If she herself hadn't been able to do almost everything and was super amazing, Cece reckons that in the future, she might also look for another master to learn from. She looked at the two people in front of her, who were still kneeling, as if Chu Feng's father would not agree to take them as disciples and they would not get up. She persuaded them. This old man, this older sister, please get up. My father doesn't want to take you as disciples. It's not a big deal if you continue to kneel. Hearing the little girl's persuasion, Master Lu and Zhaoya still insisted on not getting up. This is a chance that they can't get again. Although the chances of success are extremely slim. But they both want to try harder. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit dull, Haozi said immediately. Boss, there are some interesting places up ahead. You brought your family here, so it's kind of like an outing. Why don't I take you to have some fun up ahead? Chu Feng, who was planning to go back, looked at his three treasures when he heard Haozi's words. It didn't matter where he went. As long as his big treasure, Lu Ruyan, and his three little treasures, his three daughters, are happy. It doesn't matter where they go. The little Lolas had just arrived in Jandeli and hadn't started playing yet, so naturally they didn't want to leave. Dad, let's go look at the front. Dad, can we play for a while before we go back? Dad, I want to go to a fun place and have some fun. As he listened to his daughter's thoughts, Chu Feng readily agreed. The family continued on, with Haozi leading the way. Chapter 62, that was awesome, an incredible move. Lu Dashi and Zhaoya, who were kneeling on the ground, glanced at each other. Both of them were a little unwilling. Yeah, one of the two people here is your fiancé. Master, I've already sent a message to his friend who came with him, and they'll be here soon. Just as he said this, sure enough, a man came walking quickly. Zhaoya briefly explained the situation and asked the man to call for an ambulance. Just now, Chu Feng's movements were too fast, and Mushu was too small, so Zhaoya didn't see clearly. She guessed that he had encountered some kind of poisonous insect. After giving her instructions, Zhaoya and Master Lu glanced at each other and chased after Chu Feng and the others together. Ahead, there was a cave with 3 wooden huts and 5 ancient trees. There was also a small bridge and flowing water, and the scenery was beautiful. Dad, there's a cave. There really is a cave. Second daughter Nian Nian kept thinking about the cave. Youngest daughter Chu Chu was staring at the stream. She really liked the fish in the water. Eldest daughter Cici looked at the 5 ancient trees and the wooden bridge over the water. She was inspired and wanted to do something herself. Chu Feng heard his daughter's requests. He told them to come one at a time and not to worry. He would fulfill each of their wishes. Nian Nian wanted to go with him to see the cave. The cave wasn't actually very deep and there was just a simple brick kiln inside. Chu Feng guessed that it must have been made by Master Lu himself. Occasionally, special engravings would be baked in. Chu Feng took the family and showed Nian Nian the cave. Then they went to the wooden bridge. Cici looked at the craftsmanship and engravings on the bridge, while Chu Chu looked at the fish swimming in the water. Chu Feng knew what Chu Chu was interested in, but he didn't know her exact talent. So he let Chu Chu look at the things she liked. Maybe she herself accidentally activated her talent, who knows? Lu Ruyan, you watch the children, I'll be right back. Chu Feng also wanted to see if his eldest daughter Cici's talent was the same as his second daughter Nian Nian's martial arts talent. He was very fast, and he reached the ancient tree in a few steps. As a master of martial arts, he quickly reached the tree trunk. He casually broke off some branches to give his daughter practice. In terms of craftsmanship, basic knowledge is actually not very important. Practical ability is the most important thing. Master Lu, Zhaoya, Haozi, and the others looked at Chu Feng, who was like walking on water as he climbed the tree, and secretly admired him. Ordinary people are only good at 1 or 2 things. But they felt that Chu Feng was just as the little girl said. That is, he is amazing. He can do almost everything. Master Lu and Zhaoya glanced at each other. They wanted to become Chu Feng's disciples even more. Even Haozi had the urge to become his disciple. Soon, Chu Feng returned to his daughters. Cici kept thinking about the wooden dummy and sandbag she wanted for practicing martial arts. Now, I'll teach you, and you do it. Cici readily agreed, okay, Dad. For the first time, Cici was looking forward to making something with her own hands. I'll go get some tools. Master Lu and Zhaoya were also looking forward to it. Although Chu Feng has not yet agreed to take them as his disciples. He is teaching his own daughter. The two of them can also listen in on the side. Being able to hear the teachings of such a formidable carving master, they believe that their own carving skills will definitely improve. In the time that followed, Chu Feng taught Cici some basic knowledge. Like her daughter Chu Chu, Cici is also interested in things related to her talent. She understood it once and picked it up quickly. Lu Dashi and Zhao, who wanted to become apprentices, were shocked by Cici's demon-like talent and were a little doubtful about life. The two of them took the initiative to help Cici. Although Cici has the talent of a skilled craftsman, she is only 4 years old after all. Some things, such as handling materials, are still quite difficult for her. With Lu Dashi and Zhao, who were skipping class, doing the hard work, Cici's production speed has greatly increased. A wooden dummy pole tailored to Nian's needs was made. Nian simply tried it out and was very satisfied. This wooden dummy pole specially made for her was very suitable for her, who was only 4 years old. Dad and sister, I really like this wooden dummy pole. Nian, as long as you like it. Chu Feng nodded. As the saying goes, money can't buy happiness. As long as my daughters are happy, that is the most joyful thing. Nian, you go back and practice some more, now I need to carve something on the dummy. Also, when you go back, ask your father to get some animal fur. I will fix it on the dummy. That way, you won't hurt yourself when you practice in the future. Cici's work was fairly simple, but what followed was a test of her talent for manual dexterity. Carving is a delicate task. It requires a lot of patience and a sense of spirituality. A masterful carver can give a work of art a soul, which makes the object even more valuable. That's why the value of some small objects can skyrocket after being carved by a master. Before she knew it, it was already noon. At this time, Cici's first carving was officially completed. Just looking at her own wooden stake, she was a little reluctant to start. Sister, your carving is so lifelike and beautiful that I don't want to destroy it. Even an amateur could tell that Cici's carving was extraordinary. Zhao, an excellent young practitioner, could see it even more clearly. Cici has only just started learning, and she is already on a par with someone like me who has been learning for almost 20 years. Master Lu, as a quasi-master, could see even more clearly. Cici, who is carving for the first time, has not only reached a stage similar to Zhao's, but her carving is even better than Zhao's. Master Lu looked at Chu Feng and then at the little girl Cici. Suddenly, he made a surprising move. Master Lu, who was already quite old, suddenly bowed to the little girl Cici, who was only 4 years old, and asked to be her disciple. Cici, I, Lu Jian, beg you to accept me as your disciple. When he was cutting class earlier, Master Lu discovered that he had actually learned quite a lot. Just one class cut had such a good effect. What if it was 2 classes cut? Or even more? The effect is unimaginable. But I have had a bad attitude before. Now, what qualifications do I have to beg Chu Feng to continue to skip classes? But if I don't skip classes, I don't know if I can reach the height I have always dreamed of in the time I have left. As the saying goes, if you can learn the Tao in the morning, you can die in the evening. Some ascetics who make pilgrimages spend their entire lives enduring all kinds of hardships. Isn't it all for the sake of achieving what they want in their hearts? As long as they can become a true master before they die, Master Lu is willing to give everything he has. His thoughts turned quickly, and suddenly he had a flash of inspiration, making an extremely unbelievable move in the eyes of others. Master Lu bowed to Cici as a disciple. Chapter 63, Isn't it nice to be a rich second generation? Zhao, who was standing next to him, was also a smart woman. She also had a strong determination for the things she liked. She followed Master Lu closely and also bowed to Cici as a disciple. Cici, you only studied once and were able to achieve the effect of studying for more than 10 years. I also want to learn from you, please accept me as your disciple. Haozi, who was standing next to her, was shocked, and then even more shocked. The world is really full of all kinds of things. Yu Lingyue, the beautiful housekeeper, was shocked and amazed. She is truly outstanding and beyond reason, as befits the boss's daughter. Lu Ruyan, the beautiful CEO, was momentarily stunned, but then felt proud of her daughter. Although her daughter is very young, she is truly very outstanding. Lu Chui frowned slightly. She is already middle-aged. It is hard to accept that an old man, who is older than her own age, is calling her 4-year-old granddaughter master. That feeling is really weird. The other little girls were both envious and curious. Eldest sister Cici was the same age as them, having been born just a few seconds earlier. Now she was able to take on an apprentice. So could she, in the future? Looking at the little girl's eyes, Xu Feng guessed what his daughters were thinking. He was a little at a loss for words. His daughters really did have a lot on their minds. Xu Feng could guess and understand the thoughts and actions of both Master Lu and Zhaoya. As for his daughter Cici's decision, Xu Feng had no intention of interfering. Although his daughter was young, she was very smart and had her own ideas. There was no need to interfere with her. Dad. Cici looked at Xu Feng with a little embarrassment and unease. Xu Feng smiled and nodded. Cici, you make your own decision. No matter what you decide, Dad will support you. Okay, Dad, I got it. As the eldest daughter, Cici was the most stable. She was the one of the three precious daughters that Xu Feng felt most at ease with. As expected, the eldest daughter, a talented craftswoman with a deft hand, directly told Master Lu and Zhaoya. You don't need to do this. I have just started learning the craft and I still have a long way to go compared to you. How could I possibly be your master? Master Lu and Zhaoya were about to say something again. At this time, Cici said again. We don't have to be master and apprentice. Since we all like this craft, we can be good friends. We can spend time together, discuss things, learn together, carve together, and improve together. The young girl's words were extremely reasonable for someone of her age. Hao Zi, who was standing nearby, wondered if he should get married and have a daughter. If she was even 1/10 as good as Chu Feng's precious daughter, he would be ecstatic. At this moment, the beautiful housekeeper Yu Lingyue's delicate face suddenly turned a little red. If she could win Chu Feng's favor and become his woman, wouldn't that mean a chance at happiness like Lu Ruyan's? By then, she would have given birth to 2 smart children herself. If Lu Ruyan could give birth to such an outstanding daughter, then she should be able to as well, right? Yu Lingyue's pretty face was burning hot, and she didn't dare to think about it anymore. She quickly lowered her head, afraid that Lu Ruyan would discover her again. It would be so embarrassing if she thought she was sick again. The people involved at the moment, namely Master Lu and Zhaoya, who wanted to become disciples, felt a little ashamed. A little girl, just 4 years old. So talented and at the same time so understanding and able to speak. Taking care of the emotions of the two, without directly rejecting them, they treated each other as equals. This moved and grateful the two. What was awkward, abrupt, and radical at first was handled properly by the little girl Cici. Everyone was in a good mood. Cici, boss, you all have lunch here today. It was hard to refuse such a generous offer, and Xu Feng didn't want to ruin the mood as the girls hadn't had enough fun yet. Lingyue, go and help, your cooking is good, let everyone taste your cooking. At noon, everyone ate at the valley. Halfway through, the doctor and nurse from the ambulance took Song Ping and Niu Shangtian away. Xu Feng handed over the headquarters of the Yida Plaza Investment Company in the Magic City to his father. And then Xu Feng asked his father to manage Yida Square Investment Company. As for Xu Feng himself, he would rather spend time with his precious big baby and cute little baby. Isn't it nice to be a rich second generation at ease? Xu Feng saw his own peerless beauty, Lu Ruyan, wandering around with her daughters. Master Lu and Zhaoya were their attentive companions. Hao Zi was also like a subordinate, helping everyone carry some tools and drinking water. Now, the eldest daughter, Cici, didn't need to look for and buy the decorations she wanted. She wanted to make them herself. Not only that, she also asked the other younger sisters what they wanted. She helped make them. Cici was the busiest person all afternoon. She made something for each of her younger sisters. The second youngest sister, Nian Nian, wanted a wooden nan. The youngest sister, Chu Chu, wanted a planet with a small stand on it, where she could place a night light. Cici not only made things for her sisters, but also for her parents, Xu Feng and Lu Ruyan, each of them a small thing. To be precise, she made them for the whole family. Due to lack of time, she didn't finish them in the end. She didn't even show them to Xu Feng and Lu Ruyan. She made them secretly while everyone was not looking. She said she would only give them a surprise when they were finished. Xu Feng just smiled and respected his daughter's decision. Xu Feng has already seen all of Cici's work. He also gave some pointers along the way. His daughter's talent for handicrafts is truly unparalleled. Xu Feng reckons that his daughter will become the youngest master in her year group. She will also be the master with the most titles. 70 times the joy is beyond imagination. The sun was setting. Before he knew it, it was already past 5 p.m. Xu Feng reckoned that his parents might be home soon. He greeted the many little girls and his own perfect woman, Lu Ruyan, and prepared to go back. Lao Lu, sister ya, I'm going home, I'll come visit you again when I have time. Lao Lu is what Master Lu told Cici to call him, and he dared not call himself Master Lu in front of Cici and Shu Feng. Cici, I'm leaving too, so I might as well go with you. Jiaoya also lives in Yangchang. Haozi is the same, and he also said that he wants to leave together. The group began to climb over the mountains. Jiaoya and Haozi looked at the three little Lolas, who were as delicate as powdered jade. They were walking alone and had not asked for help from adults at all. This made the two of them praise the little Lola's excellence once again in their hearts. On the way back, Shu Feng was still walking in front. This time, they did not encounter any more snakes. After passing by the upper part of the mountain, they arrived at the car at the foot of the mountain at 6 o'clock. Shu Feng greeted his little treasures and got into the car. He looked at his youngest daughter, Chu Chu, holding a wooden fish tank. And in the fish tank, there were two small fish. Shu Feng couldn't help but smile. Chu Chu likes small fish so much, I wonder what her talent will be. Chapter 64, Ox Herding Pictures. After the little girls had all gotten into the car, Jiaoya, dressed in traditional Chinese clothing, did not go to Haozi's SUV, but instead went to Chu Feng's Night 15. Boss, I would like to invite you all to my house for dinner. Is that okay? My house is not very far from here, in the Jinqiu community. Shu Feng shook his head. No, next time. I have things to do when I get back, so I won't see you off. You can take Haozi's car. Aha, okay boss. Shu Feng drove, with his superb driving skills, fast and steady. Haozi and Jiaoya, who were following behind, soon lost sight of the rear of Chu Feng's car. The boss is really amazing. His daughter is also outstanding and amazing, and even his car is luxurious beyond imagination. Haozi nodded as he listened to Jiaoya's praise, deeply agreeing. The boss's car is a limited edition of the Night 15, and there are only 3 in the world. No wonder I said this car is extraordinary. The value of that car must be extraordinary, right? 150 million, but last month Prince Batty spent 1 billion to buy it, and no one sold it. 1 billion. My goodness. Jiaoya took a deep breath. She thought to herself, what kind of fiancé did my parents arrange for me? It's so disappointing. If it was arranged for the boss. Jiaoya was thinking at the moment. Shu Feng naturally didn't know what she was thinking. He drove the family back to Villa No. 1 at Jiujiantang. Lingyue, I'm going to trouble you to help prepare a simple dinner. Yes, boss. The beautiful housekeeper agreed and went to the kitchen. I've been thinking about you guys a lot, and you've all sweated a lot today. While your sister Lingyue is cooking dinner, why don't you go back to your rooms and take a shower and change? The 3 little girls, all pretty in pink, said in unison, yes, Dad. Lu Chui said she could help. The little girls repeatedly refused. Grandma, we can do it, we can do it. Okay, you wash yourselves, and I'll go back to my room to shower and change. After settling everyone else, Shu Feng turned to the ultimate beauty in his family. Lu Ruyan, I need help next. Shu Feng, what do you need me to do? Shu Feng smiled without saying a word and led the beautiful CEO straight into the luxurious bathroom that came with his oversized room. Lu Ruyan widened her beautiful eyes and glared at Shu Feng in anger. You bad guy, you tricked me again. My dear, I didn't trick you, I just want you to scrub my back. Oomph, is it really that simple? Lu Ruyan expressed her disbelief. She shook her head arrogantly to show her displeasure. As a result, the next moment, she took the bath sponge for scrubbing her back on her own initiative. Shu Feng sat comfortably in the bathtub, which was like a small swimming pool, and accepted the cold president's back scrubbing. Through the mirror on the wall, Shu Feng looked at Lu Ruyan, who had a thin face and a red face behind him, and couldn't help but tease. You don't like it, but your body is honest. Shu Feng. Lu Ruyan was so embarrassed that she couldn't help it. The beautiful and moving her deliberately made a fierce look. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll bite you. Seeing her best beauty pretending to be angry, she was also so beautiful. Shu Feng couldn't help it, and was about to tease Lu Ruyan again. Suddenly, a familiar and pleasant system prompt sounded in Shu Feng's mind. Gee. Is there a god-level option for teasing your own best beauty? This system is too awesome, isn't it? Ding dong. Host, congratulations, Lu Ruyan has a pure heart and a sharp tongue towards you, and you have obtained the god-level choice. 1. A domestic top 500 enterprise. 2. A world top 500 enterprise. Please make a choice, and you will receive the chosen reward as soon as possible. A pure heart and a sharp tongue? Ha ha. This is talking about the ultimate treasure of my own family. In life, there are really surprises everywhere. When something happens, tease your own beauty. And get such a reward. Simply amazing. The two choices represent two rewards. The first choice is a domestic top 500 enterprise. The first reward that Chu Feng obtained before was a domestic top 500 enterprise. The last one was Yida Square Investment Company, ranked 97th in the country. It directly made Chu Feng's net worth exceed 100 billion. This time, which specific enterprise it is. Chu Feng doesn't know until he makes a choice and obtains it. Anyway, the reward is at least tens of billions. The second option is a Fortune Global 500 company. This one is even more awesome. The assets of a Fortune Global 500 company, any one of them, are astronomical. The God-level choice that Big Baby helped him obtain today is really a reward of billions of points. System, I choose a Fortune Global 500 company. Host, congratulations, you have obtained a Fortune Global 500 company. It can be withdrawn in 12 hours. Basically, in 12 hours, Chu Feng's net worth will skyrocket again. In the spacious bathroom, his own exquisite beauty is rubbing his back with a blush. The phone rang. It should be our parents coming. Chu Feng said to Lu Ruyan, whose face was red. Ah, then I'll go down first, you hurry too. Lu Ruyan was a little flustered. Although it wasn't the first time she had met her in-laws, she was still a little nervous. Chu Feng, you quickly help me look. Is it okay if I wear this? Should I change my clothes? Oh no, this is a problem. I just washed my face. And I'm not wearing any makeup today. What should I do? Chu Feng looked at the flustered and at the same time a little overwhelmed Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan, you are the most beautiful woman in the world. That's fine just the way you are, you don't need to wear makeup, you are already the most beautiful. And don't worry too much, they are our parents, they're not a plague. Chu Feng quickly took a shower and changed into new clothes. The whole person also felt much fresher. He took the beautiful CEO and went downstairs like this. Chu Feng, am I really okay like this? What if your parents think I'm ugly? Should I put on some makeup? Chu Feng was a little between tears and laughter. It was clear that Lu Ruyan was very concerned about the impression her parents had of Chu Feng. The more she cared, the more she worried. Chu Feng held Lu Ruyan's small hand, a big, strong hand, which made Lu Ruyan feel a lot more at ease. They just went downstairs and arrived in the living room. Chu Feng and Lu Ruyan saw the beautiful housekeeper Yu Lingyue, who was entertaining Chu Hao and his wife. Dad. Mom. Xiao Feng, come over here quickly, let me take a look at you. I haven't seen you for 2 days, and it seems that you've become even more handsome. Ha, Mom, your son, how could he not be handsome? Chapter 65, Is Lingyue a noble? Chu Feng glanced at his father and noticed that Chu Hao had quietly grown some white hair on his head. Originally, Chu Feng had thought about handing over Yida Square Investment Company to his father. Suddenly, Chu Feng didn't want his father to be too tired. Anyway, he had the awesome God-level choice system. Any choice could be worth hundreds or even thousands of billions. There was no need for his parents to work hard anymore. Chu Feng chatted with his parents for a while, and then immediately introduced the people around him. Mom and Dad. Lu Ruyan, have you called our parents? The beautiful CEO quickly shouted, Dad. Mom. Not bad for my son. This girl with 1,000 thoughts is really too beautiful, the more you look at her the more beautiful she becomes. Chu Feng's mother took Lu Ruyan's hand and praised her. But the first time she saw Lu Ruyan, she was very satisfied. Now the more she looks at her, the more satisfied she becomes. Lu Ruyan, don't blame your mother for something that just happened. Before, when Lingyue greeted us, I mistook her for you. Auntie, I should have explained the first time around. Yu Lingyue hurriedly said. She didn't want to admit it, but she had to admit it in her heart. She had previously been mistaken for Chu Feng's woman by his mother, and now, thinking back, Yu Lingyue was very happy. She even felt a little giddy involuntarily. She didn't dare to linger in front of Chu Feng and the others for long. She was afraid that her true thoughts would be revealed. 1 week at most. By then, I will confess my true feelings to the boss. After all, this is what Chu Feng's mother wants. I think he may have already discovered some clues. He didn't ask me directly, probably because he wants me to explain it myself. Yu Lingyue said to herself as she walked towards the kitchen. In the living room, Chu Feng's mother took Lu Ruyan's hand and asked her something. At that time, the second daughter, who was the most effective, came down first. Mom and Dad. I'm done washing. I took a bath by myself, and I didn't let Grandma help me. You can ask, does it smell good after I took a bath? Clop, clop, clop. The little girl moved with agility and quickly reached Chu Feng. Dad, give me a hug. Chu Feng picked up his daughter and spun her around in place. Then he said to Nian Nian, look who's here. He smiled and looked at Chu Feng's parents, his beautiful eyes rolling around. Grandpa. Nai Nai. Looking at the smart and clever little girl, and the cute and adorable Nian Nian, Mr. and Mrs. Chu were simply overjoyed. At that moment, their eldest daughter, Cici, and youngest daughter, Chu Chu, also started coming downstairs. As well as Chu Feng's mother-in-law, Lu Chui, they all walked down the stairs. The living room suddenly became lively. Grandpa. Nai Nai. The three little girls surrounded Mr. and Mrs. Chu. The two middle-aged people were happy like children. Thinking about Chu Chu, the grandparents didn't prepare a gift, so they'll give you a red envelope. Lu Ruyan, give me your number. The beautiful CEO quickly declined. Mom and Dad are family, don't be so formal. It's different, after all, it's the first time we've met. The little girls are really cute. Xu Hao and his wife had come in such a hurry that they hadn't prepared a gift. It was too late to go prepare one now. Lu Ruyan looked to Chu Feng for help. Chu Feng smiled and said, since it's from your parents, just accept it. Okay then. Lu Ruyan used her authority to tell Chu Feng's mother. Soon, Lu Ruyan received 3 transfers. They were 1 million yuan each. In total, it was 3 million yuan. Lu Ruyan, the two of us made some bad investments before, so this red envelope is a bit small, don't mind it. The main reason for this is that Chu Feng had previously given them 10 million. Mom and Dad, what are you talking about? Lu Ruyan knew about the situation in Chu Feng's family, so she didn't believe him at first. Now, Lu Ruyan was worried that her in-laws had given her such a large red envelope. Would their lives be affected in the future? But she couldn't say anything directly. Just then, Lu Ruyan received another transfer. The amount was a full 10 million. Why did Chu Feng suddenly transfer so much money to me? Lu Ruyan turned her head and saw Chu Feng smiling at her. She was quick-witted and immediately understood. She immediately transferred the 10 million to Chu Feng's mother. Mom, this is a gift from Chu Feng and I to you. In the future, you shouldn't work too hard. Chu Feng and I are both working, so in the future, you can stay at home and enjoy the happiness of family life with your granddaughter. Lu Ruyan's words made Xu Hao and his wife extremely happy. It was the first time the family had reunited, and they were all very happy. Yu Lingyue walked over and said, Boss, dinner is ready. Chu Feng nodded and beckoned everyone to go to the dining room together. Xu Hao and his wife looked at the luxurious dining room and couldn't help but secretly admire it, even though he was the former richest man. It really is so luxurious and magnificent. The two of them glanced at each other. Their son really has a bright future. When everyone sat down, they tasted Yu Lingyue's cooking. Xu Hao and his wife didn't want to continue praising her. They couldn't help but praise her in their hearts. After the meal, Xu Hao and his wife decided to have a good talk with their son, Xu Feng. The family was in the garden, strolling after the usual meal. Xu Feng's mother deliberately pulled Xu Feng aside. Xiao Feng, Mom has something to tell you. What is it, Mom? Xu Feng asked in puzzlement. Xiao Feng, be honest with Mom, did you kidnap the noble daughter, the chairman of Lingyue Group, and make her your housekeeper? Mom, Yu Lingyue is indeed the chairman of Lingyue Group, but she is not some aristocratic daughter. Xu Feng was a little confused. Xiao Feng, haven't you noticed? Lingyue's aristocratic temperament that she inadvertently exudes, as well as her impeccable aristocratic etiquette. This is only found in the direct lineages of aristocrats that have been around for hundreds or thousands of years. Xu Feng had actually noticed these things that his mother had mentioned. However, Xu Feng didn't think much of it. At first, he thought that Yu Lingyue was just that amazing. Moreover, obtaining 80% of the shares of Lingyue Group was a system reward for a god-level choice. Furthermore, Xu Feng had obtained the ability of the Emperor's pupil technique through his own efforts. He often saw that Yu Lingyue's loyalty towards him reached 80 points, No. It has now been upgraded to 85 points. With such a high loyalty, there is no need to worry about anything. Later, Chu Feng discovered the beautiful housekeeper, who was a bit too outstanding. This made him a little suspicious, wondering if Yu Lingyue had any special secrets. Chapter 66, Amazing, Amazing, Really Amazing. Given Yu Lingyue's good performance and indeed high loyalty. In addition, both his own family's big treasure Lu Ruyan and his little treasures, the daughters, also really like Yu Lingyue. Basically, everyone has their own secrets. Chu Feng did not directly ask. He was also thinking that today at Master Lu's on the mountain, he discovered some of Yu Lingyue's secrets. It turned out that she had only been there twice unintentionally. Nothing was discovered, and there were no signs of anything negative. Chu Feng also pondered about the situation in the future. But for now, her mother had discovered part of Yu Lingyue's secret. Chu Feng thought back carefully, but discovered that Yu Lingyue's aristocratic etiquette was truly flawless and impeccable. Unless it was cultivated from a young age and become a habit. Otherwise, the average person really couldn't do it. The daughter of a noble? Interesting, really interesting. Chu Feng secretly noted in his heart. It's like an interesting jigsaw puzzle, and the first piece of the puzzle has already been put in place. It's already half the battle. Xiao Feng, what are you smiling about? Chu Feng's mother looked at him suspiciously. She said again, Xiao Feng, where did you find this rich girl? Seeing that no one was around, Lu Ruyan, Yu Lingyue, and the little girls were a little far away and should not be able to hear. Chu Feng's mother lowered her voice and whispered. Xiao Feng, Lu Ruyan is a very nice person. What's more, she gave birth to 3 cute children for you. You must not mistreat her. However, Chu Feng's mother seemed a little torn. No matter how good someone else's family is, they are still someone else's family. As a mother, the person she cares about most is still her own precious son. Xiao Feng, that Lingyue seems pretty nice too. I can tell that she has a crush on you. Anyway, you can handle your own affairs. They are both good girls, and I can guarantee that. So? Before his mother could finish, Chu Feng laughed and said, Mom, you're not going to tell me to marry them both, are you? And enjoy the benefits of having 2 wives? Chu Feng shook his head. He always knew that his mother would always love her children the most. For his own sake, how far did his mother worry? Mom, I know what I'm doing, so you don't need to worry about it. In the future, you and Dad can just enjoy your lives together in peace. After some more idle chatter, Chu Feng and his mother returned to Lu Ruyan and the little girls. The little girls were most attached to Chu Feng. Seeing him return, they all ran to him. Daddy! We just spoke to Grandpa. He gave us red envelopes, so we want to give him a present too. Chu Feng picked up the fastest runner, his firstborn Nian Nian, in his arms. So what kind of gift did you prepare for Grandpa Nai Nai? Second daughter Nian Nian immediately said that her gift was somersaults. Dad, I just learned this, and I taught myself. Am I awesome, Dad? Awesome, awesome, this is almost a somersault? Chu Feng had indeed not yet taught somersaults. However, second daughter Nian Nian was amazing, and she could learn anything quickly as long as it was related to martial arts. Chu Feng was not surprised to hear Nian Nian's words. However, when Nian Nian got out of his arms, she called out to her grandfather Nai Nai to come and watch together. Then, on the marble walkway in the garden, she performed a live 9-flip somersault in place. This requires a lot of balance and skill. Chu Feng now realized that what his daughter Nian Nian meant by a somersault was not the ordinary kind. This was on par with an acrobatic performance. Amazing! Nian Nian is really amazing. Chu Hao and his wife, as well as Lu Chui and Yu Lingyue, all applauded. Of course, Lu Ruyan and the other 2 little girls were no exception. Chu Feng praised his daughter and then, drawing on his experience as a kung fu master, gave her some pointers. Nian Nian nodded repeatedly. Dad, you're amazing. I just felt that I hadn't got something right, but now that you've said it, I understand it all. Overjoyed, Nian Nian immediately started her new somersault routine with renewed enthusiasm. This time, she did 15 somersaults in the air in one place. That's a big improvement. Okay, Nian Nian, that's enough. Be careful, don't fall. Your grandparents really like your present. After the second daughter had given her present, the eldest daughter, Cici, also took out her present. Grandpa, this is my present to you. An ashtray that I made with my own hands. Smoking is harmful to health, so in the future, Grandpa, just look at my ashtray and don't smoke anymore. Shu Hao took it and was about to casually praise it. After dinner, he noticed that his eldest granddaughter, Cece, was holding a small wooden block. Then she busied herself with a small knife. He wanted to see it, but Cece wouldn't show it to him. Now he realized that she was making a gift for herself. How exquisite could a gift made by a 4-year-old be? Shu Hao guessed that it would be pretty good if it looked like an ashtray. But when he saw what the ashtray looked like, he was completely blown away. The somersault that Nian Nian performed in mid-air was already an eye-opener and a big surprise. However, some acrobats who start training at a very young age can also do similar things. So that shock was more or less within control. But now, when Shu Hao looked at the ashtray that Cece had made for him, his whole body suddenly widened his eyes. As the former richest man in Yangchang, Shu Hao has seen many kinds of antique carvings. Among them are the works of many famous masters. Now, when he saw the ashtray Cece handed him, his first thought was, which famous master's work is this? How could a 4-year-old girl have achieved such a level? It was truly incredible. Shu Hao suddenly remembered that just now, his granddaughter had seemed to say that she had just learned to flip. She had already flipped so many times after just learning? And after his son Shu Feng had casually said something, she had made such great progress? His granddaughter was truly amazing. Shu Hao could not help but feel shocked and ecstatic. Nai, this is a comb for you. I carved a phoenix on it. Grandpa's ashtray is carved with a dragon, together they make a lucky dragon and phoenix. Shu Feng's mother didn't know anything about carving, but she could tell that the carved phoenix was lifelike and extremely beautiful. Daughter Cece then took a piece of paper off the drawing board. Grandpa Nai, this is a gift I'm giving you on behalf of my sister Chu Chu. I drew you a picture. Chapter 67, an even bigger surprise awaits them. Cece, who had the talent of a prodigy with an eye for art, had also received some basic knowledge from Chu Feng. Chu Feng had god-level sculpting ability as well as god-level piano ability. As the saying goes, 1 through 100. He was also able to teach simple knowledge and basic aspects in other areas. It was just that those basic things were all that his exceptionally talented daughters could learn at once. Chu Feng decided to find some top masters to come and teach his daughters in a few days. Next, the youngest daughter also expressed the wish to give a gift. Grandpa Nanai, I want to play the piano for you. I learned it this morning, and I haven't played it for Dad yet. Chu Chu can't do somersaults or carve, so I hope Grandpa Nanai doesn't mind. But Chu Chu can sing and play the piano at the same time, and I hope Grandpa Nanai likes it. The garden basically, you never get to see the whole thing every time. There was no way around it. The garden was just too big. The Steinway piano was in the room. Naturally, her performance was also in the room. The group soon drove to Chu Chu's room. Chu Feng's mother also plays the piano. At this time, looking at the priceless Steinway piano, she couldn't help but take a few more looks. She was even more attracted by the miniature Steinway piano ornament on the Steinway piano. Where did this come from? Did Cece make it too? Yes, Nai, isn't it exquisite and beautiful? After a pause, Cece smiled and said, Nai, wait a minute, you'll see something even more beautiful later. Chu Chu couldn't compare with Cece when it came to playing the piano naturally, but she could play a tune. Chu Chu walked over to the windowsill, where she placed the night pearl to absorb light. Soon, the little girl who had returned to the Steinway piano placed the night pearl on the miniature piano ornament. Dad, turn off the light for me. Chu Feng, who had long since sensed his daughter's thoughts, had already turned off the lights in the room while she was talking. Suddenly, the room was filled with pink. My goodness, Chu Chu, this is a night pearl, isn't it? It's so beautiful. Chu Feng's mother, who was seeing it for the first time, couldn't stop praising it. Nai, this was a gift from Dad to me. Each of us sisters has one. Chu Hao and his wife looked at Chu Feng. The two of them didn't understand. They hadn't seen their son for 2 days. And yet, their son had already given them so many surprises. Incredible! Soon, the pleasant sound of the piano echoed through the room. Chu Chu had only practiced a little in the morning. In a short time, she had learned a simple piano piece for Alice. The beautiful tune was simple yet not simple, and it was fascinating. And Chu Chu was humming the tune. It felt pretty good. When the piece was finished, Chu Feng's mother applauded vigorously. Chu Chu, you're really amazing. You've only just started learning, and you're already this good. You're a real genius. Chu Feng was secretly laughing behind her back. She felt that her mother's comments had lowered the standard of her daughters. Her daughters were not just geniuses, they were demons. Nai, I'm not amazing at all. Daddy is the most amazing. If you don't believe me, you can ask Daddy to play a tune. Chu Chu's suggestion was strongly supported by the other two little girls. Dad, play a song. I want to hear Dad play a song too. Dad. Dad. Please. Dad, I want to hear it. Dad, I want to hear it too. The little ones looked very excited, and the eldest, Lu Ruyan, joined in the commotion. Chu Feng, since your daughters all want to hear it, why don't you play a piano piece? Lu Chui, who was standing behind him, nodded with a smile. The mother-in-law is also very much looking forward to the performance of her perfect son-in-law. Yu Lingyue, who is standing next to Lu Chui, is even more excited. I wonder what kind of surprise the boss will give me. At this time, Chu Feng's parents also spoke up. Xiao Feng, can you play the piano? I didn't know that. Dad, I can play the piano, and my son definitely can too. Chu Feng's mother took Chu Feng to the piano and was very happy to hear that her son could play the piano. Soon, Chu Feng sat down at the Steinway piano. The people around him felt as if they had discovered that Chu Feng had become noble, elegant, and priceless. Even Yu Lingyue, who had received a noble education since childhood and had practiced noble etiquette since childhood, felt that in front of Chu Feng, she was just a Cinderella. At this moment, Chu Feng was so noble. It was as if he were the most noble prince in the world. She was clearly watching Chu Feng play the piano, but her mind was filled with the beautiful scenery that Chu Feng had painted. A beautiful scene woven with the sound of the piano. Happy, blissful, beautiful, picturesque. The playing was over. Chu Feng looked back. He found that everyone present was still immersed in the music he had just played. It took 10 whole seconds before the crowd gradually came back to their senses. My goodness, Feng, your piano playing is so good? Mom can't believe her eyes and ears. Chu Feng smiled and said, it's just so, I played it casually. Seeing that his mother was beyond excited, Chu Feng quickly changed the subject. Mom and Dad. The piano music just now, as well as these jewels, are considered a gift to you. At this time, Chu Feng took out the royal jewelry box. Anyway, Chu Feng had already selected 3 items for his precious baby. Then the nightlights suitable for little girls were also given to the little girls. The rest of the stuff is useless here with Chu Feng. It's most suitable to give it to his own mother. So much jewelry? My God, this looks like priceless royal supplies. Is this all for me? That's too much, isn't it? In the short time they've been back, Chu Hao and his wife have already felt too many surprises. They don't know that an even bigger surprise is waiting for them. Then why didn't you tell your son the truth when you were at the villa entrance? I want to look into the matter myself first. After all, my son has a wife now and 3 daughters, I don't want him to worry too much. I think Song Jingang definitely had a part to play in what happened back then. Don't jump to conclusions without evidence. You are so stubborn. If you had listened to me and been more careful with Song Jingang, our story might have been different. Chu Hao laughed. You can't see the rainbow without the rain. And maybe it's because of what happened between us back then. That's why our son is so accomplished. If you think about it, we've not only not lost out, we've actually gained. Chu Hao's wife nodded, and looked down at the jewelry around her neck. Xiao Feng is truly accomplished. As long as he succeeds, it will be worthwhile for us to endure as much hardship and suffering as we have. Chapter 68, Didn't I see that you had a hard time last night? Chu Feng took Lu Ruyan and drove the night 15. He did not go directly back to Villa number 1, but instead went to a place not far from Villa number 2. Song Jingang, you are a vested interest in my father's bankruptcy. I don't believe that you had nothing to do with what happened back then. Tomorrow at 8:30, I will come and meet you. By tomorrow, I should be able to withdraw the Fortune Global 500 company that I previously acquired. By then, the assets should be no less than yours. I don't know what the Fortune 500 company I'm about to get will be like. I hope it will be a pleasant surprise. Chu Feng didn't linger here. Soon, Chu Feng and his own beautiful daughter returned to Villa number 1. 3 little girls surrounded them. Daddy! Daddy! I want to sleep with you tonight. I want to sleep with Daddy tonight too. Daddy, we agreed the day before yesterday. You sleep by yourself the next day. So we were all very good yesterday and slept in our own rooms. But today is the third day, so we can sleep with Daddy tonight. Looking at the three little treasures clinging to him, Xu Feng's heart was quickly warmed by their affection, even if he was still a little unhappy. The little girls were so cute and adorable that they were almost breathtaking. Xu Feng was about to say something when the older girl, Lu Ruyan, spoke first. I've been thinking about you all day, so you three go to your own rooms and sleep tonight. Your father and I have something to discuss. The three little girls looked at each other. It was obvious that their mother had stolen their father. This was unexpected. The eldest daughter, Cece, who was very composed, spoke up. Mom, then I'll let you have Dad tonight. But tomorrow, Mom can't have Dad all to herself. The little girls burst out laughing. Yes, Mom, tomorrow night Dad is ours. Dad, we made a promise. Good night, Mom and Dad. Lu Ruyan watched her daughters giggling and laughing as they went back to their rooms. The beautiful CEO was embarrassed for a moment. These kids, they think I'm competing with them for their affection. In the corner of her eye, Lu Ruyan saw Xu Feng with a wicked smile on his face. She was even more angry and gave Xu Feng a disgusted look. It's all your fault. You didn't even say a word in my defense. What have I become in my daughter's eyes? If it weren't for the fact that you were in a bad mood and I wanted to cheer you up, I would never have asked for trouble. Seeing his arrogant and proud little treasure fuming with anger, Xu Feng suddenly burst out laughing. With such a little treasure and a big treasure, what could be unsatisfactory? He took his own exquisite beauty, Lu Ruyan, whose face was as red as an apple, and returned to the room. Xu Feng called Li Qitsai. Old Li, you're the new general manager of the head office. Do you need me to go over there and help you out? Boss, I've basically got the situation under control for now. It's just that there are a few small shareholders who are causing a bit of trouble. After a pause, Li Qitsai said again. But those small shareholders will slowly figure out what to do on their own. Xu Feng learned a little about what was going on at the head office. As they spoke, Li Qitsai gave Xu Feng a little surprise. Old Li, look up Song Jinggang for me. Get me his information tomorrow morning, the more detailed the better. After hanging up the phone, Xu Feng gave his personal secretary Yu Lingyue the same instructions. A moment later, Xu Feng dialed another number. At present, apart from the world's top 500 companies, which he has yet to fully obtain, Xu Feng's current industry is only the Yida Square Investment Company, which is worth more than 100 billion yuan. As well as the Yangcheng Private Hospital, which is worth tens of billions of yuan and can help him research and produce the body strengthening pill. In terms of connections, the hospital may have even stronger connections. Xu Feng called the dean, Lao Zhou, and first asked him about Qin Weiman. Boss, Lao Qin has been a bit crazy these past 2 days. He has been locked up in his independent laboratory, and no one is allowed in or to disturb him. Xu Feng smiled. This was something he had specifically instructed. It seems Lao Qin is doing very well. I just don't know how the health pill is coming along. This thing needs to be asked separately from Qin Weiman. Xu Feng didn't say much to Lao Zhou, but just asked Lao Zhou about the current richest man in Yangcheng, Song Jinggang. Boss, Song Jinggang is in the hospital right now. He was just in my office, begging me to do everything I could to save his youngest son Song Ping's eyes. Something injured his youngest son Song Ping's eyes, rupturing his pupil, and basically there's no way to save them. Xu Feng was very surprised to hear Lao Zhou's words. No wonder when I saw Song Ping today, I thought he looked familiar and arrogant at the same time. He is originally Song Jingang's youngest son. Xu Feng smiled and thought to himself, what a coincidence. He soon learned a lot about Song Jinggang directly from Lao Zhou. It turned out that Song Jinggang was able to secure his position as the richest man in Yangcheng because he befriended the person in charge of the international company Morgan Jutong on the Long Kingdom side. The two parties launched important cooperation and helped each other in need. Given the strong economic power and extraordinary personal connections of Morgan Jutong, it can be said that it was Morgan Jutong that helped Song Jinggang rise to the throne of the richest man in Yangcheng. Morgan Jutong? A major international company? I wonder, which of the Fortune Global 500 companies I can get tomorrow morning is stronger than Morgan Jutong? Xu Feng has already learned almost everything he needs to know about Song Jinggang. He is preparing to give Qin Weiman at the Pharmaceutical Experiment Center another call. To ask Lao Qin about the situation of the body strengthening pill. In the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw his precious big treasure, Lu Ruyan, already dressed in a sexy translucent silk pajama set. The new day was cloudless. Just like Chu Feng's mood. He looked at the delicate and exquisite face that was close at hand, and couldn't help smiling. His own top beauty really looked better and better the more he looked at her. Looking at the sleeping beauty like beautiful CEO, Xu Feng was careful not to make a sound and wake her up. Xu Feng got up and washed his face quietly. Before long, Xu Feng, who was in the bathroom, heard the alarm on his phone. Soon, the beautiful CEO with messy hair and sleepy eyes also came to the bathroom. Xu Feng, why didn't you wake me up? In front of her own male god, the cold CEO was becoming less and less cold. Her words were filled with an uncontainable smile of happiness. I didn't see how hard you worked last night? I just wanted you to sleep a little longer. Lu Ruyan gave Xu Feng a good-looking glare. How dare you say that? Chapter 69. It's not what you think. Lu Ruyan told Xu Feng that today they needed to go with Xu Feng's parents to visit the richest man in Yanchang. They were neighbors, and it was also the first time she, as Xu Feng's wife, would be visiting someone else. So she was going to tidy up and dress up a bit. She wanted to make her man look good. Xu Feng teased a bit when he saw his own extremely beautiful woman getting ready, but he didn't bother her anymore. He went to see his three precious daughters separately. His eldest daughter, Cici, was holding the first carving tool and didn't know what she was carving. She was focused and meticulous. Xu Feng looked at the door and smiled. The reason why geniuses can succeed is that, in addition to their extraordinary talent, they also work hard. As long as his daughters are willing to work hard, coupled with their unprecedented magical talent, it won't be long before they become the world's most powerful and youngest masters. His second daughter, Nian Nian, didn't go to the gym today. Her own room is a small gym. Eldest daughter Cici was studying by herself with a drawing book. Xu Feng did not have the relevant god-level abilities, so he just taught her a little bit of the basics and let her teach herself the rest. Youngest daughter Chu Chu was a crybaby and a cowardly little girl. She stood early by the fish tank that her eldest sister had handmade for her, watching the two fish swimming inside. His daughters were very good. He hardly had to worry about anything. He strolled around and returned to his room. Seeing Lu Ruyan, who had carefully dressed up, Xu Feng was completely taken aback. She was so beautiful. So stunning. Lu Ruyan's naturally beautiful skin seemed to become more beautiful every day, every moment. Her skin was as white as jade and snow. Her pretty face was exquisite and picturesque. Her long hair in a shawl, her noble temperament, her slender figure, her tall stature. A long black dress, which formed a stark contrast with her fair skin. The more Xu Feng looked, the more reluctant he was to take his eyes off her. Lu Ruyan, who was standing opposite him, gave him a disgusted look. Xu Feng, what's with that expression? It's not like you haven't seen me before. Lu Ruyan walked up to him and took hold of his arm. Xu Feng, let's go. Lu Ruyan looked at Xu Feng's clothes and suddenly pulled him back. Xu Feng, you change into this white Versace suit. We'll be more matched in white and black. When the time comes, the momentum of our appearance will overwhelm people. The cold CEO has some experience with momentum and aura. Naturally, Xu Feng readily agreed to the request of his own ultimate beauty. Sure enough, when Xu Feng, dressed in a white suit, and Lu Ruyan, wearing a black dress, walked downstairs together, immediately stunned the beautiful housekeeper Yu Lingyue. Lingyue, we are going to go to Villa 2 with Mom and Dad. Please take care of Cici and Nian Nian and serve them breakfast. We will be back in an hour or two at the most. Xu Feng drove the night 15 to Villa 6 and picked up his parents. Xu Hao and his wife saw their incredibly handsome son, Xu Feng, and their stunning daughter-in-law, Lu Ruyan. They were also deeply impressed. When Xu Feng drove to Villa number 2, his parents still felt a little dazed. At that moment, the system's pleasant prompt sounded in Xu Feng's mind. Ding dong. Host, congratulations, the Fortune 500 company you acquired can now be extracted. Do you wish to extract it now? Extract it. After silently reciting the prompt, Xu Feng looked at the Fortune 500 company he had acquired. His expression was simply too wonderful. Xu Feng's mother only ended up taking 3 pieces of jewelry. She didn't want anything else, saying she wanted to leave it to Lu Ruyan and the 3 little lowly girls. Next, there was some idle chatter. Xu Feng said that the villa had many rooms, so he asked his parents to stay in Villa number 1. It was bigger and more luxurious than Villa number 6 anyway. No, we came to you as soon as we got back, and we haven't even gone back to Villa number 6 to take a look. We're used to living there, so we chose to go back. Butler Lao Wu is still waiting for us. Chu Feng personally drove the night 15 with Lu Ruyan and returned his parents to Villa 6. In front of Villa 6, Lu Ruyan invited Chu Hao and his wife to have breakfast with them tomorrow morning. Oh, Feng, Lu Ruyan, if you don't say it, I almost forget. Tomorrow morning, we have an appointment with your uncle Song Jingang to have breakfast together. We'll all be living in the same neighborhood from now on, and sooner or later we'll have business dealings. Tomorrow morning at 8:30, come with us to visit your uncle Song. When it came to Song Jingang, Chu Feng frowned slightly. Mom and Dad, there are no outsiders here. Tell me the truth. Was his company also involved in our family's bankruptcy a few years ago? At the time, there were similar reports outside, although they were all covered up in the end. But I think this matter should not be groundless. If the three people that Yu Lingyue found out about before, Chu Konghai, Feng Wei, and the others, were the three most important ones, then this Song Jingang should be able to rank fourth. Chu Hao shook his head at Chu Feng. Feng, it's in the past, so let's not talk about it. Tomorrow, you'll go with your parents to visit your uncle Song. Obviously, Chu Hao didn't want to talk about what happened back then. The business world is like a battlefield. Even if his father didn't say anything, Chu Feng could guess. If you count carefully, Song Jingang, like Feng Wei before him, was originally one of Chu Hao's subordinates. Chu Hao had helped him a lot. After Chu Hao became the richest man in Yangcheng, Song Jingang expressed his desire to start his own business. Chu Hao even gave him a large sum of money to help him establish his company. Next, with Chu Hao's help again and again, Song Jingang was able to grow stronger and stronger step by step. Now, Song Jingang has become the richest man in Yangcheng. The once richest man in Yangcheng, Chu Hao, also worked for Song Jingong's company for a period of time. The room in Villa number 6. Chu Hao and his wife entered the room early. His father, Xiaofeng, has really made a success of himself now. Yes, he is much more outstanding than I expected. Chu Feng, what are you smiling at? Lu Ruyan noticed that the man beside her seemed to be a little too happy. Lu Ruyan, I'm smiling because you made progress last night, and I hope you continue to make progress in the future. Chu Feng chuckled in the ear of his own ultimate beauty. Bastard, I'll ignore you from now on. Lu Ruyan said she would ignore Chu Feng, but she hugged Chu Feng's arm a little tighter. At this time, Chu Hao and his wife, who were standing in front, turned around and looked back. Chu Feng, what are you doing? When we get to Uncle Song's house later, be polite to the people there. Chu Feng, did you hear that? Chu Feng's mother glared at Chu Hao angrily. Our son is so outstanding, why does he need you to lecture him? Just be nice, don't be too serious. Feng, your father is thinking that you may have business dealings with your Uncle Song in the future. We are all neighbors, we see each other every day. It is necessary to get along with each other. Chu Feng smiled and said, Mom and Dad, I know what you are thinking. Don't worry. It is impossible for me to cooperate with Song Jingang. Chu Hao and his wife nodded. The boy still knows what is going on. Oops. That's not right. It's not what I thought it was. The two were about to say something else to their son. Just then, the butler of Villa 2 had already walked over. Chapter 70 Unexpected Surprise? The butler of Villa 2 was a man with a small mustache. He also knew Chu Hao and his wife. He opened the door and simply said hello. The man with the mustache looked at Chu Feng twice, intentionally or unintentionally. Chu Feng didn't think much of it. From the conversation with Lao Zhou, the director of Yangcheng Private Hospital last night, Chu Feng guessed. He was afraid that he had already been hated by Song Jingang and his young son Songping last night. In other words, the next meeting would be very exciting. Lu Ruyan, who was by Chu Feng's side, was a self-made president. She also noticed the look in the mustachioed butler's eyes. However, she also noticed the faint smile at the corner of her god's mouth. From her knowledge of her man, it was clear that Chu Feng had come today with enough confidence and a way to deal with the situation. Villa number 2 was also very luxurious. Compared to Villa number 6, it was even better. But compared to Villa number 1, there was a gap. The mustachioed butler led Chu Feng and the others to the living room. Mr. Chu, I'm sorry, Mr. Song was very tired last night, so he didn't come back to rest until late. Mr. Chu, please sit down for a moment, I'll go and see if Mr. Song has woken up. The mustachioed butler looked at Chu Feng twice before leaving. At first, Chu Hao didn't pay any attention. But this time, Chu Hao sensed it. Xiaofeng, did you do something? Dad, what are you talking about? Blinded Song Jing'an's youngest son, this is definitely something that can't be said. Shu Hao said seriously, just now, the butler looked at you with a certain expression in his eyes. If I'm not wrong, you must have done something. Dad, you just told me not to be so serious, didn't you? Shu Hao shook his head, I hope I'm overthinking it. Shu Feng laughed, Mom and Dad, I'll give you a big surprise later. Shu Hao glared at him unkindly, just don't scare me, that's all. It seemed that he was thinking about how his son had indeed given him quite a few surprises last night. Shu Hao's tone immediately improved, how are Cici and Nian Nian? They should be having breakfast right now. Shu Feng replied, then looked at this villa number 2. Each villa has its own unique style. I have to say, this villa is also worth 500 million. In Yancheng, it is second only to my own villa. However, as long as it is a Jiujiantang villa, the ownership belongs entirely to Chu Feng. At present, Song Jingang is only renting villa number 2. Shu Feng took Lu Ruyan and wandered around the living room for a while. The two occasionally whispered in each other's ears. Unconsciously, 10 minutes passed. Shu Hao, sitting on the sofa, frowned slightly. What's wrong with Song Jingang today? Even if he was busy last night and stayed up late, he shouldn't have left us hanging like this. He didn't even arrange for tea? His wife next to him also frowned. She sensed it too. Dad, Song Jingang seems to be deliberately embarrassing us. Don't make a decision yet, let's wait and see. At this time, Chu Feng returned from a stroll around the area with his own top beauty, Lu Ruyan. Mom and Dad, have some food. Chu Feng took out 2 Xiaolong Bao. Xiaofeng, where did you get these? Shu Hao and his wife were both surprised. They were prepared to leave if Song Jingang did not come out in a while. Their son and daughter-in-law were treasures. They could go without food or water. But their son and daughter-in-law could not. If Song Jingang was just embarrassing the two of them, they might be able to bear it. But now, they could not. Chu Feng gave a faint smile and opened the bag directly, which was still steaming. This was after he had seen his 3 daughters in the morning and stopped by the kitchen. He had a brainstorm and asked Yu Lingyue to prepare some breakfast. It was just in time and could be used now. The show had not yet started, and the surprise for his parents had not yet been delivered, so of course he would not leave now. Xiaofeng, you are so clever. You even thought of bringing your own breakfast. Xiaofeng, be honest, is there something you're hiding from your parents? Xu Feng gave a mysterious smile. Mom and Dad, just enjoy the show. Anyway, today I'll give you a surprise you'll never expect. Xu Hao and his wife exchanged glances. Yesterday, Xu Feng had given them quite a few surprises. At the time, they had never said anything like this. It was clear that today's surprise was much bigger than yesterday's. Xiao Feng really had grown up. And of course, he had also become successful. Since you've said so, then Mom and Dad will watch. See what kind of absolutely unexpected surprise you will give Mom and Dad? In a luxurious large room on the 3rd floor of the villa, Song Jingang and the mustachioed butler are standing in front of a large screen computer. Through the screen, they can see every move of the Chu Feng family in the living room. What do you think of Song Ping suddenly suffering an accident in the mountains, which caused his pupil to rupture? It doesn't seem like an accident, but there is no evidence to prove that it was intentional. Song Ping said that he was laughing at Chu Feng at the time, and Chu Feng was carving with a carving knife. Only Chu Feng could have had the motive to injure Song Ping's eye. That's true, but given the distance between Chu Feng and Song Ping, it would be impossible for an ordinary person to injure Song Xiao with just wood shavings. Song Jingang was silent for a moment. After a while, he said again, have you looked at that Chu Feng carefully and noticed anything? I can't put it into words, but I just feel that he's too good. Yes, he is too outstanding, so even if my son's eyes were not injured by him, it was him who injured them. But Mr. Song, according to the information we have found, Xu Feng is the chairman of Yida Square Investment Company, and it is likely that he has other identities. If it weren't for these reasons, do you think I would still let him sit safely in my living room until now? After a pause, Song Jingang said again, it is indeed not a wise thing for us to deal with Yida Square Investment Company. In the end, it is likely that we will kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 ourselves. However, we do not need to take personal action. I have already made an appointment with James, the head of Morgan Jutong in Longhua. As long as Chu Feng offends James, a Fortune Global 500 company will take action. That Chu Feng will soon be dealt with very badly. Chapter 71, What's Going On? Song Jingang looked at the Rolex gold watch on his wrist. It was less than 5 minutes before his appointment with James. Chu Feng's family actually has the leisure to eat Xylong Bao right now? Soon I will make you unable to even cry. Let's go, we'll go to the front of the villa to personally greet Mr. James. Song Jingang and Little Mustache walked out of the master bedroom. When they reached the second floor, Song Jingang went to his youngest son Songping's room. In the room, there was a doctor and 2 nurses. He had spent a large sum of money to specially invite professional medical staff from the private hospital in Yangcheng. They would treat and care for his son 24 hours a day. His son's eyes would basically not be saved. Mr. Song. The medical staff greeted Song Jingang at the door. How is my son? He has just been given a sedative and is resting now. When he wakes up, tell him good news, that his father I have already avenged him. Song Jingang walked downstairs to the lobby with his mustachioed butler. Chu Feng was hanging out here with his parents and Lu Ruyan. They bumped into each other face to face, so it was impossible not to say hello. However, Song Jingang was already preparing to rip off his mask. So he simply said, Chu, just wait a little while, I'm going to the front door to greet a VIP. After saying this, he simply left with a sneer on his face and his mustachioed butler. Outside, there were more than 10 bodyguards. Song Jingang gave a wink to the mustachioed man. The mustachioed man immediately went to the side of the bodyguard captain and whispered, keep an eye on those 4 people and follow my lead. Be ready to take care of them at any time. The bodyguards who received the order immediately quietly came near the hall and stood in a scattered manner. They looked at Chu Feng and the others with intent or unintentional gazes. Even Chu Feng's mother, who had the worst eyesight, could tell what was going on. Father, that Lao Song doesn't have any good intentions. I'll call Lao Wu right now. Xu Hao frowned and took out his phone. Next to him, Chu Feng smiled and said, Mom and Dad, don't worry, I'm here, so don't worry. Wait, Song Jingang will take the initiative to kneel in front of us. Chu Feng was full of confidence. His confidence infected his family. Right now, Chu Feng was deliberately letting Song Jingang brag a bit. After all, the more you brag, the higher you fly. When you fall, it will be miserable. It happened a few years ago, and Chu Feng doesn't know the details very well. But it doesn't matter anymore. From what he knows, that Song Jingang definitely wronged Chu Hao, who had helped him a lot. In other words, Song Jingang wronged his own father. To wrong his own father is to seriously offend him. Of course, he has to pay a price he can't afford. At the entrance to Villa Number 2, Song Jingang and the mustachioed butler received James, who had come as promised. Mr. James, please come inside. I have arranged for someone to prepare your favorite food, beefsteak. James nodded. Song Jingang led James to the hall of the villa and whispered in his ear. Mr. James, have you heard of Yida Plaza Investment Company? Song Jingang said this with a look of not knowing whether or not to say it. James said in unpracticed Longhua Mandarin, if you have something to say, just say it. The chairman of the board there is also here today, but he said that you, as an outsider, should go and visit him. Song Jingang spoke without thinking. The mustachioed butler next to him immediately followed up. Mr. James, that kid is so arrogant. He thinks he's got some status in the country and thinks he's so great, but he has no idea that Mr. James represents Morgan Jutong Enterprises. He looks down on Mr. James, and that means he looks down on Morgan Jutong. It was a very lame frame-up, but Song Jingang and Little Beard both knew that it was very effective against James, a foreigner. They had used it many times before and it had never failed. They were sure that it would be no different this time. I'd like to see what that person is capable of that he can look down on our Morgan Jutong. They arrived at the entrance to the villa hall. Song Jingang gestured to James, the young man in the white suit, as the one who looked down on Morgan Jutong. He immediately saw that the hot-tempered James walked straight towards the man in the white suit, Chu Feng. Song Jingang and Little Mustache laughed to themselves, Chu Feng is going to be finished. However, when James walked up to Chu Feng, Song Jingang and Little Mustache thought that James would strike out in anger. To their astonishment, James bowed deeply to Chu Feng. What's going on? Am I seeing things? The butlers Song Jingang and Little Mustache couldn't believe their eyes. Shouldn't the hot-tempered James have slapped Chu Feng right away? Why did he go to Chu Feng's front and bow deeply? Song Jingang and Mustache Butler were instantly dumbfounded. Mr. James, have you made a mistake? This is a matter of great importance, and Song Jingang had to ask. At that moment, the voice of Song Ping came from the second floor. Dad! Dad! Have you really avenged me? That Chu Feng made me go blind. Did you also have someone blind his eyes? Song Ping had just woken up and heard the medical staff next to him tell him. A few minutes ago, his father asked them to pass on the message. He said he had taken revenge for him. On hearing the news, Song Ping was overjoyed. He immediately asked the medical staff to take him to his father. He wanted to hear his father, Song Jingang, tell him in person that he had taken revenge for him. Song Jingang never thought that his youngest son, Song Ping, would wake up so soon. Up to now, he still hasn't figured out why Mr. James bowed to Chu Feng. Hearing his son shout, Song Jingong's heart said, "You're in trouble." Although James sometimes values face very highly, he also has a bit of a hot temper. However, as the regional head of Longwood for the world's top 500 Morgan Juding, he is no fool. Sure enough, at Chu Feng's signal, James, who didn't say much, turned around. He glared angrily at Song Jingang. "Mr. Song, I'm cooperating with you, and you're treating me like a fool? You actually want me to deal with Mr. Chu? Mr. James, don't be angry, just listen to me." James, who was a bit hot-tempered, rushed directly in front of Song Jingang. He gave Song a hard slap in the face. Pop! The sound of the loud slap echoed through the hall. Xu Hao and his wife, who were standing nearby, were both dumbfounded. Xu Feng, who was standing next to the two of them, smiled and reminded them. "Mom and Dad, you can just watch the show from now on. You won't normally get to see a show this good. Xiao Feng, you can forget it. Let's just watch the show in peace." Mr. and Mrs. Chu looked at their son, Xu Feng, who was so carefree. The surname Suwa sat down on the sofa next to them, accepted the Evian mineral water passed to him by Xu Feng, and waited with peace of mind for Chu Feng's big surprise. Lu Ruyan also stayed by Chu Feng's mother's side, persuading her, who was a little nervous and worried. Under the persuasion of the beautiful president, Chu Feng's mother gradually calmed down and watched the show with peace of mind. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law whispered to each other and got along well. Chapter 72 Unbelievable. Pop! James was still not satisfied with the slap just now. He gave another hard slap, smacking Song Jingang in the face. Although Song Jingang is currently the richest man in Yangchang, he is only able to have everything he has now because of his cooperation with Morgan Jutong. If he really offended James, James would cancel all the cooperation in a fit of anger. Then Song Jingang would soon be reduced to his former state. Facing the slap of the furious James, Song Jingang could only obediently bear it. He just hoped that James would calm down after the slap. At the same time, Song Jingang secretly hated his youngest son, Song Ping, to death. He was good for nothing and would only cause trouble, and he was going to ruin his father. At this time, there was no use talking about his son. Song Jingang just hoped that James would calm down quickly. "Mr. James, calm down and listen to me. Mr. James, don't hit me anymore. We are partners." James is tall and doesn't listen to what Song Jingang says. He just slaps him again and again. Song Ping, who was at the top of the stairs, heard that his father Song Jingang was being beaten up. He shouted, "Bodyguards, are you all blind? Hurry up! Someone is beating up my dad, and you're not doing anything about it?" Outside the hall, more than 10 bodyguards had also arrived not far from Song Jingang. The turn of events had also taken them by surprise. They had just agreed to get Chu Feng. How had it turned into this? This was not the first time James had been here. The bodyguards basically knew who James was. They knew that James was backing their boss. Now their boss has been beaten up by their boss's backer. Without their boss's order, they dare not take any action. Song Jingang naturally did not dare to let the bodyguards take action against James. However, he told the bodyguards to stop James. "You guys quickly stop Mr. James, and Mr. James, calm down." At this time, Chu Feng's quiet voice came from the side. "You guys treat James like an idiot, and you won't let James beat you up? Oh, so he's already been beaten up and has a swollen head? Not to mention, this kind of swollen head looks much more handsome than before." Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Song Jingang and his youngest son Song Ping were infuriated. Song Ping was standing at the top of the stairs on the second floor, and although he could not see, He heard Chu Feng's voice and sensed that Chu Feng was completely fine. He hadn't suffered any injuries at all. In other words, the words his father had asked the paramedics to relay were clearly a lie. This made Song Ping, who had just been overjoyed and thought that he had avenged his great hatred, go into a rage. Chu Feng, you bastard, you dare to come to my house? Bodyguard! Bodyguard, beat him up! Beat Chu Feng! Beat Chu Feng to death! Song Jingang also nodded at the head of the bodyguards at this time. James has a different identity, and Song Jingang does not dare to deal with him. But Chu Feng is different. Song Jingang felt that he would leave his future alone for now, and that he would first deal with Chu Feng no matter what. Meanwhile, Chu Hao and his wife were shocked. Looking at the dozen or so bodyguards around them, they felt that if they fought here, their son would definitely suffer. Chu Hao and his wife immediately stood up. If anyone wants to hurt their son, they have to step over their dead bodies. The beautiful CEO Lu Ruyan next to them had already been told by Chu Feng. At this time, she persuaded. Mom and Dad, just listen to Chu Feng and watch the show from the sidelines. Chu Feng said before that everything is within his expectations. Just accept the big surprise he's sending you. Hearing their daughter-in-law's persuasion, and out of their belief in their son, Chu Hao and his wife forced themselves to calm down and did not rush to Chu Feng's side at first. Of course, they still didn't sit down, and were ready to go at any time. Brothers fight tigers together, and father and son fight together in battle. The two were ready at any time. Chu Feng slapped a bodyguard who rushed in front of him. As if taking a leisurely stroll, he dodged a heavy blow from a security guard behind him. A tail-wagging move sent the bodyguard behind him flying backwards. With physical attributes 3 or 5 times those of ordinary people in all aspects, and also proficient in various martial arts techniques, he wears the title of martial arts master. At this time, Chu Feng, not to mention the current dozen or so bodyguards. Even if the number of people doubled, it would not be a problem for Chu Feng. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 3 of the dozen bodyguards fell to the ground. The remaining bodyguards and Song Jing'on's mustachioed man were still unable to react. They watched as Chu Feng walked towards them of his own accord, dumbfounded. Holy cow, how is this guy so fierce? This is too awesome, isn't it? Is this still a human? While everyone was dumbfounded, Chu Feng easily and simply took care of 3 more. James, who was standing nearby, saw Chu Feng take action and followed suit, finishing off 1. At this point, all that was left beside Song Jingang were the mustachioed butler, the head of the bodyguards, and 5 bodyguards. Chu Feng, what are you doing? I'm warning you, don't do anything stupid. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Song Ping, who was standing at the top of the stairs, was extremely anxious. He couldn't see anything. He could only judge by the sounds. He heard his father Song Jingang scream, and immediately shouted. Chu Feng, you bastard! You're so powerful, so you must have caused me to go blind in the ravine yesterday. And now you want to deal with my father. I tell you, when my brother returns, he will never let you go. Chu Feng turned around and looked at Song Ping, who was threatening him at the top of the stairs, and smiled faintly. How dare you threaten me? Song Ping suddenly felt a deep sense of fear. Chu Feng, what do you want? I don't want anything, I just want to tell you some bad news. The medical staff at Yangcheng Private Hospital are going back to the hospital. Chu Feng gave a wink to the 3 medical staff. Immediately, the 3 Yangcheng medical staff members left Song Ping's side and came to Chu Feng's side. Boss, we're going back to the hospital. Song Jingang watched this scene in disbelief. He shouted in panic, you can't leave. If you leave, I'll call your director right now and have him fire you. Song Jing'on's threats had no effect on the 3 medical workers at all. Chu Feng smiled at the exasperated Song Jingang and said, Sorry, I forgot to tell you, Yangcheng Private Hospital is mine, and Director Zhou also listens to me. What? Song Jingang was full of disbelief. Chapter 73, Excessive Request. Chu Feng, you are very good. It turns out that you are not only the chairman of Yida Square Investment Company, but also the big boss of Yangcheng Private Hospital. I really underestimated you. But even if you own Yida Square Investment Company and Yangcheng Private Hospital, so what? Song Jingang sneered at Chu Feng and took the initiative to come to James's side. Mr. James, I want to exchange all my assets for a helping hand from Morgan Jutong. Of course, before the agreement of help is signed, I would like to ask Mr. James a few questions. With a secret wink from Chu Feng, James agreed. Go ahead and ask. But you'd better hurry, I don't have much patience. Mr. James, this is the first time you've met Chu Feng, right? Yes. Then why is Mr. James bowing to Chu Feng? Because boss's Yongchang private hospital saved my life. Then one last question, if I use all my assets to ask Morgan Jutong to help me solve the problem of Chu Feng and his family? You and I were partners before, so you know the answer to this question. Song Jingang nodded, as he naturally knew the answer. He had even drafted the agreement. Anyway, he had long ago asked his eldest son to find a way out for him. What happened in Yangchang was no longer important. By understanding and controlling James' character, and knowing that James was eager to make a name for himself in Longhua, Song Jingang had long ago obtained huge benefits from both competitors and Morgan Jutong through some secret means. Most of these benefits, he let his eldest son transfer. Today, all he had to do was let James deal with Chu Feng, and he quietly left here. In another place, he would soon be the new richest man again. As long as James signed the agreement, Song Jingang was not at all afraid that Morgan Jutong would renege on the deal. As for Chu Feng and his family, they were definitely finished. It could be said to have achieved multiple goals with one stroke. Song Jingang took out the agreement, which had already been signed a long time ago. Then he handed it to James with both hands. James took the agreement and then kicked Song Jingang to the ground with a single kick. You're looking for death. Mr. James, what's wrong with you? Song Jingang didn't dare to lose face even after being beaten again. James sneered and handed the agreement to Chu Feng. At the same time, he turned his head and sneered at Song Jingang. You actually want us, Morgan Jutong, to deal with our chairman? The chairman of Morgan Jutong? Song Jingang, who had just been helped to his feet by the mustache, suddenly knelt on the ground. Before, he felt incredible when he saw James bow to Chu Feng. However, he never dared to think that Chu Feng was actually the chairman of the world's top 500 Morgan Jutong. Later, when he heard James casually say it, he thought that James really was respectful of Chu Feng because Chu Feng's private hospital in Yangchang had saved him. Now, Song Jingang, who had knelt heavily on the ground. He was ready to kill his own son. This is so unfair. This is killing me. Song Jingang, you know what happens if you offend us at Morgan Jutong, right? James's previously awkward and unfluent long language suddenly became unusually fluent. In fact, while Song Jingang was using James, James was also using Song Jingang to facilitate the development of Morgan Jutong's business in Long Kingdom. He turned a blind eye to some things. At this time, James respectfully bowed to Chu Feng and said, Boss, according to this agreement, we can make Song Jing'an's assets not belong to him at any time. This is a VAM agreement. 4 or 5 years ago, Song Jingang persuaded Chu how to sign it. The subsequent bankruptcy is related to the VAM agreement at the beginning. James, many of Song Jing'an's properties originally belonged to my father. Please find a way to make those properties still belong to my father. James immediately said there was no problem. Boss, we will take care of Song Jingang and the others, don't worry, there won't be any problems. James asked Chu Feng if there was anything else he needed. No, nothing in particular. Oh, by the way, find out who was involved when my father went bankrupt. Let me know as soon as you find out. Yes, boss. Chu Feng waved his hand to let James leave. He was in a good mood when he saw his parents, who were crying with joy. Chu Feng, this surprise of yours is really too big. I still feel like I'm dreaming. Chu Feng laughed and said, Mom and Dad, those who have eaten from our family or taken from our family in the past must give it back to me. In the future, you can just be the richest people in the world with peace of mind. You don't have to worry too much, just leave the general things to your subordinates. I will just help you take a look at the management staff when the time comes. Don't worry, I'm very good at judging people. Chu Feng has the emperor's eye technique, so it's strange for him to be wrong in judging people. As he was talking, Chu Feng vaguely heard the voices of his precious daughters. When he went out to take a look, he discovered that the beautiful housekeeper Yu Lingyue had already arrived at the door of Villa 2 with the 3 little Lolas. Dad. Mom. Grandpa. Nai. We finished breakfast, so please ask Lingyue to show us to you. You're here. And this place also belongs to Chu Feng's property. Chu Feng then went to the front door of the villa, opened it, and told the little girls that they could come here to play in the future. Since he has no shortage of money, these villas will not be rented out. Wow! Dad is amazing. The little girls were full of praise and kept cheering. The beautiful housekeeper Yulingwe beside him also had sparkling eyes. Looking at the handsome and extraordinary Chu Feng, she thought of a figure she saw before. Yulingwe suddenly made a somewhat excessive request of Chu Feng. Chapter 74. You, stay. Boss, can I talk to you alone? The beautiful maid Yulingwe looked at Chu Feng without blinking. And the cold and aloof President Lu Ruyan was not far from Chu Feng. In front of my face, you want to talk to my man alone? This request is not just a bit excessive. This is already very excessive. However, the noble president did not say anything about it. She just greeted the three little girls who were very attached to Chu Feng and asked them to go inside the villa with her. I miss you so much, Chu Chu. Let's go. Mom will show you around the villa. Sister Lingyue and your father have something to discuss. Let's not disturb them here. Lu Ruyan spoke to her daughters in a very gentle voice. However, her words, let's not disturb them, more or less still indicated some dissatisfaction in her heart. Chu Feng looked at his big and little treasures with love and affection, pondering about taking them out to play again today. He wanted to make up for the lack of memories and companionship in their growth in the previous few years when he didn't know they existed. As for the family's big treasure, the exquisite beauty Lu Ruyan, he would wait until they got home and closed the door to make amends. For now, Chu Feng still agreed to Yu Lingyue's excessive request. He stayed at the entrance of the villa, wanting to hear what Yu Lingyue wanted to talk to him alone about. Boss, I'm sorry. I know it's very rude to ask you to chat with me alone in front of Lu Ruyan. But I really want to know one thing. I want to ask you, boss, are you familiar with James from Morgan Jutong? Chu Feng shook his head. No, I just met him for the first time today. Then, boss, do you know why he is here? It was the former richest man in Yangchang, Song Jingang, who invited him. The original richest man in Yangchang, Song Jingang, invited him here. Boss Song Jingang, isn't Song Jingang the richest man in Yangchang now? Chu Feng laughed. Of course, he offended me, so of course he can't be the richest man in Yangchang anymore. After a pause, Chu Feng looked curiously at the beautiful housekeeper wearing a cheongsam with a lotus pattern. He also asked a question. Lingyue, is there something the matter with you asking James? No. No. Yu Lingyue answered a little panicked. No? Is there something fishy here? Given that Yu Lingyue's loyalty to him reached 85 points, and the whole family really liked this beautiful housekeeper, Chu Feng thought about it and decided not to interrogate her. Even if she did have some secrets, compared to himself, they were nothing. He could ask James later, and maybe he could find out some information. Boss, I'll go check on CC and Yen Yen. You should hurry and go to Lu Ruyan's side too. Otherwise, Lu Ruyan will think we're up to something. Chu Feng glanced at Yu Lingyue, whose face was flushed, and vaguely felt that this beautiful housekeeper seemed to be hinting at something to him. Looking at the beautiful housekeeper running away like a frightened rabbit, Chu Feng smiled faintly. His charm seems to be a bit too much. Chu Feng quickly returned to the side of his own big treasure. Lu Ruyan said casually, so soon? So soon? Is my woman really a little jealous? But why does this sentence feel a little dismissive of my man? If I don't show her some color, she won't know how awesome I am. Chu Feng hadn't even said anything yet. Lu Ruyan just saw the evil smile on Chu Feng's face and felt a little scared. You rascal, are you thinking of some evil idea again? I'm not thinking of anything, it's just that someone might have forgotten the scene of begging for mercy in the beginning and wants her to relive it. In an instant, Lu Ruyan's pretty face, which was as delicate as a blown bubble, turned as red as a burning cloud. In the morning, Xu Hao and his wife were to take possession of the property that had originally belonged to them. Xu Feng didn't care much about his own property. However, he was determined to go with his parents to their property. He said he wanted to help them keep an eye on things. He wanted to see if the managers were qualified to do their current jobs. Anyway, Xu Feng had the emperor's eye technique. Once he's there, he can just take a quick look. Of course, Xu Feng naturally won't go alone. He'll take his precious treasures with him, not a single one will be left behind. His mother-in-law Lu Chui, who usually goes with him, is not there today. With Grandpa Yu there, Grandma can take a break. Of course, the beautiful housekeeper Yu Lingyue is not there either. She now has an extra villa to manage. Moreover, the villa originally belonged to people like Song Jingang. Yu Lingyue also needs to get rid of them in a short period of time. She is very busy now. It is only when she is really busy that Yu Lingyue will forget some things. For example, she will forget her original identity. While Yu Lingwei was busy, Chu Feng was also busy. His father, Chu Hao, was once the richest man in Yangcheng. His previous industries involved many aspects: real estate, retail, steel, and building materials. Now, these industries have basically returned to Chu Hao's name. The previous group of people has also been replaced by Song Jingang. In order to prevent future trouble and the reoccurrence of something similar to Song Jingang, Chu Feng has decided to filter all the managers of these industries. Talent selection is one aspect of ability. Loyalty is another. Chu Feng is now mainly selecting those with a high degree of loyalty. Even if someone is not very loyal, but has some ability, Chu Feng will kick them out. He doesn't want him to become a second Song Jingang. Chu Hao had his own suspicions about what happened back then. But after searching for a long time, he couldn't find anything. However, James had already found out quite a lot. I don't know where he took Song Jingang. And I don't know how he found out this information either. Chu Feng had already checked James' loyalty before. James' loyalty score was 75 points. He could be considered relatively loyal. However, as long as it is less than 80 points, there is still a possibility of betrayal. For the time being, Chu Feng does not quite trust this new subordinate. Of course, regarding the matter of Song Jingang, he still needs a subordinate like James to handle it. Whether it is Li Qizai from Yida Square Investment Company, or Lao Zhou and Lao Qin from Yangcheng Private Hospital, they are unable to do it. At about 3 p.m., James reported to Chu Feng, "Boss, I have found out what happened back then. It was Song Jingang who teamed up with a man called Autumn Tiger, together with Chu Konghai and Feng Wei to pull it off. After the job was done, Autumn Tiger took off with a large amount of cash. Song Jingang, on the other hand, got Mr. Chu's property. According to Song Jing'an's interrogation, he told us that Autumn Tiger went to the Devil's Metropolis. Song Jingang said that Autumn Tiger raised a canary in the Devil's Metropolis. As for where it is specifically hidden, we don't know yet." After a pause, James reported again. "Boss, according to Song Jingang, that Autumn Tiger is very powerful. Moreover, the Autumn Tiger has special skills. Song Jingang doesn't even know what the Autumn Tiger looks like." Autumn Tiger? Shouldn't it be Zhou Dale? Or maybe both are fake names. A mere Autumn Tiger doesn't concern Chu Feng. Since Li Qizai happens to be in the Devil City, Chu Feng can just ask Li Qizai to keep an eye on it. After hanging up the phone, another group of people entered the office as requested by Chu Feng. Chu Feng scanned them with a glance. Those with high loyalty were either retained or promoted. Suddenly, Chu Feng noticed a young woman with high loyalty. "You, stay.